tablet running here. Okay, so
These are the folks who crossed Nintendo and lost everything in the process.
why did you put my volume to blast again? Every single time is blast my volume over. What's up, Patrick? So sorry about that, guys. So when I loaded NVIDIA, Microsoft and NVIDIA and a lot of other mega corporations out there, right? They don't really talk to each other too much because they're all having financial wars with each other. So one of the things that can happen is when you fire up NVIDIA, what is it called? It's like NVIDIA, when you fire up NVIDIA GeForce, it crashes Streamlabs because neither program is particularly very good or worth the billions of dollars that they make every year. So sorry guys, Streamlabs, for if you ever want to be a streamer yourself, understand that GeForce and Streamlabs don't play well with each other, not even loading it. If you load the GeForce, it will crash the Streamlabs or the OBS. So just, be aware. That's what I ran into. That's what you saw. If there's some problem that can happen, it will. And if you stay around long enough, you'll understand over time. You'll see the things I'm saying are actually true. Every day, every piece of software that you use will actively attack you and fail. And you'll see it happen in real time if you hang out here. It won't happen to you. It only happens if Streamlabs is running.
Our first story details what might be Nintendo's most brutal legal pursuance in the company's history. An intellectual property dilemma that, bizarrely enough, resulted in a man with the last name Bowser getting thrown.
Bowser! Oh, right, the Bowser story. Nintendo literally threw Bowser into jail. I forgot about this. I can't believe I can't believe the guy's name was Bowser. The truth is always fucking stranger than fiction. It's just, you don't need fiction. You really don't. The truth is always hilarious. It's always as good as the fantasy. It is.
Gary Bowser is a
Oh God, why did Nintendo throw Gary Bowser in jail?
Technology enthusiast from Montreal, Canada. Bowser had been obsessed with electronics since he was a young boy.
Every time he says Bowser, I'm gonna crack up. God damn it. Bowser! Fucking Bowser. Oh, did Nintendo have to beat Bowser's ass? I mean, they always kind of said they were going to.
Grew with age. In the 1980s, the young man became heavily interested with
Oh no, not Gary Bowser.
And he made up the cohort of what some might call the first generation of PC gamers. Gary's knack for computers and gaming ultimately resulted in him starting.
Ooh, Worlds Collide. That's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'll take it. No, I mean, yeah, sure.
The man had turned his childhood hobby into a career, and he would find success in this industry for decades. But what we find is that Gary Bowser eventually...
Gary Bowser. God damn it, my throat's so sore I can't laugh. Gary Bowser.
As he grew tired with performing routine computer repairs and selling new products. And sadly, to scratch this itch, Gary would turn to the criminal world of hacking.
Oh no, Gary Bowser went evil. And now he's gone full blown Bowser, and he's got his Koopas and his goblin hackers that he's gonna send at Nintendo. And, he's got the Koopas and the goblins, and he's gonna sick them on Nintendo now.
Where for his own amusement. Fast forwarding.
Oh man, he has those wing shells.
Bit to the early 2010s, Gary Bowser at this time was a member of a notorious online hacking circle known as Team Executor.
Why do hacker cells always sound like Excelsior?
He was known for developing gaming mod chips and jailbreak devices used to circumvent copy protection.
Fucking black hat idiots.
The gaming consoles. Team Executor targeted the Nintendo.
Team Executor.
3DS, GameCube.
You mean Team Executor? No, Executor. Executor.
Classic Edition.
It's Team Executor.
And Sony PlayStation, Microsoft Xbox,
Excelsior.
360, and most
We're black hacker nerds. Excelsior. we ripped off the Game Boy. Respect us. We ripped off the Game Boy. We made it possible for you to play Pokemon on Game Boy for free. Respect us.
The Nintendo Switch, and I'll explain the notorious nature of that in a little bit. Team Executor's hacking activities were extremely illegal, and the group was known.
Oh no! Bowser started a castle and got turtles and goblins and and trolls and just started sending them at Nintendo, and it's just like, man. Like, you gotta wonder, in this guy's life, was he suddenly like, well, I guess I'm gonna show him what Bowser actually means, and I'm gonna go be Sith now. At some point in this guy's life, he was like, okay, I'm gonna go join the dark side now. And you gotta kind of wonder what's going through that guy's head in that moment. Like how pissed must you be at Nintendo to like go embrace a black hacker crew and get them to attack Nintendo like some veritable real life Bowser. Like, and I'm sorry, and somewhere in you're supposed to be this respectful nerd in the video game scene, but you end up being Bowser. Even your name is even Bowser, and I think it escapes a lot of people how really dumb their desire to be a bad person actually looks to the rest of the fucking world. You know, like, are you aware of how goddamn dumb you look?
By international authorities as a criminal enterprise.
Team Executor? No, it's Executor. No, it's Executor.
It was a competent hacker. His primary role in Executor was developing the team's websites.
Oh no. Why do you look so soft?
Setting up promotions and getting in contact with black market retailers who would sell their jailbreak.
He's like 48 and he's got his iPhone and he drives his Prius to his Starbucks, and he bitches about how Nintendo stole his IP from his yippee fucking internet company startup.com thing, and he talks about how never mind.
Ships. Through the summer of 2013, all the way to this.
Oh my god. That thing is just evil. Like, okay, so let's say that you make a $2 billion company and you wanna entertain the kids, right? You're Japanese, you're in Japan, you're Nintendo. You spend 40 years of your life hiring production companies, development companies, coders, graphic artists, writers. You employ millions and millions and millions of people or whatever, hundreds of thousands of people, and you are thanked for making the greatest handheld console ever made by some guy in America who doesn't like you, who just makes a USB device that breaks the Game Boys or whatever, breaks the Switch or whatever. And I'm sorry, but was I supposed to, like, so I hate the corporations as much as everybody else. But I still kind of fall on Nintendo's side on this one. If I spend 40 years making a console, and then you just make a USB device that breaks that console and makes it so people can steal from me, how am I the bad person? And I know it's ableist, it's promoting corporate fucking despots, the people that I bitch about all the time. But I'm saying the man did do the work to make the console. And I feel like you making a USB device is like this should end you up in jail for like 12 years. Because it's so asinine, so cruel, so mean, and so disrespectful that essentially you just basically went to the guy's house and blew up the computer with the original blueprints on it or something like that. That's what this is kind of akin to. You went straight to the blueprints and slashed him basically, so he can't really ever make a safe device ever again. And are you surprised by the outcome? And the worst part is the villain in the game that the guy made his $1 billion on is your last name.
Summer of 2020,
and the truth is always stranger than fiction. I feel like a book should be written about this.
Gary Bowser and his Team Executor affiliates used a variety of...
And I know I'm supposed to, because I usually defend the underdog, I know I'm supposed to be pro Black Hat, but I'm not. I know I'm supposed to be like, fuck the corporation, but not this time. Specifically because, say what you want about Disney or motherfucking, you know, Squaresoft or motherfucking this one and Nintendo. All they're really trying to do, and I'm going to repeat this again for the second time, is make sure that your kids have something to focus on other than killing each other.
Give product names for their devices, such as the Gateway 3DS.
So you get pissed at him over an IP dispute, which seems to me if you have a legitimate IP dispute, you can defeat him in court. And then you go the criminal route because you are a criminal and you are lying. And you attack him a bunch of times. You attack Nintendo a bunch of times. And I'm sorry, but this is how the world actually views you. And you do belong in jail.
The Stargate, the True Blue Mini, the Classic 2 Magic, and the SX line of devices.
Now, some Black Hat gamers probably love this guy and view him as the, you know, as the Messiah because he brought them 10,000 free games. And the man who brings you 10,000 free games is going to be somebody that you like. I've experienced it before. One time I cracked Steam when I was like 13 years old. I cracked both my best friends and mine account. Well, we made extra accounts and I showed him something, which is how I got my Steam logo for the first 17 years of my Steam account's history, right? Is I did this symbol on my Steam account because I was scared that Steam was going to come after me for hacking Steam. But I showed my friend a simple registry hack when I was like 13 years old or something. I was a little bit older than that. I would say 17 maybe, something like that, I think. 17. And I cracked our separate Steam accounts that we had made for a game called Sven Co-op, which is an amazing game, by the way. Wow, no targets, nothing, huh? All right. That was creepy. I was like, wait, am I forgetting something? But no, I didn't hear anything mainly. So just going to bump that master sound a little more. Let's do some combat. I didn't want that. And we'll get into some EvE combat. Now, gate to the Greaseless base, gate to the Serpentis base. We're gonna go to the Serpentis base. Yeah, no, Steam's been around. How long has Steam been around? I don't know. How long has Steam been around? Yeah, 2003. So yeah, that was like, I don't know, 20 years ago now. Yeah, right. Like in this first or second year, I think it was like 2005. I would have been 25, I guess. I thought I was like 17, but no, this would have been when I was like 25. And so I took our Sven Co-op accounts that we had made separately, and I don't remember why we made separate accounts for Sven Co-op, but we did. And I took these accounts that we didn't care about, and I cracked them, and I was able to download any game on Steam. What's up? I know, wish that was still a thing, right? But no. Oh, no, that's weird. I'm very sorry. Thank you, Catherine Smith. Lol for the excellent. Sorry, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Now that's odd. Now, why did that happen? So here we are. Are these things ever gonna attack me? I guess not. We'll go to them, I guess. I don't remember a level 4 where they don't attack you. That seems like you could exploit that kind of. I don't know. Anyways, yep. And that's all I'm going to say about this, because it was like kind of a bad thing that I did. But we only used it for like 3 days before we were like, maybe we could get thrown in jail for this one. And then we just deleted the accounts and erased all the games on it and never used the email addresses again. And that was way back in like 2005 or something like that. Kind of funny. Yeah.
Devices that included the SXOS,
and this is from somebody who cracked Steam one time, who has torrented games their whole lives basically. If they wanted to, if I liked a game, I bought it. If I didn't like it, I didn't buy it. And so what I call torrenting, they call demos, right? I call it demos. Like if I torrent a game, I don't keep it because it's illegal, but I do want to see the game for like 4 hours before I just blow $60 on it. Because if I were to buy every game that I liked, I would have to have an income of like $3 million a year. You know what I'm saying? So to get around not having $3 million a year, you know, I would just try every game that I wanted to buy first by torrenting it, erase it the moment I'm buying it, or just erase it if I don't like it. And you know, this is how I did it since all my life. And if they had a demo, I would do the demo.
SX Pro, the SX Lite, and the SX Core. An individual could purchase
because it's often faster. It's faster to get a demo down and have you in the game than it is to download some 48 gig game on a torrent connection back in 2010. You know, it's a lot faster to get a demo than it is a whole game. So that's one of the reasons why I get the demo first, if it's possible. You know. I really believe in testing the product first before I use it. I really believe in this. Like, I really do. I won't buy it. Like, one of the reasons I never almost ever got ripped off by a drug dealer, because I was like, okay, well, yeah, man, I'll take this sack if I can smoke it. And they're like, oh, yeah, sure, here's a pipe, right? Yeah. But, I mean, I have to smoke it. Sorry. I got to smoke this before I leave this house. And they're like, I understand. Almost all of them are like, I understand. They're either don't like you and they don't want to hear some weird accusation like that. But in reality, if you don't smoke it first, you're the idiot who left the room and can't get back in the house anymore, can you? So,
it's one of their copy.
So I really believe in testing the product before I use it.
Circumvention devices put it in their hardware and essentially download any pirated game to it. Team Executor tried to camouflage their illegal activity by promoting their...
Now, it sucks that Gary Bowser was the guy who did this, but I will say there's something really passionately wonderful about the concept of having a cracked, like, PSP that'll play every game before that was ever made before the PSP, right? So you could have a PSP, and I know because all of my friends bought these except for me. I was the one who didn't believe in it, believe it or not. All of my friends bought cracked PSPs with 15,000 games on them, and they still use them too. Probably gave them to their kids. All of my real life friends, ones that don't even play video games. We used to give these out as birthday presents. I bought like 20 of these, but I never bought one for myself because I didn't believe in getting 20,000 games for free. I still don't believe in it. I want to test your game. That's it. That's why I believed in torrenting. But I don't believe in stealing 20,000 games. I just really fundamentally don't, you know? So, like, you know, being an artist myself, I know what it takes to make Bomberman look like Bomberman, and I know how much work it was to do it, and this stuff, all the training and the education necessary, and I just, you know, I just don't believe in stealing 20,000 games all at once. I really don't. But I would do it for other people who did believe in it, and often it was people who didn't believe in video games that wanted this more than I did. They wanted to be able to go play Super Mario Brothers 3 on their television whenever they wanted to, and take a journey back to better days when, you know, in 2004 when they were getting laid, you know. So, you know, like, you know, so what Bowser maybe envisioned is actually a really beautiful thing that many of my personal friends subscribe to. The idea of all these games, we aren't playing all of these games because they're all from 20 years ago anyways. Isn't it really actually good for their exposure if we steal 20,000 games and just keep playing them on our television screen on a cracked PSP? And the answer is no. No, you should not steal 20,000 movies, 20,000 games, 20,000 television shows. No, the answer is no. Now, if you think you're never going to see those things ever again, I think that kind of validates an argument of maybe downloading them on torrents. Like for instance, lately I went looking for torrents of British television from 25 years ago because I actually was a British television hobbyist about 25 years ago. And I know a lot about British televisions. Now, I don't know why, but these ships are just further and further away. Why does it say 96 km when I'm right on top of him? It's the game. The game is screwed up or something. And I can't target him even though he's right on top of me. So now I am going to decline this level 4 in its entirety. And I'm not going to jump through. I'm terribly sorry. But oh no, wait. Yeah, my drones were. Why are these things this far away? I mean, I guess, are they 90 km away? It doesn't seem like it, but I guess they are now. Like, I don't know. It looks alright, I guess. No, they're saying that, oh, yeah. Maybe I've just never done Worlds Collide? I don't know. It's making me nervous in the respect that they're, like, keeping me at range, I think. No. Reload. I mean, this is no good. I've been approaching this core admiral for a while now. And I think he's like full-blown like running from me or something. I don't know. No, I just had a weird targeting issue with, I don't know. It was I think my spatial reasoning disorder translated the data wrong in my head. You can see the Asperger's. It'll screw with my head sometimes. It's so annoying. I'm like, wait, am I far? Am I close? You know, it's not good. It's brain damage, kind of, a little bit. It's a mix of brain damage and being on the autism spectrum. And sometimes I'm like, wait, is he far away or close? I can't see it right. And you can see it right there. It's like one of the reasons why the government doctors actually wanted me on support. They were like, you are very verifiably on the spectrum. You have very verifiable issues, and they're like, we're going to say it in the file, and they did.
Products as a way for aspiring game developers to design their own video games for non-commercial use. But let's...
So, and it's funny because all of my non-gamer friends, this was like the best Christmas present that you could give them. Because they're like, oh, cool, I can play Super Mario Brothers 3 with my daughter when she's like 8 years old. And you're like, yeah, just stick it in a box somewhere, let it gather dust, keep it in a temperature-controlled space, and plug it in when you're ready to use it, and keep the batteries separate. And I bought you like 5, I used to buy them at like 4 extra batteries, so no matter what, they could use that motherfucker for a while, you know? And it was like $115, the whole package or whatever. It'd be like $100 for the PSP or whatever. It'd be like $85 for the PSP, and then like $30 to crack it and put the software and the games on it. They would send it to you in the mail, and I must have bought like 8 of those or something for birthday presents for the friends that I really loved, you know. But I didn't believe in it myself. I thought it was actually a much better tech for people that, like, for me, that's like going to the heroin dealer's house and smoking 5 grams of heroin for free and then just walking out the door. It feels so dirty to me. You know that at some point, like, you know, that feels dirty to me. You know it's... Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, the gates unlocked? Yes, they did. Scare me. Yeah, so, and so for me, I just couldn't ever stomach the idea of getting, like, 5 to 10 to 15 to 20,000 games at once. Because I figured I would never ever stop playing the PSP, right? That was my first concern. B was like I wouldn't even stop when I went to the bathroom, kind of thing, you know. That was my first concern. It's one of the reasons why I never did this. The second one was I just don't believe in pounding 20 grams of heroin and not paying for it. I've never been that type of person. I just don't believe in taking something wholesale that so many people work so hard on. I just don't. I was never a fundamental thief, which was why it was always okay to be my friend, I think. I was never fundamentally a thief. Not really. I would steal, but I didn't have the greed. I don't have the greed like a lot of other people do. I look at that as like, well, that's the dream come true, isn't it? 20,000 games to just play forever. You know, that to me should sound like some version of heaven on earth. It's like the Mecca, the promised land. I wasn't kidding when I said it earlier. Mecca, it's like a Mecca. It's like a promised land on earth. It's a PSP or a Switch that'll play every game known to man before the Switch, right? Every game from the last 30 years. Even chess. It doesn't matter what it is. But that much power and that much, to me, it's almost like my appreciation of sex or something like that. I don't need porn anymore, and I do porn, but I don't do it often. And it's because, like, you know, I just don't need it. My head is enough. I can trick myself into being so turned on that I'll have an orgasm and stuff. And honestly, the imagination and the yearning and the waiting and the desire and all that other stuff is far much better for me, a much more fulfilling experience than like just jacking up porn 18 hours a day, jacking off porn 18 hours a day, becoming a porn addict, which I was for like 2 years. And then I was just like, nope, I can't do this anymore. It's just too much instant access. It's just too much instant access gratification. So I was never able to actually keep one of those PSPs with all those games on it. I messed with one for a couple of weeks, but then I just gave it away because I was like, I can't have this much of my vice in one place at one time. It's like the junkie's dilemma. What happens when somebody hands you your own weight in pounds of Turkish hashish? This happened to that guy from the movie Blow. What happens when somebody offers you basically heaven? They talked about it in the movie, or I'm sorry, in the video that Lil Wayne did with Rick Ross. I'm on one. And Rick Ross's lyric is like, ever been in London with the woman in your dreams and on a pile full of money, and she looks out the window and she screams. And that's kind of what the PSP with 20,000 games is for me. I mean, the woman is of course something I want more. But I mean, my video game addiction and my abrasive personality and my soloist mentalist lifestyle and all this is not something that was very conductive to, well, it was conductive to romantic life. But in the end, they understand that the video games always come first, and they understand that they're dating a junkie. And I mean, that's the actual bottom line. They're like dating a junkie, and no one should really really. I don't believe junkies should, like, I think the like XKVCD hack guy said, like, shouldn't the punishment for drug addiction be drug addiction? And I would say that, you know, one of the ways that pretty much like dictates that I remain like single is if I were to invite a woman into my life, they would understand that I'm on stream 14 hours a day. I sleep for the other 10, and then I come back on and I do video games again for 14 hours a day. And this was always my life. I mean, it wasn't always my life, but it was always my ideal life. You know, this was what I always wanted. It's my greatest dream. And, you know, it reminds me of a lyric from one of my favorite albums, Antichrist Superstar by Marilyn Manson. And when I was young, I didn't understand this lyric. And I think it's a lyric actually from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe it's Veruca Salt, which is a reoccurring theme in my life. I kind of had a life like Veruca Salt, and I'm kind of Veruca Salt in a way. And If you don't know Veruca Salt, that's the little girl from Willy Wonka that stomps her foot and says, "Give it to me now. I want it now. I want it now." You know, 7 rings. I want it. I got it. You know, I want it now. I'm basically Veruca Salt, right? But this quote from the Marilyn Manson song, it changed me, but I didn't understand it for like 15 years. He said, "Many of the when all of your wishes are granted, many of your dreams will be destroyed." And he repeats it over and over and over again at the end of a track called "Man That You Fear," which is the last track on Marilyn Manson's Antichrist Superstar. And like, "Man That You Fear" is one of my favorite songs of all time because I am kind of the man that you fear. And it sucks. And like, you know, at the end of the song, they loop Veruca Salt over and over and over again at the end of the album. And she's going, and it's in this fucked up weird voice, and I didn't really understand it, but Brian Warner was going through it at the time, and I didn't really understand what it meant. When all of your dreams are granted, when all of your wishes are granted, many of your dreams will be destroyed. And I didn't fundamentally understand this until I had something like the PSP with 20,000 games in my hand. And it felt so dirty that I was like, I didn't work for this, I didn't earn this. I didn't go to work and pull down the paycheck to buy the Super Nintendo game that I'm ripping off ROM-wise here. So something reoccurring-wise all throughout my life is I've re-downloaded the ROM pack. the Z-SNES ROM pack. I've re-downloaded that like 32,000 times in my life or something like that, but I can't keep it. Something about that collection of games is, and I don't believe my best friend would be able to either. I've tried to give him the PSP with the games before, and he didn't want it. And I was like, yeah, I don't think I could either. It's too much of, like, you know, it's just too much theft in one place at one time. Having a PSP with 20,000 games is kind of like robbing. It's kind of like robbing 20,000 banks of their intellectual property all at once. And so this guy Gary Bowser, I could see how Miyamoto might really fucking hate him. Like, really, maybe might want to shove a gun up in his face and shoot him. Because this is kind of a line in our community that is drawn every day, where you have to decide whether you did the work or not. And if you did, you deserve the play. If you didn't, you don't. And when many of your dreams are granted, one time I had that happen. I had a PSP with like 18,000 games on it. And it was fired up, and it was full battery, and it was in my hands, and I owned the motherfucker, you know? And I was like, wow, this is like God's vagina opened up in heaven and squirted all over the fucking place. And now the new edict by God is that we all live in orgasm for the rest of our lives. What I am holding in my hand is pretty much all heroin that's ever existed in one place in one time. And I can just do video game heroin for the rest of my life, and, you know, and just never have a wife or ever have a life or a job. Never go to school, never, you know, never try, never get laid or any of that stuff. And thankfully I gave those I thought about how what that handheld represented that Gary Bowser put in my hand. And I never thought about it really till today. But I gave those PSPs to people who I didn't think really played video games. And I did this for a reason, because it was like all the world's heroin in one place.
Keep it real, people were buying this shit so they could just download games illegally. Team Executor's brazen pirating would continue on for years unchecked.
Executor. It's not Executor, it's Executor. You got it fucking wrong. You spelled the name wrong. You're stupid.
But eventually the team would fly
It's Executor. You'll never be able to tell me differently.
Too close to the sun.
True nerd would have known the fucking difference. Scrub ass, dumbass. True nerd would have known. You can see how Miyamoto might really fucking hate you. Miyamoto probably knew.
Of course,
that word is executor. It's not executor, you fucking idiot.
When they finally developed and began distributing a copy protection circumvention tool for Nintendo Switch, which was the hottest console in the world at the time, and it was also made by Nintendo, the most copy-protective company in the fucking world.
Yeah, I would say they are.
Eager to extinguish any threat to their...
No, that'd be Facebook.
Golden goose that was the Nintendo Switch, the company quickly caught on to Team Executor's practices and immediately began trying to track down those in the syndicate. Nintendo would eventually uncover some of the identities of these individuals and started issuing out legal threats, which would turn into a multi-year-long legal battle ending with a man in prison. After the involvement of federal authorities in September of...
So, on top of it, it's hilarious. Miyamoto calls up the Justice Department and tells them that there's this white guy who's been stealing Game Boys for like 10 years to the tune of like $2 billion, and you guys should go prosecute him and get his money because I can't get his money. He doesn't live in Japan, but you can. And I guarantee it, Miyamoto's lawyer called the Justice Department. I guarantee it. And they were like, there's this white guy who stole $2 billion from Nintendo. And it's a pretty bad race relation now, isn't it? And we're really kind of looking at maybe seeing if you guys will actually imprison this guy. Because if you don't, it's not a good look. Right? And that's what the lawyer says to the Justice Department. And the Justice Department says the same thing. They're like, oh, cool, we can fuck this guy for like $1 billion, you say. And Miyamoto's lawyer is like, yeah, go fuck this guy for $2 billion. Yeah, go fuck him. I can't get the money. I can't get the money out of the country. The lawyer can't get that money out of the country. No. So at least the Justice Department can get that money and stop other criminals like him. And this is how a good person thinks. I don't come up with these thoughts because I think this is how a good person thinks. I just think the good person thoughts and always have. I mean, might be the worst person that you've ever met, but it doesn't matter. I'm still a good person deep down inside. I don't really believe in theft. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in doing it unless you're desperate. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference.
Were arrested. At the time, Bowser...
Wow, is that a meth lab in his kitchen? What the fuck is that? What is that? Is it a bong? It's a meth bong.
Was living in the Dominican Republic. He was deported from the...
It's a meth bong. It's a krong. It's a meth bong. It's a krong. That means crack bong, right? It's a krong. If you don't know what that is, it's a krong. It's a fucking, oh my god. It's not a meth bong. It's a bong. It's a marijuana bong. And they call this a gravity bong. It's a gravity bong, I think. Maybe it's just a water container next to a cup, maybe. I don't see a straw. I think it's just a water container. Never mind, I'm wrong. It seemed like a krong when I first looked at it. Oh, I already lost a drone. Are you serious? Come on, man. I looked away for 45 seconds. God damn it. Well, there goes this fucking run. Come on, man. Damn it.
The country and compelled to appear.
Why are we looking at a video of his kitchen, I guess, which is
federal court shortly after to face criminal charges stemming from his involvement in the Nintendo IP hacking ring. The contextually hilariously named Gary Bowser was charged with 11 felony counts, including but not limited to conspiracy to commit wire fraud itself, conspiracy to commit money laundering, conspiracy to circumvent technological measures, and to traffic in circumvention devices, and trafficking in circumvention devices. The wiring and money laundering charges were each punishable with a sentence of up to 20 years in prison, and the conspiracy and trafficking circumvention charges were punishable with a sentence of up to 5 years. However, it turned out that Gary's involvement on the hacking side of things was actually rather limited. It was later found that Gary Bowser didn't have any major responsibilities in producing the products used to circumvent Nintendo game systems, and the man simply acted as a marketing and PR manager for the Executor.
I don't know why it took the drone. I mean, I guess I know why. At least when I left, the drone won't die, I don't think. I don't know why it took the drone 2 minutes and 45 seconds to get back when the normal, even under fire, the drone's normal travel time is 15 seconds. I didn't like this one, and I got a bad feeling off of it, and then I saw it's really not much of a solo level 4, and that drone, it won't die, which is good. But like, that cost me $40 million. And that's a bit ridiculous. And it also took me like 10 minutes to even get a target recognized as I approach targets. So this level 4, I'm just going to decline it. I remember Worlds Collide being good, but not this one. This one doesn't seem good. I don't know. Anyways, I didn't lose the ship, which is good, and I only lost one of the drones, so I'm fine. You know, there was like 40 million lost, which is okay. That's probably about what the level 4 actually pays. It just sucks that, like, you know, it sucks that drones can die in like 35 seconds, kind of, because the game's sort of an auto battler. And I don't really know why the drones are even really vulnerable in the first fucking place, kind of. They should be in PvP, but I don't know about PvE. I don't know if drones should be, I don't know, like, I guess drone health is a thing, but I've never understood it about CCP. They don't want you totally, like, totally zoned out, I guess. You have to pay attention to the game, but it still overly slaps your hand a bit. Because, like, all I did was alt tab away for 35 seconds to talk about a video or whatever, and in that time I lost 40 million, which is, like, kind of crazy in an auto battler. To suddenly experience a loss in like 35 seconds. Final Fantasy 11 wouldn't do that, you know? I don't think old school RuneScape would do that unless you were in the worst places in the world, you know? I think CCP kind of enjoys the drone death, and they kind of sadistically push it on the people. Because it's sort of unnecessary and expensive, and it doesn't really fit in auto battler at all. You know, this is an auto battler. It's always been an auto battler, like OSRS. You know what I'm saying? You auto swing at your targets. You might spin around and dance around the target and get behind it and stuff like that, or situationally, like, place yourself from certain ranges from the target to range at them. But, like, overall, it's an auto battler, and all those movements are generally done by the computer too. So, like, why you would have this game assassinate the drones like that is sort of beyond me. It doesn't really fit the gameplay of an auto battler. And I wish I had said something about it to Trash Panda when I talked to him last year.
Ironically, despite his limited role on the hacking side of things,
this guy with like 30,000 fucking followers came in, and I was like, what? And it said CCP Trash Panda. And I was like, oh, I have a dev in my channel.
Gary Bowser would be the only person from the team to receive a prison sentence in the United States. Prosecutors essentially considered Gary Bowser the public face of the company, and his marketing ability is what got these circumvention products into the hands of consumers around the world. Or maybe prosecutors thought it would be funny to convict a man named Gary Bowser in a trial in—
No, we think that's funny. They don't think it's funny when somebody steals $2 billion from somebody. They don't think it's funny. Because that's what the projected loss on this was. Those stolen ROM Game Boys. The projected loss on this was like 2.6 billion or something nuts like that. It was so bad for Nintendo, and I feel for them, because that's like the full-blown criminals just straight up stealing their money that they make for trying to entertain kids. It's like stealing from The Simpsons. You know? It's like stealing from The Simpsons. It kind of sucks. It's like the same thing. It's like stealing from Disney. It's really weird. It's very weird. These are companies that basically want to entertain kids. It seems like a bad target, in my opinion. No, they did. They wasted my drone. They right out wasted my drone, and I lost 64 million for coming in here, which is just insane to me. Oh well. I mean, after 3 level 4s, I'll have paid for them, but it still sucks. Also, that's a DPS loss, I guess. Man. Oh, did I drop the tractor? No. So I'm going to launch for self and spin. What is my DPS? It is 655, which is fine. That's great for level 4s. It's much cheaper to run these 7 million drones and just lose them than it is to try to buy the extra 75 DPS with the augmented. And I'm learning this. I think the augmented actually were kind of a mistake outside of PvP. Or they would fit abyssals. They fit abyssals. It makes sense to put 40 million drones in your Gila rack if you're in abyssal tier 5 or 4 or 6. 4, 5, or 6. But you don't really want to have expensive drones out on an auto grind. because it took me 20 years of greed to understand this. I'm finally realizing it like 18 years later. Like, you just don't want expensive drones if you can help it. You need the drones that can get just like the ships. You want drones that can get the job done. And so these drones will get the job done at 75 less DPS, which is a significant loss. It's, it was like 719, I think. And I'm sitting at like 55 plus 17 would be, 60, 67, 70. So like around 70, I lost like 70 DPS when I lost those drones. That's a lot on a 656.7 DPS chart. But it's also like, those drones were 1/5 of the value of the ship. Which just doesn't make sense from an economically feasible perspective. It's just not feasible to throw drones at a dungeon that pays basically what the drones are worth, unless you're paying a lot of attention. But the problem is, I feel like I was paying a lot of attention when I went away for 35 seconds. One drone was dead, and the other one was half gone. It was too snared up to even get back to the ship. And I don't really understand why 80 million ISK would just, 64 million ISK would fly out the window in 35 fucking seconds on a PvE engagement. That fits for PvP. It does not fit for PvE. That is not feasible for the game design of PvE to make the hunter's pet more expensive than it is. It's not feasible as a game developer to make a hunter's pet more expensive than the dungeon you're running. And if you mispull or something like that, you lose the hunter's pet more expensive than the gold you make running the dungeon. That's not the hunter's fault. That's bad design. I would say most people would agree. I think it's kind of bad design. So now look, this one's notorious. Now I remember Worlds Collide. I remember. So Worlds Collide is a really bad one to run for Gila. So we're gonna cut our losses here. I forgot, but just this time last week, I think I lost the same exact 2 drones, but then I pulled in another 140 million or whatever, so it was fine. But I mean, as I recall, this time last week, I think I lost like 2 drones exactly like this, doing the exact same thing, and it's actually okay to take the drones. It's not okay to lose the drones, and you won't lose the drones unless you go into Worlds Collide, which is a level 4 specifically designed to slap the hand of lazy Gila pilots that are coming in there with their Ishtars and their drone boats and their Gilas and their Tengus and stuff, and just AFKing the level 4 like I'm trying to do. Worlds Collide is there, even the title of it is literally CCP trying to like enforce this idea that you can't just sit there and let the game play itself. You must engage in some way.
I don't know.
And so I'll let them die on that hill, and that hill is Worlds Collide, I would say. It kind of sucks. But I mean, yeah, that's their hill. They died on it. They were like, no, at least one of these level 4s is going to definitely kill your drones. So just deal with it, And I think they're right. I think they're right to do it. Because, so Worlds Collide essentially is not and honestly, I've been doing level 4s for 14 years, and I still forget that Worlds Collide is a mission that you shouldn't do. And if I go pull it on the mission chat runner, or I'm sorry, EvE Uni, it's gonna say the same thing. If you're a drone boat, you're probably gonna lose a lot of your drones. So and it sucks that I forgot, and it cost me some money, but it didn't cost me the ship. And that's what matters. Like the drones, it's okay to lose drones almost always, but it's never okay to lose the ship over it, which is what almost happened. I was like, wow, my DPS reduced to 0 because of the fucking range that the drones had to fucking travel was so far that by the time they're out there killing that dude at the other end of the golf course, the other people shooting me at the other end of the golf course have killed me, right? So by the time that my Call of Duty drone that kills people, they reach the other end of the golf course, like literally the other snipers on the other end of the golf course have shot me too much, and this is a reality about real life too. By the time the tank reaches that position, they may have already killed the frontal, So, you know, so just understand time and travel is something we call logistics in EVE, and it is something you must take into consideration at all times. Even the drone travel takes time. That can cost you like $10 American. So, or more. So just understand, you know. I've got to go to this place. Yep. And I got to go replace my drones, which are a problem. I've got to decline the mission and go back. If I'd been fully paying attention, I might have made it out without the drone death, but I would not have finished the level 4. And this is reflected here. So I would have lost the ship. So I took the Garista form of Worlds Collide, excuse me. Excuse me. Took the Grease's form of Worlds Collide, which was here. And this one is fairly famous for drone death. No, I mean, I don't know. I remember this one being fairly famous for drone death. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to finish the level 4. And I'm going to do it the right way. No, I'm not. No, this one... This one, I think what I'm seeing... Yeah, like the Worlds Collide, right? The Angel Cartel and Sanchez, right? This one's kind of known for... But I had some pilot or somebody tell me one time that Worlds Collide is actually really bad drone-wise. So I'm just going to go with my feelings, which is quit the mission, because this one is specifically meant to thwart Gila pilots, you know? So I'm not going to gamble like a gambler. I'm just going to accept that I don't like that mission and I don't need to run it, so I'm not going to. Sure, take this one. This one's good. So, gotta go back to Jita. Maybe. Let's see. Maybe I don't. Oh my God! Look at all those expired drugs. God damn it, man. It's like 100 million in expired drugs. Why would you do that, CCP? I know why, because it's reality. You know? That's what happens to drugs. They expire. It's so sad. Makes me want to cry, really. It's so sad when drugs expire. I've seen it before.
In 2021, Bowser pled guilty to the 2 remaining charges against him, stemming from the Nintendo lawsuit, and agreed to help.
So you might want to be some shithead hacker who attacks people all the time and all this, right? But trust me, jail comes sooner than you might think. It's a treacherous little path. Better be careful.
Help law enforcement in finding the other members in exchange for a reduction of charges. He was ultimately sentenced to serve 40 months in prison. It's been said that Gary Bowser's involvement in Team Executor's illegal scheme netted him close to $300,000. Unfortunately for Gary, though, this $300K wouldn't be enough to offset the damages he would face after he was sued by Nintendo. Since being convicted, Gary Bowser was personally sued by Nintendo and has been compelled to pay $10 million in order to settle this lawsuit. The man is now in enormous debt and will reportedly have to pay Nintendo stipends from his paychecks for the rest of his life. In a recent podcast appearance filmed in April of 2023, Gary Bowser revealed that he was being held at the Northwest Detention Center in Tacoma, Washington. In this chat, he announced that he was awaiting processing to get out of prison early for good behavior.
So, Gary, when you get out of, what's the time frame of when you should be finally processed and they, you know, I guess deport you to where you're going? How is that going?
Well, the good thing is I already went to court once I was in quarantine. So I did my court on April the 4th, and then I was already filled with all my documentation on April the 7th. So now I'm just waiting for the new passport and everything. That's the good thing about further along than almost everybody here. A lot of people end up spending 3 to 6 months in the facility. And the most I'll probably end up spending here is maybe, well, we're already, I think we're on the 3rd week now, so I'll be out within another week and a half.
What will become of the man after the fact remains unknown, but needless to say, if this man has any sense, he'll never cross Nintendo again. Pokemon is Nintendo's second most valuable intellectual property, with only Mario himself beating out this beloved franchise. And like with all of Nintendo's creations, the brand's family-friendly image is protected at all costs. That being said, our next story involves 2 young men that attempted to commit a heinous crime at a sanctioned Pokemon card game tournament, their actions landing them in prison. The Pokemon World Championship is an invite-only tournament sanctioned by the Pokemon Company itself, which is under Nintendo's ownership. The first Pokemon World Championship began in 2004 and has been an annual occurrence ever since, with thousands being in attendance each year.
I like playing games that play themselves. I'm lazy.
For the sake of this story, we'll be discussing the Pokemon World Championship from 2015 and some disturbing events that unfolded during it. This whole debacle begins with 18-year-old Kevin Norton and 27-year-old James Stumbo. Both of these men were known in the competitive Pokemon community and were considered high-level Pokemon trading card game players. So much so that they received invitations to compete in the 2015 championship. Kevin and James were friends, often talking online and commiserating at smaller local Pokemon tournaments in Iowa, which is the state where the young men were from. Now, as a player, being invited to the most prestigious Pokemon trading card game tournament would be an honor, at least you would think. In the wake of the invitations, you might imagine the boys would graciously thank the community or the Pokemon Company for sending them these invitations. But no, that's not what they did at all. Oddly enough, what we got instead was the boys taking to social media, issuing veiled threats of violence targeting the event itself.
Of course.
In the days leading up to it. For example, just 2 days before the tournament was to take place, James Stumbo would post the following warning to his Facebook page. Kevin Norton and I are ready for Worlds. Boston, here we come. This blurb was ominously paired with an image featuring an AR-15 and a pump-action shotgun placed on the trunk of a white sedan. In the replies, one Facebook user wrote, "Good luck," and Kevin Norton replies, "With killing the competition?" The other user says, "Haha, yes." It's also alleged that around this time, Kevin and James had made various threats of violence on a Pokemon trading card game forum. One of these threats was reportedly noticed by one of the moderators and passed along to the security team of the Pokemon trading card game event. However, at the time, many that knew Kevin and James personally weren't particularly alarmed by these Facebook and social media posts, as apparently James Stumbo in particular maintained a sarcastic, edgy online persona, and many in the community passed these threats off as just another attempt at online provocation. Whatever the case, eventually Worlds would come, and Kevin and James would make their way to Boston to compete, to attack. Nobody really knew. And fortunately, we never had to find out the answer to this question because Kevin and James were never allowed inside of the Pokemon Convention Center. On August 20th of 2015, members of the Boston Regional Intelligence Center had received the Pokemon Forum moderator's tip regarding the threats of violence issued by the two on social media. And as a result of this, Kevin and James were stopped while trying to register at the event itself. When questioned by the authorities about the threats they had made online, James Stumbo said that his messages were taken out of context and his messages were nothing more than a comedic bit. But how much of a bit really was it? As it's reported later in his interview with the police that he confessed to having guns in his vehicle at the time. Naturally, this admission was extremely disturbing with the context of the Facebook post. So after he admitted this, police seized Kevin and James's vehicle. The two men weren't initially detained and they stayed at a motel as they awaited further instruction from law enforcement. The following day, a search warrant was granted and the police looked for guns inside of their vehicle. What they discovered was a 12-gauge Remington shotgun and one DPMS model AR-15. Police also found several rounds of ammunition and a hunting knife. Yeah, it was looking like Kevin and James may have actually had plans to commit something like what they described or hinted at in that Facebook post. And if that was the case, a potential mass shooting had been thwarted thanks to the anonymous tip given by this Pokemon forum moderator. After
Pokemon forum moderator.
Their arsenal.
Go Pokemon forum moderator.
An arrest warrant was then issued for both Kevin and James, and they were soon taken into custody at their motel in Saugus, Massachusetts. The men charged with unlawful possession of a firearm as well as some other firearm offenses.
Oh, good. Let's go shoot kids who play Pokemon up with M16s. We're not crazy. Let's go shoot up Pokemon kids.
In the wake of Kevin Norton and James Stumbo's arrest, the Pokemon Company itself would comment.
And Nintendo's like, what? Well, no more Pokemon then. We can't be responsible for a shooting.
On the situation.
Are the crazy right wing gonna shoot up Pokemon tournaments now? On top of Madden tournaments? No more Pokemon tournaments then. No.
To the event this weekend, our community
fucking
of
shitheads
made us aware of a security issue. We gathered information and gave it as soon as possible to the authorities at John B. Hines Veteran Memorial Convention Center, who acted swiftly and spearheaded communication.
Yeah, I'm it's weird how I've been picking Nintendo's side on all of these, but I really feel Nintendo's right about this one too. We can't have Pokemon tournaments turning into bloody Columbines, can we? And how is that Nintendo's fault if these guys wanted to do this? Are you guys this crazy over Pokemon that you want to shoot up a Pokemon tournament? I think the answer is yes. I think you've left reality, not you guys, but just these guys, right? I think the answer is yes. These guys, they're in jail right now, and they should be in jail because it's like reality and you don't really fuck around too much with each other, I don't think.
With the Boston Police Department. Due to quick action, the potential threat was resolved. The Pokemon Company International takes the safety of our fans seriously and will continue to ensure proper security measures are a priority. I'm telling you, man, Pokemon, Nintendo, don't fuck with these guys. They're gonna get you. You're gonna get got. As I mentioned briefly earlier, it's not known to this day what the boys' intentions were with their attendance of the Pokemon event. In the wake of the arrests, Pokemon card expert Josh Squeaky Marking went to bat for James Stumbo and has gone on record calling Stumbo a, quote, pretty chill and reserved guy. With this community member who had spoken with Stumbo before kind of believing that this was just an edgy joke that had been taken extremely too far. Squeaky had this to say. Quote, every time I did an interview with him, he always seemed like a chill person, but he is also the type to be sarcastic and joke around. And this line of thinking would be an argument that James and Kevin's defenses would attempt to make while in court. The men's defense attorneys tried to argue that the alleged threats made were simply idle online chatter and edgy banter. However, it was later revealed that the two had sent threatening messages to other members that would be attending the convention itself. One of them read, quote, my AR-15 says that you'll lose. Edgy joke? Possible. Death threat? Also possible. In July of 2016, Kevin and James would change their verdict from not guilty to guilty. James Stumbo.
Too much anger, too much meth, too many guns. Oh, lordy, lordy. This is expensive. Lordy, lordy, lord. I wish I had some, and maybe I have some, huh? I think I put a buy order out for these. No. Let's sort by name. It'd be... Is this one weird? It has like a quote in front of it, which makes it really weird. Yeah, there. No, I don't think I do. I have these augmented Valkyries that I'll never use that I got off somebody else. And that's how I'll pay for this loss. I got these drones off somebody else for free. And so I will pay for the loss that I just had. with that guy's loss, because I saw some really nice drones sitting there a couple of weeks ago. I remember this. Yeah, or no, I'm sorry. This was last year. This was like last year, but I remember when I got these Valkyries, they were not mine. I've never flown Valkyries. Yeah, and I'm gonna take the 30 million from that, and I'm gonna use it to pay for the 4 augmented that I'm gonna buy here, and that makes me feel a little bit better about Worlds Collide. But really, I think that's more CCP. They just don't want me to. My God, look at the price of it. It's just, look at the price of it. I mean, I really want these, but I don't think I can afford to fly them anymore. With the way that I'm playing the game, I don't think it's feasible to throw all of my money away on fancy drones. I don't think that's how they built the game, and it's not all my money, but I know that a lot of the money that's going out is for augmented Vespas. I should get the BPO. Oh my God. I want the BPO for augmented Vespa. I don't think I mean, maybe I could get this, but I fucking doubt it. It's gonna be hundreds of dollars. You know what I'm saying? So let's go look. No, I don't want to make one. I want to see one. Yes, I want to cancel. No, contract search for not drone damage amplifier, but no, looking for Vespa, right? Anything Vespa. What do you got, Vespa? So integrated BPCs. For 4 million, this guy wants, what is it? Drone BPCs with how many copies? Runs 1,500. So yeah, can you make me a Vespa BPO? I want augmented Vespa. How do I do that? I go to personal assets. I can't type this item, but I think I can oh, I can find in contracts, I think. No. Well, yeah, I can drag this down here, I think. Yeah, and I can go find in contracts, and that will find me what I'm looking for. So for 2.26 billion, this guy's selling a ship. What is it? It's a Fit Gila. Oh, it's a Jita split. No, never mind. This is yeah, it's a Gila, but with. It's interesting because I can see the fit that they think is good. Nanite repair pace seems like a really odd choice to me. They're going. Oh no, they just had it in the fit. I don't know if Pyrolancia goes bad, but yeah. Augmented Vespas. I thought I could keep drugs forever. I thought EVE Online might let me do that, but they don't. I think Fallout does, but not EVE Online, and that sucks. Like right there is 140, but I mean he's charging way too much for this Gila. Like way too much. It's a joke contract. You can see because nobody's doing BPCs or BPOs of augmented Vespa at all. And that's just not really good for me. That sucks. So now I don't know. It's out of my reach. So I've grown an addiction to drones that is not economically feasible. It appears that the pyro doesn't really expire. So no, just what? Yeah, because I have to drag it out, huh? Right now I have 33 million of Pyrolancia, but see, do these expire? Does let's go to rookie help, right? No one answered. That sucks. Well, that's got to go for processing. These are good, but they're too expensive to lie around. They're too expensive to leave lying around. I'm going to liquefy all of this. Well, everything but that one. And everything but those three. I'm going to liquefy the rest of these. I can't leave them lying around. I think I threw that other one away. Fuck. I was keeping a drug collection, but nope. CCP doesn't want that. CCP doesn't want that. So here goes a whole bunch of drugs. That'll be some income towards these drones as well. Because they were just going to be... I was going to lose this money anyways. So, yeah. I'll take it, sure. Drugs expire, which makes my appreciation of EVE a little bit less, but not that much. Okay, so, yeah, so we just go... Now, remind me what Pyro does, though. Yeah, it's 7 turret, 7 missile. And then I think if I can get a Fed... No, I can't get a Fed booster anymore. There's no drone damage booster anymore, I don't think. So it's like... boosters, right? Let's go look at boosters again. I always do this, and I always trip. It's like kind of weird. So, boosters, right? Implants of boosters... Booster. It's not Pyro that I'm looking for though. It's yeah, look, they aren't even in the game anymore, the Fed boosters. They're just not even listed. So yeah, you can't get drone boosters, and I don't really understand that. I mean, velocity's nice, but turret damage is nice, but I mean, drones have damage too. Why aren't we allowed to have boosters? Alright, well, so going to the drones collection. Nice. There's the drone. Well, what am I doing? I'm doing Imperial Navy infiltrators, like 8 of them. Yeah. Yeah, and I'll just fill my drone boat with cheap drones, and I'll pull money through quantity, not quality. It'll be longer. It'll be like probably 15. Each run will be like 10 or 15 minutes longer with less DPS, but you know, I don't stand to lose 60 million every time I go look at a video, right? I only stand to lose like 15 million. and that makes it much safer for me. So I'm gonna just go the route of, like, you know, try to make $1 out of 15 cents, you know, rather than that extra nice 75 DPS. Like, but I'm out of these drones because I burned through them. And see, I keep lots of other drones because they're easy to keep if you don't burn through them. But see, I burned through them. For a while it was Imp Navy infiltrators, but look, like, okay, Imp Navy infiltrators used to be 30 million, and I used to keep like 6 of them, you know, and then for a long time they were like 7 million. But now they're like 1.5 million. To me, they're essentially free now. And I'm beginning to see that it's better to burn through 4 of these 2 million drones than it is to have 75 more DPS and run the 60 million risk, I think. And this is how really a pilot would think. But I mean, that kind of thinking isn't inherent to my usual personality, which would be, oh, I'm taking the best drones. I don't care what you do, you know? But I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm just gonna bring drone fuel, right? Drone fuel to my staging. Yeah. Yep, there we go. And now we leave. Gotta go back. No. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't mind having contracts up there. I'm actually kind of curious about that. And then set destination. Okay, and undock and.
Pled guilty for possession of the rifle and.
My God, that guy looks so much like me. He looks so much like me. The hair, the fat, the sideburns because he hasn't showered in a while. This guy is who I was like 5 years ago. He's probably high on meth. He's definitely angry.
Norton pled guilty for
this guy's less angry, but he's still angry.
Possession of the shotgun, and both would admit guilt for possessing.
This guy's really angry, like really angry.
The ammunition. Both Kevin Norton and James Stumbo were ultimately sentenced to serve 2 years in prison as well as 2 years of pro.
That's it, huh? You were gonna shoot up the Pokemon place, and all you got was 2 years. Man, the punishment fit the crime, didn't it?
And were ordered.
I spent, well, not time in prison, but
to undergo mental
I spent longer time on probation for drugs than this guy did for attempting to shoot up the Pokemon World Championships. A savage hypocrisy.
Devaluation. All I gotta say in wrapping this story up is big shout out to that Pokemon forum moderator that gave the initial tip that got the ball rolling with these guys getting arrested. As if that wasn't the case, we could have been dealing with another David Katz situation here. We'll learn about another Nintendo violating miscreant after a brief message from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Keeps, and to begin the ad, I'd like for you to take a look at my hairline from old videos back in 2020. Yeah, your boy was losing hair and losing it fast. I didn't want to go bald, so I decided to do something about my hair loss and got started with Keeps, and the results have been pretty insane. This is me at 6 months after starting Keeps. This is me a year after starting, 2 years after starting, and this is me now, almost 3 years.
Wait, now you started a new video? No, you didn't.
Starting Keeps, and if you ask me, I think this stuff has worked pretty well, at least in comparison to where we were at before. Keeps offers generic versions of the 2 FDA-approved hair loss products at a can't-beat price, and best of all, you skip the trip to the doctor's office and pharmacy. Keeps will set you up with a prescriber online and ship your prescription right to your front door. And in 4 to 6 months, you should start seeing results. Look, guys, I honestly consider myself like a Keeps success story. I stand by this stuff, and if you're having some anxiety about hair loss, there's no better time than now to start Keeps. Hair loss stops with Keeps, and you guys can go to keeps.com/wavy to get started and take advantage of their special offer. That's keeps.com/wavy. This next story involves one of Nintendo's most notorious hackers, a man so infamous that he was looked into by the FBI, who ultimately ended up busting him for a completely different crime. Ryan S. Hernandez, aka Ryan West, who also went by the online alias Ryan Rocks, was a teenager from Palmdale, California. The young man had already gained notoriety for being quite the hacker at only 16 years old. In 2016, Ryan and an online associate managed to use a deceitful phishing technique and stole the credentials of a Nintendo employee. This exploit was used to gain access to confidential files related to Nintendo's consoles and games. Some of this hacked info included pre-release data regarding the Nintendo Switch, which hadn't even been announced yet. Ryan would leak this Nintendo Switch information to the public, which included specs and the actual physical design of the console itself. Naturally, Nintendo considered their unannounced console being leaked onto the internet a pretty big deal, and they managed to track old Ryan down with the help of the FBI. The feds were on the case and investigated the breach, which led them down a virtual trail all the way to Ryan's real-life house. FBI agents would make contact with Ryan Hernandez at his parents' place in California. After being confronted by the feds, the young man promised to stop any further cybercrime activity and said that he understood the consequences if he tried to hack Nintendo again. Those consequences being, he would be arrested and taken to jail, even if he was a minor. So the feds pretty much gave Ryan a slap on the wrist, told him to not hack Nintendo anymore, and away. And you might think that Ryan would count this as a blessing and stop his cyber criminal activities, but no, that's not the case at all. Ryan got right back into his hacking hobbies, and in fact took to social media to mock the FBI after they had left his house. From the summer of 2018 to the summer of 2019, Ryan made frequent attempts at hacking Nintendo and getting new Nintendo leaks. At one point, Ryan managed to hack into multiple Nintendo servers and stole more confidential information about popular video games and gaming consoles that were on the horizon. This was a time when tons of Nintendo leaks were coming out of the woodwork. You might remember the Nintendo Giga Leak, which revealed a lot of old information about canceled Nintendo games, which included old canceled Pokemon sprites, the actual Luigi model from Mario 64, and other insane Nintendo shit that was just kept on their servers. It's never been officially confirmed that Ryan was directly involved in the Giga Leaks, but he was rubbing shoulders with these guys and trying to pry into Nintendo's servers in a similar way. At the peak of Ryan's hacking spree, he maintained a braggadocious internet personality, frequently publicly boasting about his exploits on Twitter.
Yeah, that's always smart. Yeah, pretty wise. How many years in jail did you face over that?
Collaborate with other hackers in an effort to find new leaks. Eventually,
you gotta brag so you go to jail, right?
Ryan's Discord, and that he had resumed his hacking
Leave paper trails.
So they decided to pay him another visit. And this visit from the FBI would result in an arrest, but not for the crime that you're expecting. Within these hard drives, the feds indeed found evidence proving that he had continued his Nintendo hacking endeavors. However, inside these hard drives, the FBI found something far more concerning. Forensic analysis of his devices revealed that Ryan had used the internet to collect more than 1,000 videos and images of minors engaging in sexually explicit conduct. Ryan had stored this despicable content in a folder titled, quote, "bad stuff." After the discovery of this CP collection, Ryan Hernandez, the famous Nintendo leaker, was immediately arrested. In April of 2020, at the age of 21, Ryan pled guilty to the federal charges of both computer fraud and abuse and possessing CP. The man's sentencing was delayed due to COVID-19 restraints, but eventually, on December 2nd of 2020, Ryan was sentenced to serve 3 years in prison, and after this sentence, he is to serve 7 years of supervised release and must register as a sex offender. Ryan has also agreed to pay a fine of $259,323 in restitution towards Nintendo. The sheer absolute brazen behavior displayed by Ryan, I mean, having direct interaction with the FBI, having CP on your computer, all the while you're actively hacking a Nintendo, this guy was just a real degenerate. And I have no issues with Nintendo and the feds coming after him. Back before digital video game releases, generally speaking, Australia was the last region in the world to get access to a game on store shelves. However, there were some exceptions to this rule, with some releases involving Australians getting first dibs. And this story involves a man who, even with the early Australian release, couldn't wait to get his hands on New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and is to face serious
Are you serious?
consequences.
Oh, come on. You needed Super Mario Brothers Wii so bad that you committed a crime. I guess I'm not that one. I guess I'm not one to talk. No, I've never done anything that stupid. Not even close to that colossally stupid, no.
The story begins in November of 2009 with 24-year-old James Bird, a part-time freight worker in Cinnamon Park, Queensland, Australia. James lived with his parents at the time and had been described as a video game fanatic with a particular interest in Nintendo.
Oh, when they call you a fanatic, it sucks. Because I'm pretty much a fanatic. I shouldn't laugh at him for that one. Because, yeah... I would say that's about the right word for me. Fanatic. That'd be yeah. Yeah. It's not right to laugh at him. I'm no better.
Games and merchandise. One of the most anticipated Nintendo titles of 2009 was New Super Mario Bros. Wii. A multiplayer adaptation and expansion of the ideas.
That was a good game. I love this game, and he's not wrong, but he is wrong.
Mario Bros. DS. You've all played this game.
I love this game. Yeah.
I don't even know why I'm explaining.
Right. Yeah. Like I don't know either. It's sort of offensive. It's like I know you have kids, but they probably know what you're talking about.
The game was primed to be a hot.
This was such a great game. Yeah.
Commodity, and James Bird couldn't wait to get his hands on it.
Of course he couldn't. I need it before everybody else does. That makes me special because I'm a unique unicorn who somehow gets the game before you do. I'm special somehow.
And fortunately for the man, this was one of those rare instances where Australia was actually slated.
Like, yeah, it turns out this time you are going to get it first. Congratulations. And he probably lorded it over everybody. Trombe? Yeah. And then... Yeah. And then... Yeah. And I'm just going to stop... I should have brought missiles with me too. Oh, well. I'm going to just stop throwing my money down the... like, the money hole. And just make pure profit. Instead of... And if I lose a drone, I could lose 5 drones. It doesn't matter. Frankly, oh, my drones are dead. Oh, well, they're 1.5 million. This ship that they killed is worth $1 million. So, oh, well. You know, I really feel like, oh, well. So... Yeah, I think it's a real mistake to take those fancy drones. It's unfortunate. It's good for Abyssal. That's really where those belong, Abyssal.
To get access to the game before everybody else. With Australia getting it November 12th, USA.
Oh, you know, I haven't looked at my skill chart in a while, which is like maybe a thing now. I know that I got Galente Holler to 5. Oh, I'm in the wrong ship. Oops. Yeah, we go.
November 15th, EU, 20th, and Japan
yes,
on
set
December
destination,
3rd.
yes.
But this November 12th release, see, James didn't even have to wait that long to get
No, because he stole it.
Days before the new Super Mario Bros. Wii release,
He broke into the GameStop, stole the game before it was put on the shelves, copied it, and put it on the internet.
James was browsing around a local retail store's video game section and stumbled across an impossible site. That site being New Super Mario Bros. Wii on the shelf and
by mistake? That's like finding the promised land.
Available for purchase. Apparently, the retailer had mixed up the release date and put the game available for purchase.
Yeah, we'll sell it to you. You know, it's funny. I've done this before. I've sold games that I don't think we were supposed to sell because they don't tell you what the date is well enough all the time. And so I believe we did launch games like kind of weird sometimes when I was working at GameStop. Like you would make a mistake every once in a while. I remember the management making mistakes where they were like, oh wow, this game isn't supposed to be out until tomorrow kind of thing. I remember that happening.
On shelf days before Nintendo had intended.
Yeah, like days before. This probably happens to Nintendo too. The good game stores probably start selling the copies like the day before, and they don't tell anybody about it.
And one of the first in the world to play this game, James bought it and excitedly took his copy of
I thought Nintendo would sue him for like, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said the 19th, not the 20th. Sorry, I thought you said 21st, not the 20th. My bad. Are you going to sue us? I mean, it really was just a clerical mistake. Sorry. And Nintendo's not going to probably take the time to go sue GameStop. No.
SMB Wii.
And I bet you GameStop takes advantage of this all the time.
And needless to say, New Super Mario Brothers Wii is...
I mean, I worked at GameStop and we kind of subversed that place, but we never would have done it for this sort of thing.
It's a great game, and James quite enjoyed it.
So did I call it? Now I called it, didn't I? Before we knew what it was, I said he broke into a GameStop, stole a game, copied it, put it on the internet.
He felt like the luckiest man on earth. However, James's luck would sour after he logs onto an internet...
Oh, no. Never mind. So this was much worse. This was just Nintendo being litigious, I think. This is going to be an example of one of the bad times when Nintendo ruins someone's life just purely because they logged on a game. I mean, maybe.
...for him and starts bragging about his fine.
You shouldn't have done that. You guys brag way too much. You leave paper trails and bullshit of proof of doxing. One of the things that you don't think about is when you dox somebody, it is a snapshot. And when you report it for doxing, they take a snapshot of your IP and all this. And they start building something against you. And when you finally do make a mistake, they're like, yeah, remember those other times that you doxed this guy? We're going to get you 5 times.
After playing his forbidden Mario Brothers release for some...
Why are we looking at World of Warcraft then? Can't you just get footage of Super Mario Brothers?
James took to the internet to...
No, he can't because Nintendo might sue him.
In the face of other Nintendo...
No, he can't because Nintendo might sue him. It's the actual truth. No, he cannot do that. Nintendo might sue him. He can show like 1.5 second things of Super Mario Brothers to identify what the game is. That's about it. Anything else that he did, they'll sue him.
Gamers flaunting his luck in...
So he was very brave to do this video, but he was smart because, you know, you can do this video. It's an easy video to do if you just don't show anything from Nintendo. You just use stock footage from other things. There's actually a killing to be made. Look at it. He's got 1.4 million subscribers, 1 million views on this video from 3 months ago. And honestly, there's no Nintendo in it, which is one of the things that's so funny about it. There's no Nintendo in this other than what Nintendo wants to see, which is a Nintendo logo. That's it. The only thing Nintendo wants to see on this screen is their logo. That's it. They don't want to see Super Mario Brothers on this video. They don't want to see the Pokemon Championship. They don't want us to see any of that stuff. They think of that stuff. I think they think of it as like children's material that doesn't really belong on an adult website or something. I think it actually goes as deep as that. I think it actually does. I think Miyamoto probably goes to bed and sleeps well at night thinking that he protected the children by making sure that the adults just didn't come in and shit up the place. You know, and one of the ways that he does this is he just IP protects his stuff because he believes he's got a higher purpose, which he kind of does, entertaining children. He's always thought of himself as the kids game maker, and he is. He doesn't make, like, Nintendo doesn't make anything but kids games. Like maybe sports games is the most adult thing that they'll ever do. Nintendo will not do anything but kids games. They like later, like, they got a little bit more open-minded, but the first 30 years of their career, they did not do anything but kids games at all. So that's how they they view their work like this sacrosanct thing that's meant for children, not the adults. And I've seen this before in children's television executives and, like, you know, cartoonists and, like, it's weird, like children's singers and stuff. They're always interesting personalities, but they have this holier than thou fundamental belief that their job is more important than a lot of other people's jobs because they're entertaining children, and that's something that the parents really need. It's like literally it's a hot commodity like rental and food and water and power and internet and stuff. It's a hot fucking commodity, right? The parents actually really need entertainment for their fucking kid, and so the people that do it, they get holier than thou like this sometimes, like Miyamoto, and they're like, nah, if you turn our logo and our kids games into this Pokemon bloody massacre, what's that going to do to Pokemon? And so they just sue. They don't care. They don't care what you think about their litigious, you know, they just sue. Their whole point is not about whether it hurts you or not. Their fucking point is about, like, you know, don't hurt the kids. And they're technically right. It sucks, but and I don't, honestly, it's frankly very, like very hard for me to say this because Nintendo is one of the worst corporate bastards out there, and I'll hit them with the other side of the stick. You know they're one of the worst corporate bastards out there. They really are. So like, you know, I'm sorry, that to me is indefensible, really, being one of the worst corporate bastards out there. And sure, you market to kids, and that's great, but that doesn't make you any better than anybody else. So, and you do entertain kids, and that does make you better than most people, but it doesn't make you better than anyone else. Not really. So you view yourselves like, because of your corporate mandate to protect the children, you step in and you wipe the floor with somebody who just likes your product. And I don't really understand that form of thinking. I just understand why they do it. I don't understand the thinking behind it. I don't believe it's logical. I think it's based in emotions like fear and like doubt and stuff like that. And Nintendo's reluctance to ever let anybody like depict their stuff in tournament or show their products being used in the actual culture itself. They were very divorcive about this because they felt they had a mandate to the children. Now, Japanese men will do this sort of thing. If like, don't ever forget, they might be sort of a more internet obsessed culture now like us, but they are still a culture based around honor. And it's frankly, probably in Miyamoto's eyes, dishonorable to let the adult bullshit jade the image that Nintendo has built over the last 40 years. And he's not technically wrong. And so I'll defend his right to protect his product. But I think he does it litigiously to sort of establish this more innately sort of evil thing, which is corporate dominance of the legal territory, where they create this. I think of it like kind of like a Dungeons and Dragons or World of Warcraft fight. One of the things we used to use was a term in World of Warcraft that I'm going to use to describe what I'm talking about here, which is blanket silence, which means that like a shadow priest and a rogue and a mage just counterspelled you, and they call this RPM, it's rogue priest mage, right? A shadow priest or a disc priest, it's a shadow priest I'm speaking of, but a shadow priest just blanket silenced you for 10 whole seconds. And we call this blanket for a particular reason, because it doesn't matter what the fuck you do, you can't cast a spell. You can't argue with Congress. You can't, like, you can't complain about the outcome. You can't summon a GM. You can't tell them it was unfair that you couldn't cast that spell that was going to be the difference between you becoming gladiator or not. It just, it's just blanket. It means that no matter what, you can't really get past it, right? Blanket is the word that I'm getting at, right? It's like something that you can't really get past. Nintendo's litigiousness is a corporate tactic based out of the neurolinguistics of most of the 80s and the 90s and the aughts of like plastic fantastic culture stuff. Like people like Jordan Belfort, they've been running the insider trading game like this on the legal scale for a long time. If you create a form of blanket silence against the people that would turn your product into something that wasn't what you wanted it to be, you have a right to essentially blanket silence them in the eyes of the law, and especially in Japanese law, which is the only law that should matter in this case. Not the US law, not the UK law. I know we're Western and we're white and we think we have a say in it, but no. Nintendo is based out of Japan. The only laws that Nintendo has to follow is Japanese laws. And Japanese laws about this are very fucking clear. If you want to form a blanket of silence against people who want to turn your corporation into something that it's not, by besmirching it or turning it into a joke or ruining its product, productability or all this, it's very clear in the eyes of the law. You can blanket silence these people by litigiously essentially suing them for destroying your, it's essentially character assassination. It's the legal form of character assassination, and they're not wrong. If those kids who had shot up the Pokemon, right? Look at what, okay, you know what? Every time I think of Madden, every single time that I fucking think of Madden, and this, I really hate the right-winger gun kids who are shooting each other up in the fucking ghettos of this world. I really can't stand what you're doing to my country or this fucking world or what you did at the Madden tournament. I can't stand it, and I'll call you for what you are. You're a bunch of gun-loving idiots who want to shoot up children most of the time. I'm sorry. So now, when I think of Madden, right, that's EA's worst nightmare. You want to know what EA's worst fucking nightmare is? I'll tell you what it is. FIFA not being able to sell loot boxes. That's EA's worst nightmare. It's like if they were to wake up in a world tomorrow where all of Europe and all America, and by the way, this should happen, and all of Asia banned. Well, it shouldn't. It shouldn't happen, but it's a problem that needs to be addressed, right? A lot of the world's children are throwing their parents' monies away on FIFA loot boxes, and it's a culture now that rivals financially Hollywood or video games. FIFA loot boxes equal the same amount of money that Marvel makes. So EA has their worst nightmare, of course. I make a joke here, but it is the truth, or I wouldn't say it. EA's worst nightmare would be to wake up in a world tomorrow where they couldn't sell their FIFA loot boxes anymore. They'd have their lawyers on deck. They'd have people with guns in their offices. They'd be like freaked out. They'd feel that they were under attack by the governments and that it was World War III. This is literally EA's worst nightmare, and it might happen too. So where am I going with this, right? I was making a joke, but EA's other worst nightmare is what happened, which is equivocating Madden. And this is always the truth, stranger than fiction thing. Equivocating Madden with shooting people up. Now, I'm receiving some bullying and some bullshit in the community right now from some bullshit artists, right? And I have something to say about this. You act like them, you're going to get treated like them. If you act like these shitty right-wing shitheads who are going to shoot me up over playing some video games on my stream, like some kind of veritable Madden tournament, or terrorize my family, or contact my family, or dox my family, or, you know, whatever the fuck, anybody who wants to act like that, you represent everything that we hate, and the tolerance of what you are doing is dying by the day. And so enjoy what you're doing because you won't be able to do it for very long. The tolerance of you treating the Madden tournament like some kind of goddamn shoot up, you know, the consequences of you turning video games into that is so fucking bad for the entire industry that the developers hate you, the community hates you, I hate you, the streamers hate you, the YouTubers hate you, the world governments hate you. Everybody fucking hates you, and I'm warning you before it actually happens. They're eventually going to chase you across the land with jail, like they did for us for drugs. You think it's because I did drugs I deserve jail? How about you attacking your community with doxing and shit like that? You deserve jail. And that's how I feel about it too. And so understand, people who lost everything to Nintendo, right? So Japan forms this blanket silence through all of these lawsuits, everything listed in this video, and it's blanket silence that they're trying to shoot for. And what I would like to say is, and Miyamoto I think would respect it, is people should think for themselves. People should think for themselves about what happened to Nintendo in every case, in everything, and they should handle each one by a case-by-case basis instead of thinking about the blanket silence and attacking Nintendo because you know why they're doing this. They're terrified of losing their Squaresoft fucking Kingdom Hearts image. You know what I'm saying? It's how I think of it. It's their Disney Squaresoft Kingdom Hearts image. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of losing their Nintendo image that they've kept cultivated like a wonderful bonsai tree they cultivated and carefully trimmed for the last 40 fucking years. Every aspect of it, every execution of it. Say what you want to say about the Japanese, their systems are usually perfect. And so, you know, like, so I would say Nintendo was run like a perfect ship, and I think the blanket silence thing is something that I understand. Now, I don't condone it, but I understand it. We can't have these idiots shitting up Nintendo with their bullshit right-wing shoot-up fucking Pokemon bullshit, shoot-up Madden, or stalk or dox your family and threaten people and act like shitheads on the fucking internet. No, we can't have this. So I side with Nintendo on all of these, including this one about him playing the game a day before, because they're gonna blanket silence you. If you throw Harry Potter to the fucking bonfire and you yell Snape kills Dumbledore on the day of the Deathly Hallows release, you have assassinated like Harry Potter's character, and it should be technically illegal. If you show the Nintendo game a day before release, it's like actually a really verifiable crime that really shits on a bunch of really beautiful people who are just trying to entertain children, really. And it doesn't matter if you like your guns or your church or your right wing or your left wing or your drugs or your this or that tribalism or your libertarianism or whatever holier than thou shit you've told yourself about what makes you better than them or whatever, but it's just not true. It doesn't matter what your fucking politics are, there's still an entity trying to protect an image that is being attacked by the world's crazies.
New Super Mario Brothers game before its official release date.
I am being attacked by the world's crazies. And so, and trust me, it's not fun. It's this situation where you immediately want mutes and blocks and blanket silences because they might harm the children in my community.
Forum users
sound familiar?
Didn't believe his story.
Bans, blocks, lawsuits, whatever the fuck it takes. I don't want you harming the children in my community with your bullshit black hat retardation.
And started doubting him, claiming he was making things up.
Sorry.
Asked for him to post some sort of proof that he had the title.
I don't want you poisoning my friends and my people and my children and or whatever, my people and my children, my not my children, but the children in my community, my village, my people, my country, my planet, my people. I don't want you poisoning them with your theft, your child porn, your gun threats, your online stalking, your bullying, your bullshit, your guns, your shoot-ups, your Madden tournaments, all of your horse shit. We just don't want it anymore. And you're not popular, and you will see jail time.
Most in this situation would...
It's and you think I'm saying this as some kind of fucking manifesto or something. No. This is the culture. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me this isn't exactly what's on everyone's minds right now.
Probably go as far as uploading photos or videos of themselves playing the game. But James went even further. On November 6th of 2009...
So I'm okay with you playing the game early. What I'm not okay with you doing is putting Nintendo shit on blast like you want to do because you can't read the room because you're crazy and stupid.
And James Burke...
I really don't want you putting Nintendo shit on blast. They deal with children.
Uploaded a game.
I really don't want you doing that. I'm sorry, but I don't. I have no sympathy for you. Most of black hat hacking is about making people feel hurt.
Game file extracted from his copy of New Super
Most of it.
For Mario Bros onto the internet in an effort to
sure there's your anons that might pick a woke fucking tribalist like that stance or whatever, but generally most black hat is about making other people feel hurt. It's a cold hard reality.
Concretely prove that he had access to the game. This would prove to be a life-ruining mistake. While James certainly confirmed ownership of the game with his file, he had also essentially engaged in piracy by uploading it, as it wouldn't take long for
they're gonna fuck him on that one real bad.
Internet users to bypass the copy protection of the New Super Mario Bros. Game uploaded.
And this one's a totally different one. So Miyamoto's lawyer calls the Justice Department again, and the Nintendo lawyer, the lawyer for Nintendo of America is pretty good friends with the Justice Department now, because we got another one. But the problem with this one is the government and the people cannot make any money off this. Nintendo just lost money. There was no winner here. Just everybody lost. The kid went to jail. The lawyers cost Nintendo money. Nintendo had to sue him. The Justice Department had to go after him. Kids were disappointed when it was spoiled and all this other stupid shit. Everybody cried. No one made $1. And the Black Hat, we're so glad that the Black Hat was there. We're so glad, he totally did something productive in this entire thing. No, he just basically sank the entire world and harmed Nintendo, harmed kids, harmed America's image, harmed his own hacker image, harmed black hats, harmed everybody. Piece of shit, world-renowned fucking piece of shit loser like the people that I deal with sometimes. And no, you're just a piece of shit and you'll see jail and no one's your friends except idiots.
These hackers essentially turning the game data uploaded by
fuck that. You upload the game or you take it to a place where someone's family is involved or whatever. Fuck that. I'll see you in jail.
Publicly available ROM download for an unreleased title. And
I've torrented games all my life, but the difference is I don't have a collection of games. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference.
Been reported that
these guys have collections of games that they keep because they're like tyrant kings and they want to sit on a big fucking stack of games.
File was
because they're greedy and they're shitty and they steal all the time. They're hackers. They're, you know,
accessed by close to 50,000
black hats.
people. The copyright sears over it.
Oh, cool. 50,000 people.
Available ROM download for an unreleased title, and it's been reported that this file was accessed by close to 50,000 people.
Yeah, because one smart kid comes to the Pirate Bay every 7.5 minutes, or he is Pirate Bay. He's probably is Pirate Bay, so he's watching every file that gets uploaded to his structure, looking for child porn, right? And I wish I was joking, but no, there's going to be somebody at TBP that's literally, I know because they're a strong political power in Sweden. There's somebody at TBP who sits there all day editing the child porn off of the Pirate Bay because they don't want it. You would think that they do, but they don't. They don't want that there. They really don't, and you can't find it either. And so, and one of the reasons they don't want that is it six the world governments on them, right? So one of the other things that they're doing is they're checking every game to see if they work on some brand new computer that they bought with their ill-gotten ad money, right? And they fire up, they're on their brand new computer with an SLR rated 4090 or whatever, with the best internet fiber optics connection in Sweden or whatever. And they fire up that game that just got uploaded to their fucking network, and they realize that they do have a copy of Super Mario Brothers a full day before the actual release, and the Pirate Bay profits from this. Now, I don't know how they profit from this, but they profit from this. They sell it to every other black hat on the fucking planet for like $15 on some kind of fucking forum room or whatever. I'm not stupid. I've seen them before. I've been on that network. I've been on the network they used. It's this beautiful thing where you can see every file on the internet and you can talk to everybody in a big chat room. I've been on that network before. They used to call it LimeWire, but it was something. It's always been something different than that. And I don't know what it is now, but I've been on it before and I've seen them talking and sharing files before when I was a kid. And like those guys, anytime they get something, they just share it with everybody, usually for free. But sometimes when it's really big like this, they sell the crack. You know, they'll sell the crack. They'll sell the crack for like $100,000 to the guy who wants all the ad revenue for the embeds of the videos on the Pirate Bay site, right? That guy will pay $25,000 for a Super Mario Brothers crack, and that guy's hanging out with them at the cigar bars that they go to. So they talk to him when they get a whiskey that night, right? And they're like, hey, you know, I got a copy of Super Mario Brothers today, the day before Nintendo put it out there. Fuck Nintendo. And the other criminal is like, really? How much would you like to let that go for? Oh, he sips his cigar wine or whatever, fuck, you know, some stupid thing. He drinks his whiskey thing. I always think of them like Gold Member or something like this, and they sip their whiskey in the cigar bar with their Swedish friends or whatever the fuck, and they're like, 25 grand, and he's like, nope, 20. Oh, nope, now it's 30. All right, fine, 30, right? So then they sell it to him for 30, and he uploads it, and then it's not like he cares about how many people downloads the game. He's got a video embed on the fucking site that the download is at. And the ad is being played. And trust me, it doesn't matter what you're going to. If it's a torrent even, if ads are being witnessed, there is ad money to be made. And that is how the whole torrent thing all eats itself. I thought about doing it for a long time, but I was also like, I don't want to be chased across the world like Kim.com, which is the next video that we're going to watch, by the way. This video reminded me a lot of Kim.com, and so we're going to watch that one next. Kim.com is amazing. So, and I thought about becoming Kim.com because I really believe in sharing things, right? I'm basically a socialist. I mean, I'm not, and I don't identify as socialist. I'm an anarchist, but I essentially am a socialist. Anarchist is far worse than socialist. You know what I'm saying? Of the two, I feel much more shame for admitting that I'm an anarchist than I ever would have. I feel a lot more shame saying anarchist than I do socialist. Trust me. Socialist scares me a lot less than the word anarchist. Trust me. They don't like anarchists at all, but I really believe that we should do this all ourselves. You know, I don't believe I need the government for anything at all. So we need companies to sell us internet and stuff, but we don't need governments. I don't really think. I mean, I definitely don't want them telling us to go to foreign wars anymore. I don't believe that's something I want my government to have power to do. I don't believe the American government should have the power to tell us to go to war anymore. The people have spoken. I don't believe the American government should have the power to tell us to go to war. I believe the people should have to vote just like we do for the president. And I think you'll begin to understand that the governments we've had for the last 300 years were essentially just war parties. And once the war party is gone and we have like either a computer or an actual cabinet running this bitch who only care about the children not getting enough education, not getting enough attention, not getting enough mental therapy, not getting enough problems solved, you know? And I really don't believe American government should be able to tell us that we have to go to war anymore. I believe that should be a vote, just like goddamn Joe Biden.
The copyright sears over.
And you understand that people do like Joe Biden. They did vote him in. People do like Joe Biden. They do. And they do like not going to war. And if you were to give them the vote, they would say no. And there you got the proof that every government we've had in America since 1776 was absolutely nothing but a war party or a banker cabinet party. So I'm sick of the war parties and I'm sick of the banker cabinet parties. And yeah.
Over at Nintendo almost immediately.
I'm sick of the government not doing anything about people stalking and bullying people on the internet. I'm sick of them not doing anything about a lot of the bullshit that I see. And so why would I need them?
Detected this disturbance in the force and sought out James Burt. Alleging the man of facilitating piracy, Nintendo sought out retribution, and on November
you can't fuck with Nintendo. Nintendo made, Mario Brothers.
3rd of 2000.
Like, can you understand this? They're just software programmer nerds. They're not these hard Bobby Kotick types. They're like, I mean, they're smart like Bobby Kotick, but they're not hardcore like Bobby Kotick or whatever. They have a what you would call is a mandate. They have a government mandated like responsibility to the children, and part of that is their image. If Nintendo becomes, synonymous with Madden shootout, that's a tragedy for children. It actually is, like it was for Madden. It's a tragedy. And after they saw what happened to Madden in EA,
the company applied for a search order
and all this toxicity is breeding more culture like this. When did it become more popular to hate your fellow man? It was like 2017 or something like that. But I swear to God, mankind in general went from this thing around I swear to God, I'd rather go back to 2016, than 2017 or whatever, because right about 2017 or so, it just became more popular to hate and shoot your fellow man than it did to love them. And I'm sorry, but I don't know what to do about that. But I don't think it's governments.
Access to his social media
or corporations or lawyers
accounts and emails. When the search was approved and executed, it gave Nintendo all the proof.
I don't think it's suit dummies
they needed. James had been caught red-handed. Nintendo would bring James to
look at what the suit dummies are doing. They're fighting each other in goddamn courtrooms and do nothing Congress instead of helping anyone at all. The litigiousness has pretty much taken up the entirety of their time. They're more worried about the prosecution of Trump than Build Back Better.
For breaching
and I'm sorry, but I see a bunch of idiots standing around a courtroom doing nothing.
Australia's Copyright Act, which essentially postulates
I think Nintendo has a right to do this, but I'm very sad that it's necessary.
That James Burt would have had to have had permission from Nintendo before posting the game data to the internet. Several months later, in January of 2010, the man would ultimately decide to settle out of court for 1.5 million AUD. James would disappear after this settlement, and many assumed that the man had entered some sort of crippling depression after being hit with the hefty legal bill. However, the man would eventually pop up online again, and particularly on Reddit in December of 2013. His post read as follows: Aussie Nintendo pirate gets a gift from Nintendo. What? Hey there, James Burt from Australia here. Just saying, I think it's ironic that out of everyone in Australia they could have chosen, I get given a Ganon statue for being a good customer of Nintendo. And the way that he writes this makes it seem like Nintendo had sent him this Ganon statue as like a FU, after the fact, but it actually has nothing to do with that. He got this from an EvE game store, like they had sent it to him. But anyways, this was the same statue given out in the UK for Wind Waker HD pre-orders, however, was not here in Australia. I was told I was chosen from Nintendo and received it today. I'm very grateful they chose me. Don't get me wrong, and I still do love Nintendo even after being sued. One Redditor asks, so how's life been since the lawsuit? James says, found a girl, got married, and had a kid. Seriously, run a gaming site called GameDriveTeam.com and have a user.
Oh, good. He actually started worrying about himself instead of the streamer or Nintendo. And you can see he walks off into the sunshine and he starts getting laid and he starts losing weight and he's happier and he stops thinking about he's got to attack someone all the time and he walks off into the sunset with his wife or his husband or whatever, and he lives happily ever after the minute that he stopped worrying about someone else and started worrying about himself. It's a miracle.
YouTube/Game Drive channel show both.
Yeah. Oh, the lawsuit. We don't even talk about it anymore. That was the darkest time of my life. I had totally lost my sanity, and I was just going crazy. And I can't believe what I did, and I can't believe I fucked over the thing that I love the most, and all these things. And it was the darkest time of my life. And I'm happy, and I have kids now, and I got a good job, and I got this nice Lambo, and I even have a career and people people are happy with me now, and I smile when I wake up in the morning and all this. Oh, guess what the miracle was? Yeah, he started thinking about his own life instead of someone else's, and stopped being obsessed with Nintendo. And suddenly, oh yeah, turns out, yeah, suddenly the clouds part, and God smiles, and the veritable Moses parts the waves, and Jesus walks across the water, and suddenly your life just gets 100% better overnight when you start living for yourself and stop fucking worrying about what other people think or do or say. Yes, it's a complete promotion of selfishness. It's completely godless and horrible, but I still recommend all of my people on the channel to do it. If you are so worried about someone else that you don't worry about your own life, you are now that person's veritable slave, and you must change if you ever want to see the sunlight ever again. And this guy saw it. Everyone who ever makes it out of this problem sees it. And you can see it in the movies when the junkie gets clean and, goes back to his kids and kicks the guy's ass in court and all this, right? You can see it in the movies. It's the redemption story, right? Where he stops fucking around and stops attacking other people and stops trying to fuck around and stops living for, as a really selfish shithead who only causes problems for other people. And then suddenly you got that nice redemption arc. And yeah, Mr. I Stole Super Mario Brothers suddenly has a wife and a good job and sunlight and a house and isn't a shitty boomer anymore and isn't angry and isn't treating people like shit or attacking people all the time or scaring their families or anything like that, right? Or scaring Nintendo's lawyers about Nintendo's image that they carefully cultivated like a bonsai plant over the last 50 fucking years, right? And I'm just saying these people, they can get better again. It's the most important lesson I can ever impart to you on this stream. It's never too late to take a fucked up life to a beautiful state. And I'm going to repeat this so you can hear somebody else say it. You're going to hear Wavy Web Smurf say it here. You're going to hear him say it, right? What happened to this guy after Nintendo sued him, right?
This was the same statue given out in the UK for Wind Waker HD.
Oh, it was a statue
not here in Australia. Yeah. I was told I was chosen from Nintendo and received it today. I'm very grateful they chose me. Don't get me wrong, and I still do love Nintendo even after being sued.
After it, they still love whoever they attacked because they always loved whoever they attacked more than themselves. It's actually really crazy to watch an obsessive personality completely implode in on itself and commit 50 felonies and just completely explode as a person, right? And it's just really funny. And then so someone asked them, so how's life been since the lawsuit and the jail, right? And they're like, oh, it got really a lot better. I started living for myself and stopped worrying about Nintendo or video games.
Predator asks, so how's life been
since you stopped stalking Skycat? Oh, I got a girlfriend, and there was all this time that I was wasting on it, and I didn't really realize it. And man, I was failing school, but that kind of turned around, and then when it turns out when I got good grades in school, I could actually go to college. And when I went to college, instead of being a bum on the streets playing video games like Skycat, right, I was actually morally superior to Skycat. But no, I actually hung around for 18 months just watching Skycat and hate watching and doxing and screaming at his family and all this other stupid shit,
Lawsuit. James says, found a
girl, right? The minute that you stop.
Got married.
Had a kid.
Seriously,
have a good job.
Run a gaming site called Game Drive.
I run a site. I'm good. I'm not a hateful person anymore. I'm saying the most important lesson that I can impart on this stream, and I know I got some dumbers in here, so I'm going to say it 3 times, right? It's never too late to take a fucked up life to a beautiful state. It's never too late to take a fucked up life to a beautiful state. It's never too late to take a fucked up life to a beautiful state. Read the fucking room and start living for your fucking self.
DriveTeam.com.
Idiot.
and have a YouTube/Game Drive channel show, both newly.
Stop worrying about your favorite television show. Stop worrying about your fucking favorite video game. Stop worrying about the lifestyle that you built around the video game. Stop worrying about attacking someone online because they're right wing or left wing or any of this other shit, although I do that all the time. That's hypocritical. We should care about politics, I think. So, you know, but stop worrying about what that dude said on the internet and start worrying about your own life, and you'd be surprised about the outcome. Found a girl, got married, and had a kid. Seriously, run a gaming site called Game Drive Team. I'm not on the incel boards anymore. I'm not on the Discord with angry Rust people who talk about Nazi bullshit all day and stalking people, right? And I have a YouTube and a Game Drive channel show because Skycat was such a strong influence on me that I went and got my own shit instead of worrying about his. It both newly started, and I'm the happiest I've ever been in all this. I know because I have this redemption story too, in a different version of it. And you'd be surprised when you stop living something as your main reason to live that isn't you, and just start worrying about your education, your intelligence, your outcome, your appearance, your life. You take a shower, go out in the sun, care for your family, like all this other stuff. You know, and stop worrying about the government or the conspiracy theories or the video games or the person that you're stalking or the girl that you must have. I'm sorry, but you almost never need to must have anything. Girl or boy or anything in between. You don't need whatever that is. Trust me. You don't must have anything. So you might be obsessed with someone, maybe you're in love with them. That's no good because understand me, if someone thinks that you're obsessed with them, it's not a good look. It's desperate. It's not a good look. So you hang around them and you show them that you don't stalk people all day and you don't treat people like shit all day and you're not a shithead all day. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you get a better life. You don't sit around in a gutter throwing shit at the other monkeys.
Started. James has spoken on his lawsuit on several occasions using YouTube videos.
Idiot.
But further details in regarding if he's actually having to make...
And he's like, oh man, look at my life now. I have money. I can buy all the games I want. I don't need to steal Nintendo. I've got 4,000 games. And if I need to play Super Mario Brothers so badly that, or whatever, I need to steal some statue or whatever, right? His life's totally different. He's happy. He still looks like kind of a unshaved boomer, but you know, he kind of looks like a neckbeard, but you know, but let's hope that he might get better one day.
The payments of his settlements remain unknown.
I think it's a statement for him, the total abandonment of yourself in the name of something else. I think this neckbeard thing, it's like and I know because I made the statement for 24 years. I was a neckbeard for 24 years. Absolutely, 24 years, no problem. Just up to about 3 years ago, I had the neckbeard going real strong, real proud of it, just like that, right? But you know what the girls think about that, right?
Something I did in 2009 is still making traction.
It's logic. It doesn't have anything to do about whether you like women or not, or what you think about women. You're gonna make it about women. I know the Andrew Tate types really want to make it about women, but no, it's actually reality, dude. It doesn't look that good. If you were a hiring manager at a high-end firm and you saw this slovenly dude who hasn't shaved in 2.5 years, you wouldn't really hire him, would you?
Around the internet every now and again.
And so he says he's changed, and it's obvious that he has, but he's clung to some of it. He's still clung to some of it. You can see it, and I bet he's got a couple. He'll end up with some divorces under his belt. You can see it.
You get different creators.
And until he embraces the actual change of being that pillar of your community, he'll never be what he aspires to be. So you must lead by example, and even the beard is part of it now. Because if the kids think that it's cool to just be slovenly and never take showers and and all this stuff, right? And it's hard for me to listen to him talk.
I'd like to welcome you all to a little novelty Nintendo.
I think he's on the opposite side of the spectrum. I think he's on the opposite side of the political party. I think he's on the opposite side of the war game thing. I think he's on the opposite side of the corporate thing. I think he's on the opposite side of the political thing. I think he's on the opposite side of probably the gender thing. I think he's on the opposite side. Almost everything. I don't see a kindred soul there at all. Even if I look like him, talk like him, whatever the fuck, it doesn't matter. There I don't see a kindred soul. I don't see a. I see a somebody who has every fundamental difference that I can basically think of with me.
No lightning round. These are stories
Except for the weight. We're both fat.
that fit this
Well, he's not fat, but I'm fat. You know what I'm saying? That kid's not fat. I'm fat.
overarching topic, but aren't really long enough for me to make whole chapters about. Let's get into it. Wario ecstasy pills.
Okay.
Ecstasy.
Yes, please.
MDMA.
I've done some Waриos. Yes, I totally spaced this out. Yeah.
Molly. These
I
pills
spaced this out. They used to call them Mitsubishi. Car names, right? GT. Yellowbirds. Canaries. Pinkies. Whiteys. Warios. Marios. Sonics. There were game names. Man, I must have eaten 1,000 pills. There were so many different fucking names, and because what they never told you is nobody knows what the name of the pill is, so they just make up one. And then I didn't know this until 20 years later when I was a drug dealer. Right? You don't know what the name of the drug is or where it came from or who made it. I mean, unless you were there cooking it or something. Like, you really don't know where that shit came from, and you don't know what it's called either. So you come up with a name and you say BoJack Horseman. And oh man, they made a heroine named BoJack. Yeah, they made a heroine named after you. This was a hilarious skit on BoJack Horseman, and it was cool. Ecstasy pills were named after funny things. Canaries were, I think, the most popular one, as I remember.
pills tend to be quite.
Yeah, see the colors and stuff. Kings, right? You would see the King stamp because that was the Asian crew. They're called the Triad Dragons. They took over America. One of their royalty is an old friend of mine. I won't say his name, but I'll say the letter V. And if he's ever in my channel, he'll know what the fuck I'm talking about. The greatest mod I ever met was my friend V. Rode a moped wherever he went. Had the best Asian ecstasy on the western seaboard. Rich as all dirt. Didn't need to sell X at all. White suit. Tie. Women. 5, 6 of them wherever he went. Loved me to death because he knew I was a racist. He really knew it. He fundamentally knew, and he just happened to go to my high school G-dubs, which is and honestly he also broke up he incidentally broke up my first relationship by mistake because his acid was the best acid that the rave scene had ever seen in Denver, because I made the connection between the DSA art school kids who had garbage acid from the hippies, and I introduced him to the Triad Dragon, royalty's son. I'm talking he ran this bitch. I'm talking he was a kingpin. I met him when he was 17. He was a kingpin. Straight up kingpin. Was a huge influence on me. Huge influence. V, I love you. If you're ever... I know you're not on the channel. It's impossible. But God damn it, V, I love you. You were so formative for me. And I saw what was possible when I was like 17 because I knew it and I saw it. And so I fucked around and I brought my friend V to the raver party. But the problem was my friend V was from the mod, like... alternative / triad Asian scene where they were also dealing to the gay mafia. They were the business that the white people didn't have. The Triad Dragons, they were all over the fucking the western seaboard, and I met basically the king of Denver. So I met the king of Denver one time, and I was really good friends with him actually when I was in high school. And the names that he would come up with, watermelon, smileys, canaries, he was just naming them as he saw them, which I thought was actually really beautiful because he was naming the experience. And when you had the canary experience, you would remember the canary experience.
Cartoony, colorful, and come in all shapes and sizes.
And no, I'm not making any of it up. I know it sounds like streamer jokes, but no, I haven't even thought about V. Well, I thought about V yesterday because he did break up my first relationship by accident because his drugs were so good that when they were so good, it ruined my girlfriend's birthday party, and she broke up with me over it. When the acid that he sold us was so good, he sold us liquid, and he sold it to like 80 people, and the 80 people were fucking screwed. We were out of it for like 3 days. I told him, V, bring me the best stuff that you got. These kids are serious. They're the raver kids of Colorado. They're serial, you know, they're the party kids. They're serial. They want good drugs. And I'm like, dude, they'll cut it themselves. Don't worry about that shit. Bring me the best shit that you can get your fucking hands on. And I trust me, you're gonna walk out of here with like $5,000. And he did. He was like, okay. And he shows up with like 2 bottles of Visine. Or no, it was more than that. I don't know how much he had, but he only brought like 2 into the party. And he sold hits for $10. And he did walk with like $5,000. And then those people were tripping, all of us were tripping balls from Friday night until like fucking Monday morning when school was. It was like 3 days. We were on the trampoline in the backyard for, I don't know, 26 hours or something, and I knew my relationship was over. I knew my parent was gonna kill me. I knew that I wasn't gonna be able to go to school on Monday morning. I knew that like my girlfriend was done with me by all intents and purposes. We just hadn't had to talk yet. It was crazy, and all I did was bring a real acid dealer to a fucking rave. That's it. It's a funny story, but that's exactly what happened too. And she never really wanted to admit what it was. But I mean, none of them really wanted. They thought I was going to bring a bunk dealer, and they were going to kick my ass or something like that. So no, I just brought the Triad Dragon dealer that I knew that was the best guy in the scene. He loved me to death, by the way. He loved me to death. He kept telling me, you're my best customer, Skycat. You know why? You're not racist. Even my Asian buddies, Skycat, racist. He would say stuff like this. He'd be like, even my Asian buddies are racist, Skycat, but not you.
Facebook Molly, Tesla Molly, Molly, you name it. Bizarre are the Wario shots. On June 25th of 2019, a Japanese man named Satoshi Kishimoto was arrested in Tokushima.
I remember him
Japan
saying
for
it.
Carrying 50 Wario-shaped ecstasy pills. It was the man's 3rd offense for the possession of such drugs.
Oh no, and Nintendo sued him?
Apparently, Satoshi was trying to smuggle the Wario narcotics.
Oh no, what are you doing to the Nintendo logo with your nasty party drugs? Keep Nintendo out of it.
Into Japan.
Just kidding, I don't care what you name your drugs.
From the Netherlands and Spain.
Fucking V. The first time I ever saw V was at G-Dubs, and I was standing out at, on a bus stop, and I was rolling a joint on a book about Tupac. It's this book. Looking for images here. Like, yeah, I'm looking for the Tupac book. It's The Rose That Grew from Concrete. See it? It's Tupac's poetry. It's extremely good. It's not lyrics, it's poetry. And it's about the rose that grew from concrete. And I'm sitting there rolling a joint, and my friend V parks a moped behind me. And I light up the joint, and I've still got the papers and the crushed up weed and shit, and I'm smoking the joint at the bus stop with the hip hop kids, and I'm thinking about Tupac. And this kid walks up and he's like, Tupac's pretty good. And I'm like, yeah, he is. And he's like, are you smoking a joint? And I was like, yeah. And, and he was like, can I hit it? And I was like, sure. And he smokes my joint with me, and he's like, bro, this is like some of the best hydro I've ever smoked. Like, what the fuck? And I'm like, yeah, me and my friends, we only buy $50 eighths. And he says, $50 eighths, you say? You guys like to party? It always starts like this. Yeah, man, I smoke weed and drink, and like I'm in a punk band, and yeah. And he's like, and I look at him and I'm like, man, what's that suit cost, man? And he's like, $350 or something. And I was like, okay. And I was like, for high school? And he was like, yeah, this is one of my bad suits too. And I was like, okay. And I was like, I like your style. I've never seen somebody in a public high school with a full blown fucking, like he had like a fedora and a fucking, and I thought he was putting me on till I looked at his like expensive ass moped, and I kind of like looked at his jewelry, and I was like, what the fuck? And he was like, are you IB? And I'm like, yeah, I'm IB. That's International Baccalaureate. And he's like, that's good, man. That's good that you're IB. And I was like, yeah, it is. And he's like, I might be too, but I'm gonna fail out of it. And I was like, I'm gonna fail out of it too. I don't like trigonometry. And he was like, I don't like trigonometry either. And I was like, man, like you're awesome. What's up? You know, what's up? What's your name? And we introduced each other and shit. And so we're like, yeah, man, like I like your style and shit. He's like, I like your style and shit. I've never seen a raver punk before, but it's a good style. And I was like, I like your style, man. You're a mod. You're a mod, aren't you? I've never really met a mod before. I've seen him in the punk scene, parked out in front of the punk shows and stuff, but I've never actually talked to a mod before. And he was like, yeah, I'm a mod, man. Like I listen to a particular style of ska. I rock a particular style of moped, and I'm a drug dealer. And I'm like, you're a drug dealer? And he's like, yeah, I have the best drugs that you can find in Colorado. And I was like, no, you don't. I've got the best drugs you can find in Colorado. And he was like, no, I have the best drugs in Colorado. And I was like, I'm kidding. I'm not a drug dealer. And he was like, I'm not kidding. I have the, he was like, I'm not kidding. I have the best drugs in Colorado. Do your friends do drugs? And I was like, yes. And he was like, would you like drugs that won't, like, you know, I'm sorry, that will work, that won't be garbage, that actually work, that aren't cut? And I'll sell it to you for a high price, but they aren't cut. And I was like, serious? And he was like, yeah. And then he proceeded to sell me the best ecstasy I've ever had, the best acid I've ever had, the best gel tabs I've ever had, the best fuck, you know. And trust me, I had all of these different things from many, many different dealers, but V was just a living god. And then, you know, high school ended and graduation happened. I only ever saw him a couple more times after that. And then I realized that calling V in the first place was one of the reasons that ended my first relationship. And that's why I think I never really reached out to him again. When you have access to Hollywood drugs, it's a different thing. It's like a different lifestyle. You don't have to sleep. You don't have to eat. You don't have to worry. It doesn't matter if someone's pissed at you. It just doesn't matter because like you're so fucking high on pure drugs that don't have cut garbage in them that you just don't care, you know.
Or it gets alleged that
and V was my experience with that. I would say almost every the three black kingpins that I worked with never dealt me bullshit ever. But every white dealer that I ever dealt with, except for my cook, burned me in some way or another. They would hand you what was called MSM, which is like fake drugs.
The Wario ecstasy tablet.
And they would hand you $500 worth of fake drugs, which isn't funny. And you can make a choice there. You can go in and commit assault, maybe catch a bullet, or, you know, or maybe end a 10 or 20 year long friendship or something, right? Or you could just be like, well, this guy burned me and it was bound to happen and now I'm just going to move on and find someone else. And trust me, it's a lot better to just find someone else. There's plenty of fish in the sea. The minute someone burns you, just walk away and honestly consider it a lesson and a gift, because it means that you don't ever have to deal with them again. They showed you, they tipped their hat too fast and they, you know, and they fucked you or whatever. And so then you don't ever have to deal with them ever again. And it's honestly, oftentimes it's the people who don't fuck you that kind of do get you in trouble, because then you get such steady business and such steady money that you draw the attention of somebody.
It's our source from Switzerland. Fittingly, these Wario tablets also appear...
Yeah, I can see how Miyamoto might not like this, but it's extreme. This was the really funny internet extreme one, where they sued a drug dealer because he was selling big batches of pills, all named Wario, which I think would technically kind of harm Nintendo's name a little bit, yeah. If the Asian ecstasy crisis, right, it gets labeled the Wario crisis, right, what does that do to Nintendo? And you can hear Miyamoto losing sleep over that. And the other problem about all of this is Miyamoto never would have dreamed. It just never in his wildest dreams could his best $15 million an hour lawyer ever have dreamed up this scenario or how to respond to it either. And I also have some sympathy to it, because you know what Miyamoto's scared of, right? I'll tell you what he's scared of. He sued this guy, and he should have sued this guy. And the people in the know, the people with a good brain, are kind of aware of what's happens. If the Wario batch is a bad batch, and a bunch of 15-year-old idiot Asian kids kick off and die due to the fentanyl in the Wario, and the Wario crisis happens, how does that make Nintendo look? And this is what and this is why I feel like I could be a district attorney. I can see the arguments that the lawyers are going to win with, and I guarantee Nintendo won this case, because if you look at it like that, how I just stated it, you get to see why Nintendo sued somebody for labeling their ecstasy pills Wario. Because if the Bad Batch kills 15 kids, and it hits the news that Wario killed 15 kids, what is the world's children gonna say or think? They're gonna think Wario killed 15 kids. Wario must be bad somehow. This is the conversation that Miyamoto has with his wife. This is if he's straight. I don't know. Maybe he's gay. What the fuck do I care? Or whatever. Or his wife is a sig other, right? Who knows if Miyamoto has a wife or not? I don't know. I'm sure he does. It doesn't matter. Maybe he's single. Who the fuck cares? We're talking about Miyamoto, right? A man who's universally loved. Well, not universally anymore, but definitely loved. A man who's loved in the video game scene, right? So Miyamoto's up late at night at 3 a.m. in Tokyo or wherever he lives, and he's talking to his wife, and he's like, "I think I've got to sue a drug dealer." Can you imagine being this person? Another thing I have a problem with politics and stuff like this is oftentimes people are just not skilled enough to put themselves in the opponent's shoes. They're just not skilled enough to do it. They don't have the life experience or the fucking power of forcing their brain to walk a mile in their opponent's shoes. They just can't do it. So I'm going to try and paint the picture how I see it. And it's kind of a leftist woke picture that kind of makes my Miyamoto shine, because I like Miyamoto, right? But I'm going to tell you how I imagine this kind of went. Miyamoto wakes his wife up at 3 in the fucking morning, and he says, "Honey, I'm really fucking stressed out because I believe I've got to tell the lawyers to sue a drug dealer in some country." And she's like, "Why? You are Nintendo." I can't hear the Japanese in my head, but she says, "Why? You are literally Nintendo. What do you have to do with ecstasy dealers? Are you a drug dealer, Miyamoto?" Is probably what she says. Because she's like, why would you be involved with ecstasy? Any self-honest, self-respecting, honorable Japanese man won't get caught 10 billion miles from an ecstasy debacle. So Miyamoto is asked by his wife in this totally, by the way, theoretical, this has never happened, this is Skycat being an idiot, please don't sue me or Nintendo or anybody. I'm just talking about the hypothetical here, and I'm siding with Nintendo on this one. And he says, "Yes, I'm going to sue the drug dealer." And she goes, "Dear God, you are Nintendo. What would you have to do with a drug dealer? Are you a drug dealer, Miyamoto?" That's the funny part. That's a joke. I'm kidding. And he says, "No, honey, of course. You know what I do all day. Play golf and make Nintendo games. You're ridiculous." And he laughs at her. And they get over the laughter, and she says, "Why are you suing a drug dealer, Shigeru?" And he says, "Well, because if his batch is bad, it could kill some kids. If his batch kills some kids, and the batch is named Wario, which is what he named the batch, what does that do to Wario?" And she says, "Oh, yes, I'll call the lawyers in the morning for you. You go back to making video games and playing golf like the wonderful boomer that you are." And by boomer, I mean baby boomer. Not boomer. Get it fucking straight. Baby boomer. Someone born between 46 and 64. You know, your granddaddy. Your great-granddaddy. You know? So, yeah, granddaddy goes back to playing golf, hopefully, or whatever the fuck he does for fun on a Monday morning or whatever, and he can relax because he has $1 billion Nintendo franchise, and if you have $1 billion Nintendo franchise, you delegate, and if you delegate, you take it to the lawyers, and his wife he delegates to his wife, and his wife calls the lawyers in the morning, and she says, "We can't have an ecstasy dealer naming his drugs Wario. If they kick off in a bad batch, what does that make Nintendo look like?" And they go, "Absolutely, Mrs. Miyamoto," or whoever does his secretary, or whoever calls the lawyers or whatever. "We'll get Nintendo of America on the line, and we'll contact the Justice Department or whoever the fuck country this ecstasy dealer is from, it will fuck him. That, you know, he probably won't have any money because he's a, you know, he's a drug dealer. But, you know, drug dealers have money sometimes. But see, the difference is if they're bad, if they're desperately selling big batches of ecstasy, usually they're spending the money on the re-up. So if they're spending the money on the re-up in their making money phase rather than controlling the money phase, if you sue them, they just hide the money. And then you can't get anything out of them. So then Wario still gets, and this is, by the way, at the end of the day, the next day, Miyamoto cancels his golf appointment, and he schedules a fly kickboxing appointment because he feels like punching someone because now Wario is synonymous with ecstasy. And this is how a district attorney would look at it. This is how all lawyers would look at it. This is how the public probably looked at it. And I'm sorry, I have no sympathy for this person whose life that Nintendo kind of offhandedly just destroyed with a wave of their magic wand.
To pack quite the
And this is why the people that did this aren't very mad at Nintendo and all this other shit.
punch, reportedly containing upwards of 300 milligrams of MDMA, which is double of what is considered an already high dosage. Many on Reddit have noted that Wario-sized tablets are actually quite the shrewd method of reducing your potential prison time if ever busted with these pillies.
Yep. On top of it, it's a drug dealer who rips off the kids.
As the fewer pills you take, the better. Quote,
It's not only a drug dealer selling ecstasy to kids, it's a drug dealer who rips off the kids with his ecstasy.
heard it's more from
It often is.
a legal point of view. Getting caught up with 1 or 2 pills is unlikely to result in serious repercussions. So you load them pills as high as you can so you don't need to carry so many. Also works from a marketing point of view. And if you want a recognizable character that takes up a lot of volume, Wario certainly is a good pick. Our next story, child predators allegedly sending nude imagery using a Nintendo DS app. SwapNote was a free-to-download Nintendo. Last in this rapid-fire round is Maricar. Maricar was/is a Tokyo...
Yeah, no, that looks like a really bad hazard.
...based company dedicated to the gimmick of Mario Kart in real life. They used go-karts and actual Mario-related costumes to sort of...
Yeah, why not, though? Why not, though? I think that's a brilliant idea. Well, I mean, why not? But Nintendo was like, what if somebody dies? Then they're the Mario Kart death that Nintendo caused. And they're right about this. They're right about this. Then they're just synonymous with Mario Kart death, right? And their lawyers always win these fights because, I mean, it is like legally, you know, that's how this plays out. Do I have to pop it? I guess I do. All right. Oh, I do? Okay, well, I'll pop it. Basic MMORPG stuff. Click something, make it die. It's going to be a big boom. I don't know how I'm going to get the slaves out of there. I think they're trying to say that I bombed through and killed all the guard towers and killed all the alien troops down there on the surface and stuff. And now the slaves are coming out of the front of the pen kind of thing. Because normally if you were to blow this up, it would just kill everyone, I think. Hurry up, you. This is taking too long. I'm gonna go back to my video. I think one of the things you could say that's really hurtful about skycat.live is like the branding is that I'm playing games that don't really require me to play them. And that would be hurtful for me, but it is true, and I'm embracing it, and I'm not ashamed of it. I like games. I like doing React content over games that don't require me to actually pay attention. And I realize that basically makes me not a gamer, but just a stream, like a React streamer. Oh my god, you ran out of fucking charges. Weren't you attacking? Why did I dump all my missiles into this? Get attacking. The drones weren't attacking. I pressed the button. Yeah, is this gonna kill me? It better not. Oh my god. Okay, well, there's a cargo container with what's left of the slaves, I guess. I don't think that's very realistic. What do you mean 47? Oh, no. Really? Okay, well, okay, pull out like 100 of these. Yeah, and just jettison them. Oh, I left my mobile tractor unit. No. I have to save this location. No. All right, well, that's okay. I'll go get my... Or wait, did I leave the mobile tractor unit in the other one? Or, no, I don't know. No, I don't think I came through a gate. I just left the mobile tractor unit. That's okay. I'm a forgetful man these days. Got the brain damage, and it's pretty hard for me to remember things. Years of marijuana use and heroin and ecstasy and methamphetamine, bad drug cut, fentanyl, shit like that. And it's hard for me to remember things. Reminds me of Maynard in that Tool song when he's like, fuck all you junkies and fuck your short memories, because that's what I have now. But hey, you know what the blessing is about that, right? If there's bad times, I won't remember them. It's a blessing in a way. I don't know why. Okay. What do you mean? No. Just open this cargo container. Yes. And then put these other missiles in it. Yes. My God, your inventory is so bad. Obviously, the inventory is not bad. The looting is bad. Yeah. So now that goes in here. Oh God, are you serious? All 50 of these people? Really? God damn it, fine. Definitely save this location. Alright, well, let's go back. And I'll come back here. I don't want to come back here, but I guess I'll come back here. There wasn't even really any ships in this one. This level 4 sucked. There was barely any combat. It was boring. I don't remember the name. Rogue Slay. Oh, never mind. So this is part 1. Part 2 is actually probably good. Never mind. If it's a part 1, it's going to be a simple mission. I forgot how this works. There we go.
Create a Mario Kart game, but on the streets in the real world.
Yeah, it sounds great until that girl dies in a fiery explosion, and she becomes the Mario Kart girl. Nintendo killed Mario Kart girl. And, you know, it's sad that the lawyer has to make this point. But this is how the modern age is. If you can draw a connection, people will.
Riders don the costume.
They're gonna blame Nintendo for this girl dying, and so Nintendo was like, nope.
Costumes of various beloved Nintendo characters like Mario, Luigi, Yoshi, and more, and pitted friends and family while in costume against each other, bringing the video game to reality.
And if you had a successful business, you would do the same.
Obviously, extremely derivative of Nintendo's intellectual property. However, as you can imagine, Nintendo wasn't very happy with the go-kart company using their intellectual property.
Yeah, now the IP theft is one thing, but the possible death is the other, which is far worse.
In February of 2017,
just like the pills,
Nintendo would file a lawsuit against Maricar and stated that the company never obtained permission to use the costumes that the entire business built its premise off of. After receiving legal threats from Nintendo, Maricar would rename themselves to Mari Mobility Development. But this didn't stop Nintendo from coming after them.
No.
In December
just die.
Of 2020, after 3 years of battling Nintendo, Mario Kart lost a civil case in the District Court of Tokyo, and Nintendo was awarded $480,000 in restitution and banned the kart racing company from ever using their IP.
That's like maybe 1/10 of what it cost them to pay the lawyers. So that's why they say the $480K. That's the dummy fund that's left over after the $10 million it costs to pay the lawyers is over with.
The company would still be allowed to provide go-kart racing services for patrons, but they can no longer do this using the stolen gimmick that they built their entire company off of. The service that was Mario Kart is still apparently around today under the name Street Kart. And on their TripAdvisor website, the fallout of their lawsuit with Nintendo still remains quite present. Street Kart is healthy, adventurous recreation service that provides our customers the opportunity to ride our custom go-kart on the street. Street Kart is in no way a reflection of Nintendo, the game Mario Kart. We do not provide rental of costumes of Mario series. Apparently, Street Kart has moved away from Mario IP and now just uses generic superhero-related costumes. This next story details some individuals that cross Nintendo by uploading various ROMs of AAA titles to a website, the outcome being quite the expensive lawsuit. In the world of video game piracy, unauthorized copies of video games usually take the form of ROMs, or a read-only memory file. The name refers to the process of copying a video game's data found on its disc or game cartridge and making this data available to be read and played on an emulator. ROM hosting websites gained popularity in the late 2000s and early 2010s as
No. 1998 till 2023 so far. 1998. Just because this kid says that doesn't make it true. They've been doing this since 98.
Emulation became popular thanks to
before 9/11. I know, because before 9/11, I had my hands on all types of stolen ROMs. Since the internet started, there's been ROMs.
Software such as Project.
Like, honestly, back then, ROMs were the main reason I was on the internet, frankly. It was the only thing I could think of value, because I didn't know what Wikipedia or YouTube was yet or anything. So I was like, what do I use the internet for? Well, I'm a video game addict, and one of the ways that it can help me is it can teach me how to play video games better, or for free, right? So the first thing I looked for when I ever went to the internet was, oh, I heard that you can get Super Nintendo ROMs on your PC. And yes, it turns out you absolutely could.
And the Dolphin emulator. The subjects of this legally...
Wow, Dolphin pissed them off, huh? Yeah, now, I think Miyamoto would have let Dolphin sit if they had just stayed away from the current year's games. This is the funny part. I think a lot of people think of Nintendo as heartless or something, but honestly, maybe they might care. I don't know. I'm not Nintendo. I don't want to put words in their mouth. I don't know. It's their property. They obviously care. But I mean, I don't think Miyamoto would have gone after this guy if he had just kept the current, like, Zelda Breath of the Wild titles off of the Pirate Bay. So when Nintendo went after them, they were probably like, well, we're suing them anyways. We might as well just shut down the entire fucking thing. Now, I doubt they actually did do anything either.
Contentious story that we're about to dive.
You can't stop anybody from sharing an emulator, and you can't really stop. You can stop people from hosting ROMs, but it's every time you shut down a site like that, like 50 more just pop up. It's a problem of Malthusian, like, complexicity, right? In the respect that exponentially. Now, I thought I saved this cargo container's relation. I'm sorry. I guess I just jumped to the thing. I should have jumped to the cargo container. Damn it. Oh well. Yeah. So.
Into involves an Arizona couple that created one of these ROM websites.
So, like, one of the things that you can't do as a lawyer is really prosecute for ROMs, because at no point are the emulator and the ROMs really in the same place. It's kind of like the crack in the crack pipe or the bullet in the gun. The emulator itself, the gun, is not really illegal. Or the bullet. The ROM itself isn't really illegal. I mean, it's illegal, but it's not... Like, it's not like theft of, it's not something that's going to make anybody some money. So it's theft, but it's not theft for profit. It is the problem. It's theft for some kind of newer, more insidious style of wanting to build a library for free. But the problem is, a lot of these games are actually still sold on Nintendo Store. So if you steal Breath of the Wild, this pisses off Nintendo. And I think if they had just left that alone, and left some mystery and gave the hacker, like, torrent scene some time to wait for something. They easily could have waited 3 years, and I doubt Shigeru Miyamoto would have given a living fuck if they were stealing Breath of the Wild, because Breath of the Wild doesn't make him any money anymore. Or, well, more than 3 years. It's probably like 10 years, right? But after 10 years or something, right, they're not going to care. They're not going to care. They're going to think, oh my god, this guy is actually distributing my games for free. And they're so old that I don't make any money off of them anymore. But the games continue to grow their license forward because they steal them, and honestly, I think Shigeru isn't actually probably that. I'm sure he thinks it's theft, and he thinks it's in Japan they're gonna think any theft is dishonorable, and he's gonna have a bad view of it. He's not gonna like it. But I don't know if they care that much about 30-year-old games. I don't think they do. That's the funny side of Nintendo. I think as developers, I doubt Nintendo cares that much about, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess they do. They do care. I don't think it's that they, like, mind. I think they mind when people steal, but I think it's more about, like, I think they're not dumb enough to not understand how good how good, like, they're smart people that I'm trying to say this in a way that doesn't sound like I'm attacking Nintendo's leadership, because I just don't know these people. I don't want any kind of, like, like, quarrel with them. My thing is I think Nintendo struggles with something having to do with, like, PR. If their games are distributed out through other means, like such as torrents and ROMs, if a kid goes and plays, so let's say a kid really likes Elden Ring, what might that kid do? He's going to go back into the past, and he's going to go to Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 1, and then the older he gets, the less he's going to like it, because it's the more base it is. So, and this is how it goes. So does From Software all the way back to King's Field 2 came up tonight a lot. So does From Software care about King's Field 2? Yes, because, and this is the thing that's hard to articulate when you talk about this, is that yes, they do care about these games that they made 30 years ago, and they still want to make money off them, but they know that nobody will pay for them. Now, this is a tragic problem. They know that nobody's going to pay for these games. They just know it. So, like, this is a tragic problem for them. They can't just give the games away for free, because they remember the year of work that it took to produce the game, to legislate it, to localize it, to, years to make the game is something that they remember. But it's also something else about the marketing and the launching. If you go back in Nintendo's past and you talk to them about Super Mario Brothers 2, they're gonna say that they love doing it, and it was 5 wonderful years or something, and it was one of their many projects, and it was it was really beautiful, and they're gonna remember it fondly. And if you ask them, would you like to continue making money off Mario 2, they will say yes, because they worked very hard for that for some years. You would say the same. And so they say, but no one will pay you any. If you were to ask these developers, well, no one will pay you any money for these games, though. They won't pay you more than, say, like 10 cents or 25 cents. And the amount of work it would take to put these games on a store and administrate it and sell it and run the store and all this isn't probably worth allowing Jimmy to go back into our skeletal past and play Super Mario Brothers 2. Which looks like this, by the way, guys. Now, Nintendo really hates this, but see, will they make Super Mario Brothers 2? I don't know. I'm sorry, will they continue to make Super Mario Brothers money? Like, will they do that? What? Okay, so can I play? Yes, so what I want is I want up, down, left, right to be A. Oh no, that's down. Okay, up, down, left, right. And I will commit a bit of Nintendo infringement right now, you know? Well, I won't play the game, I guess. I'll just show you the title. That's the same as a YouTube video. Somebody loved this. Somebody spent a lot of time on this. Somebody did the graphics. Somebody wrote this story. Somebody made this frame. Somebody made this red. So do I want them to not make money for this game? No. I want them to make the money for this game, and I would pay them probably up to $5 for this game. But I won't right now because really you could just go get a combination of 1,200 of these games for free. And Nintendo probably doesn't actually really dislike that much. It's one of the things about that is it ensures that their product is universally loved and coveted and held in people's pockets on their D drives. You know, ROM collections of everything Nintendo ever had on the NES and the Super Nintendo. Now it's tragic. The more modern you get with the thievery, the more tragic it gets, and the more you can tell it pisses off Nintendo. So it's okay to probably rob their graves. It's funny, like video games are kind of funny. It's probably okay morally to rob their games. Rob their game graves, because nobody's playing Super Mario Brothers 2 in 2023. If they are, it's for like a retro community or something like that, right? So this is tragic for the people who made the game, because it's not really like Stephen King's Firestarter or like Nine Inch Nails' The Downward Spiral or Beatles' The White Album or something like that, where everybody in the world can go play that. I mean, it is like that, but it's also not, though, because everyone will probably go listen to Downward Spiral again in 50 years. Everyone will go watch the Raiders of the Lost Ark again in 50 years. But what I don't think they're likely to do is go back and play Super Mario Brothers 2. If they are, it's the retro scene who's into that stuff, the boomer crowd who only ever played Nintendo games in the first place and never graduated beyond SNES or anything like that anyways further. And a more beautiful time about 2004 when the member berries hadn't really hit them that bad, and you know, and all that, and it's just, you know, this whole thing about should they charge for the games? Yes, and my whole thing is, I think where Nintendo made their business error is they definitely should litigate anybody who's trying to steal anything from the last 10 years. But past that, I want some kind of global congressional library of video games. And I mean 10 years. For most places, it's 100. But for me, it's like 10 years. Generations are like 3 years long or something. They're not very long. So 10 years is a long time in the video game scene. It's a long, long time. So I think past 10 years, I think the litigation should stop when these people inevitably steal the code and share it with their friends. And it should be allowed, but within 10 years, Nintendo should be able to sue your fucking ass for putting Breath of Fire, or Breath of the Waifu, or Tears of the Waifu on TBP, you know, or Kick-Ass Torrents or whatever. And we can absolutely go and see Zelda in many, well, not that stuff, but, you know, sorry. I'm coming to games here. Sorry about that. Got a lot of porn, but Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, etc. I'm not downloading any titles, I promise. I'm just saying that, like, you know, Zelda is stolen.
Websites, that couple being Jacob and Chris.
Now, I don't condone going to that website, and I don't like that I had to do what I had to do, and I don't go to that website very often, frankly. I really don't anymore. But I'll go there just to see the way that the winds are blowing. I don't condone stealing. I don't condone torrents. I've done it my whole life, but I still don't condone it, and yes, I'm a hypocrite. And no, I don't think it's good. And I think Miyamoto should make his money when you know, somebody did work on Super Mario Brothers for 5 years. So how I suggest they do it is how the ROM people did it. Sell the Nintendo package for $500. Sell the entire Nintendo package in a simple 1 gig thing that's like Bitcoin coded to the gamer for $500 on Steam. And when the gamer thinks, wow, I could make sure Nintendo survives, they'll pay the $500. And if they won't, then they won't. But this is my suggestion to Nintendo. That is where you should be leaning. It is the Humble Bundle. Let's go look at Humble, right? This is a good way to lean. It's called socialism, right? If you commune with your people and you buy the games and support the developers and support charity and stuff like this, we will give you deals on the games. $4 back, $8 back, $40 for Detroit. Shout out to my friend Hobson who got me addicted to Detroit. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Shout out to my friend Hobson who tossed me the $20, my mod Hobson, for buying me Detroit. And Humble Bundle is Wondle. Humble Bundle is Wondle, because it's got everything. I mean, it's really good. It's Steam at half price, right? So, or not half price, but like 3/4 to half price, something like that. And so it's definitely better. It's definitely better. And this is the future. Miyamoto's not dumb. He can see it. The future is sharing and packages of lots and lots of games. And I suggest Nintendo does something like the Nintendo Mega Pack, where here's the entirety of the NES collection. See, now, Miyamoto can't do this without, buying out every company that ever published for him. But he could get their agreement. Hudson Soft, EA, Squaresoft, etc. He could get their agreement. It would be very difficult. But that's what the lawyers should be focused on. And the litigiousness is
this husband and wife duo
warranted.
Were responsible for creating loveroms.com and loveretro.co.
Yeah, now some people, ROM is their lifestyle. So, and I have the most sympathy for those people, but see, the difference is, like, a lot of those games, you can't get them anymore. You can't buy the cartridges. So those lifestyle people, I do feel something for them. If they want to play Madden 1 and their idea of fun is Madden 1 or Super Smash Brothers Melee, that's okay. I have some sympathy for the gamers, and that's really where I think Nintendo feels the worst. They know that we're gonna vote for them with our money, and they really don't want to lose us. So they're like, oh man, some of these people, this is their lifestyle.
These sites were essentially a repository where one.
I know, because I'm one of them. I literally have on my fucking stream title right now, the MMO lifestyle. It's a boring lifestyle because I've only got 2 people, but it's still the MMO lifestyle. And it's an MMO lifestyle, which is slow games. Like, people came into the channel thinking it was going to be something else, I think, but no, man, it's many games and they're all slow. They're MMOs. It's the most boring form of video games out there. As MMOs. I'm serious. The only person it's fun for is the person playing it. So I'm very not surprised when the EVE community doesn't come and look at me, because I'm like, I'm not doing EVE things very much. I'm not really doing anything. It's kind of funny. Yeah, completed a level 4. That might be better than some people did today on EVE, though. Gonna do 2 level 4s. A lot of level 4s here, I think. Yeah. So let's go play some EVE.
And software from Nintendo's expansive library.
He has to be careful when he does this, because they will sue him. They really don't want their likeness under someone else's control at all. They don't want somebody painting them evil. They're just not. They don't want kids poisoned by adults. And that's a valid concern. It's a valid concern.
As well as games from other publishers outside of Nintendo itself. Love ROMs was essentially a massive database of free games that people could download and play on an emulator. Thousands of games were hosted on their website, and Love ROM.
My God, look at it! It's not just Nintendo; it's all of them. Oh my God, I would really like the entire PlayStation 2 collection. There is some games in there that are so special that. I mean, these were the games that I played growing up. Honestly, I think what I would want is an emulator with Dreamcast and a controller.
Spread around the internet by word of mouth, with the site eventually becoming the go-to website for folks in search of free titles.
And I would play. I know what I would play. I would play Phantasy Star Online 1.
ROMs. Jacob and Christian did quite well for themselves. In fact, at the height of Love ROM's popularity, their website was...
They were rich, probably made like $20-30 million. They were like living the high life, you know. They got a nice McMansion and their kids are going to college now, and you know, and they're eating sushi every night, and they got the Lambo and all this, and they're like, wow, all we wanted to do was be ROM enthusiasts, and then the world threw $30 million at us because what we were doing was actually something that people really believed in. And so then the big corporations came after these people with assassins, probably. I mean, I'm sure they're still alive. I'm talking about lawyers. I'm sure the big corporations came after these people with assassin lawyers.
In close to 17 million page visits.
Like the best in the world. They probably hired the best intellectual property like lawyer in the world who just happened to be free for that Wednesday, and he slam dunked this case in like 6 weeks and shut him out and robbed him of the $30 million, and also probably got jail time. Probably jail time, I bet. Probably commuted probation sentence, jail time, but jail time all the same. You can try and dodge it, but I mean, if you're a criminal, it's not like they're always going to catch you. That's just not true. But they usually catch you. And you usually see jail time.
Month. And the website featured plenty of advertisements as well that paid out to the couple. But with the majority of their ROM downloads being
they were rich.
Riches like Mario, Zelda, and Pokemon, it would only be a matter of time before Nintendo caught wind of this and stepped in and upheld their reputation of being extremely copyright protective. Coming to see Love ROMs as the face of
integrated Hobgoblin blueprint with how many charges? 60 runs?
Nintendo filed a civil complaint against Jacob Matthias and his business Matthias Designs LLC. This complaint was later amended to add his wife Christian in it as well. Quote, the Love ROMs and Love Retro websites are among the most open and notorious online hubs for pirated video games, wrote Nintendo in their complaint. They also added, through the Love ROMs and Love Retro websites, defendants reproduce, distribute, publicly perform, and display a staggering number of unauthorized copies of Nintendo's video games, all without Nintendo's permission. Defendants are not casual gamers, but are instead sophisticated parties with extensive knowledge of Nintendo's intellectual property and the video game industry more generally. This complaint made clear that this couple was not authorized to distribute any of these ROMs on their website. Nintendo was seeking damages for what they saw as rampant piracy of their games and IP committed by this couple. The
really?
Matthias Designs LLC should be responsible for paying $150,000 per game hosted on their platforms, and $2 million for each trademark that they had violated. Considering the fact that thousands of Nintendo games had been uploaded to their websites, that meant the company was requesting upwards of $100 million.
Yep, and they got fucked. They got fucked for all of it. They got fucked by all of it, and then they also lost triple. They were fined triple what they made, and that's when you've really failed as a criminal. You paid out way more than you ever stole, right?
Images, the couple reacted quickly to Nintendo's complaint and promptly took down both of their
We will sue you for $100 million if you don't take this down right now. It's a simple statement.
Sites, Love Retro and Love ROMs.
Goodbye.
In July of 2018.
And the wife cries, and she's like, "Oh, this was the greatest thing we ever did, and Nintendo killed us." But it's okay. You didn't pay for those games. What did you think was going to happen? I'm sorry, babe. I have some sympathy for you, but what did you think was going to happen? Ain't no such thing as free. Ain't no such thing as free. There's just ain't no such thing as free. No such thing as a free chicken dinner, you know? You stole and now augmented. No. I'm trying to do mobile tractor unit, which I lost today. That's always cute. There goes 10 million. Wait. I'm in Capus right now, am I? Now, didn't I save this location? I did. But I can't get back to where the mobile tractor unit is. That's gone. So, whatever. Just moving forward. I'm fine with it. I make so much money anyways. It doesn't really matter, frankly. Like, right here, I'm making so much money. Like, that I don't give two shits more. I'm out here on the level 4s trying to get the LP together and my rep and all this. And, like, oh, yeah, I guess I'm not really, like, orbiting? Okay. I didn't even bring the mobile tractor unit. I gotta go buy a new one. It's annoying. There's, like, none in Fontaine, and I should bring them here and charge 20 million. I bet people would buy them. It's actually not the worst idea, but moving them is not that easy. They're huge. So, yeah. I mean, wow. So, I guess... Oh, no, they are selling them in Fontaine for really cheap. Never mind. So cool. I can just go get it when I finish this mission. That's good. So
after both sites had been removed, Love ROMs would publish a statement to Facebook. Quote, all Nintendo titles have been removed from the site. Hashtag we'll update you later. Around this time, Nintendo would issue a statement to Kotaku further elaborating on the damages they were seeking. Quote, this is a civil case involving multiple websites that host and promote legacy game ROMs for free and direct download. The sites include hundreds of pirated copies of Nintendo games for multiple Nintendo platforms. The most popular downloads on the website are Nintendo's first-party titles that have reportedly been downloaded more than 60 million times. The case also involves the unauthorized use and promotions of Nintendo's registered trademarks and copyrights. With strong posturing from Nintendo in full effect,
strong posturing from Nintendo. They're like, we're gonna fuck you for this.
And seem to be
it's like pissing off Whitey Bulger or something.
Going all in on a settlement route. Several months later, in November of 2018, it was being reported that a settlement had been made between the couple and Nintendo. Jacob and his wife Christian had finished their negotiations with Nintendo. This negotiation ending in an eye-popping settlement. A settlement detailing that Jacob and Christian would pay out to the gaming giant $12,230,000 in damages. And after reaching this settlement, the couple would issue an apology to Nintendo on the internet.
Shit.
Our website, loveroms.com/loveretro.co, previously offered and performed unauthorized copies of Nintendo games in violation of Nintendo's copyrights and trademarks. Loveroms.com/loveretro.co acknowledges that it caused harm to Nintendo, its partners, and customers by offering infringing copies of Nintendo games, and has agreed to cease all such activities. To access legitimate Nintendo games online, please visit www.nintendo.com for more information about the Nintendo Game Store. The Arizona couple bent the knee and fully ate this settlement. And to be honest, at the time, many online saw this as a sort of David versus Goliath situation.
Nope.
Naturally, the settlement proved quite controversial, and the company's aggressive pursuance of this couple.
You can't steal games. That's not how that works.
As an example of the company's brutal copyright.
Why am I not moving at all? Let's go.
A common argument made against Nintendo is that the Matias family didn't technically cause any true harm to the company because a lot of the titles that they had been hosting on their websites as ROMs weren't available by Nintendo for purchase as they had been removed from shelves long ago, and there was like no way to buy them. And while this is accurate in some examples, it's not completely true, as during the life cycle of the Love ROM's website, Nintendo had begun dipping its toes into virtual console products. And
yeah, I think I've got too much incoming damage here, and I'm just gonna dock out here.
Emulated versions of its retro
kind of
games
annoying.
on consoles, like what
It's
they're
okay, it
doing
happens
with the
once in a
Switch
while.
right now. It's clear that Nintendo views ROM websites as direct
Thank God I'm not
competition to their own proprietary
scrammed.
emulation packages. That being said, to me, this lawsuit was less about damages and it was more about sending a message so they could essentially, you know, nip the seed in the bud before ROM sites became an epidemic. Now, there's a looming threat around hosting a ROM website. And if this was the case, their scare tactics seemed to work at the time. In the wake of the Love ROM settlement, the second largest ROM website, EMU ROMs, was shut down by its owner. This host fearing that if he maintained his operations, Nintendo would come for him next. And as years have passed, ROM hosting websites have become fewer and far between as the threat of a Nintendo clampdown looms over any who dare host these files. As for Jacob and Christian, it's unknown what the couple is up to these days, and it's not even really been confirmed if they've ever had to make any payments to Nintendo. Needless to say, they'll be remembered throughout history as the example set by Nintendo when it comes to these ROM websites. Their case being pointed to by Nintendo critics as proof of Nintendo's aggressive intellectual property protection. Well, you made it to the end. Let me know what you thought about this video down below in the comments section, and make sure to let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to the patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace. The internet is rife with stories of fast food controversy, be it reports of contaminated meals being served to customers, vile instances of employee misconduct, or videos showcasing psychotic customer meltdowns. There's something about fast food restaurants. It's like the most mind-boggling scenarios play out at these places. And the online world just can't seem to get enough of these tales. In this installment of Fast Food Disasters, we'll be looking at some of the most infamous fast food fiascos out there, and I couldn't think of a better place to start than the Wendy's gator throwing incident. Many of you watching may be familiar with a mean-spirited prank that's often pulled on hapless fast food workers. That prank being fire in the hole. The act involves a delinquent fast food customer ordering a large soft drink at a drive-thru window only to then hurl the drink back at the restaurant worker, drenching the poor soul in the process. Sadly, fire in the hole has become a time-tested prank, popular for multiple generations of young people at this point. And unsurprisingly, dozens have actually been criminally prosecuted for performing this stunt. But of the many disturbing examples of fire in the hole being performed, no instance tops the time a live alligator was involved. The story begins in October of 2015 with 23-year-old Florida man Joshua James. Joshua James had been described as somewhat of an outdoorsman, a Florida redneck with a penchant for animal wrestling. Friends of the man say that Joshua recreationally caught snakes, lizards, and most importantly to this story, alligators. On one October day, Josh and a small group of associates managed to wrangle a gator, a young one approximately 3.5 feet in length. Initially aggressive and thrashing, the wild reptile would eventually become docile, likely exhausted from its fight with the Florida man. With a live gator now in their possession, the boys begin to ask themselves, what next? Fried gator? A new pet? Release the poor thing? None of the above. Joshua James and his friends,
Sorry, I had to talk to somebody.
Inspired by some of the viral fire in the hole videos on social media at the time, decided they'd put their own Florida spin on the already dangerous prank. They decided instead of throwing soda at a fast food employee, they would throw their live alligator into a drive-thru window. Joshua and one of his gator wrangling accomplices would later pull up to the Wendy's drive-thru restaurant located in Royal Palm Beach, Florida.
No.
The men ordered a drink and then drove up to the drive-thru window to meet the unfortunate soul on the receiving end of their devious stunt. During the drive-through interaction, the worker turned their back to the group, and seeing their opportunity, Josh pulled the gator from the backseat of his truck and hurled the tormented reptile through the drive-through window. The startled beast hissed as it landed inside Wendy's, sending workers into a panic. The cashier was so terrified by the presence of the alligator, she jumped out of the
It's a racial thing, maybe?
drive-through window as Josh sped away in his truck. The gator tossing gang light.
Yeah, that's looking racial to me. God damn it, man.
Warp drive active.
Feeling that they'd committed the greatest act of fire in the hole in history. And while this may be true, the act would come with consequences, as not only did Josh and his friends harm the gator by throwing it, they petrified everybody inside of the Wendy's restaurant. Wendy's management would notify authorities over the gator inside of their facility. It was later captured and released back into the wild by Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation officers. They traced the soft drink purchased at the time of the gator throwing back to Joshua James. After a thorough investigation, the man was arrested several months later. He was taken into custody where he would confess to being the Wendy's gator thrower. As a result of his alligator antics, Joshua was facing some pretty serious charges. The most remarkable of these charges being aggravated assault with a deadly weapon with the intent to do less than murder and unlawful possession of a gator. After being arrested and charged, the man posted bail and was released from jail. Shortly after getting out, Joshua was approached by a group of journalists and he agreed to do an ad hoc interview with them. And the man was rather candid in the interview, saying that he didn't mean any harm by his stunt, he just wanted to do something funny. And he also claims that he had a friend that worked at the Wendy's, so he thought it wouldn't be that big of a deal if he threw the gator in there. Well, you were wrong about that, pal.
So the person you threw it at was your friend or no?
No, it was a different person, but I'm sure he was working there at the time and got
Oh.
a chance to see it. So.
Do you have anything to say to the people?
Oh, never mind. He was pranking his friend. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry for what I did. I mean, just being stupid, not thinking, and obviously.
Yeah, I guess I could see throwing an alligator through the drive-through to scare my friend who worked there. I guess I could see doing that.
Obviously, I found out.
And see, I thought it was like he was mad at the restaurant and was like throwing a bomb in there, but it was just a kid's prank. That stasis tower sucks. Gotta kill it. Fucking annoying. Fucking stasis tower. Oh, wow. I had no idea. Shit. Well, target again. The Berserker, huh? Berserker next. Alright. I mean, they hurt me, but I'm gonna win. This one's particularly nasty. Been a while. I think they've changed some of these level 4s. Some of these I don't remember like this. Oh, I forgot to buy it. Oh, well, I guess I'm not really ready. Wow, the incoming is kind of lame. Oh, I forgot. I can get a combat log. There. Yeah, I love this log. Fucking log is so cool. Get all the way down, man. All the way there. So, I mean, yeah, I broke it there. I broke the incoming there. It was enough. When the web stopped, I was okay. The incoming stopped enough where I'm gonna live. But boy, it was kind of high pressure there for a minute.
I gotta pay for them, so.
And so you never meant to harm anybody, you're saying?
No, absolutely not. I never meant for anybody to get hurt or anything like that. It was a good laugh kind of thing.
Yeah, he was pulling a high school prank.
Joshua would plead guilty to his charges, which had been slightly softened. These charges included misdemeanor assault and unlawful possession of a gator. The man was given 12 months of probation and compelled to complete 75 hours of community service, and he had to pay a...
You say man, but I hear boy. I saw a boy. I saw like a 22-year-old boy pulling like a 20-year-old's prank.
Fine and court costs of $1,200. A Florida wildlife worker commented on the judge's sentencing. He may have thought this was something funny he was doing, but I've been bitten by alligators. I've seen what alligators can do, and I think that's probably something the judge took a look at. The gator tosser's disregard for public safety...
Gator tosser? Gator tosser?
Our next fast food
Gator tosser
story involves another highly
Gator
ignorant
tosser.
man. A man so dumb that he posted a video of himself committing a fast food related crime onto YouTube. When you're surfing the web, it's often common to see articles and videos showcasing secret menu items and menu hacks. One fast food hack out there is actually illegal to participate in, which brings us to the topic of the Del Taco scammer, Robert Echeverria. In 2008, Robert was featured in a roughshot video published to YouTube titled How to Scam Del Taco.
Oh no.
This infamous video showcased Robert making a call to his local Del Taco restaurant to trick the restaurant workers.
Yeah, we used to do this a lot. Okay, before he says it, I want to tell you what we used to do. So we would order one meal at the start of the month, right? Like chip together, get a big meal, you know, first of the month kind of stuff. And then you have the receipt, and you give the receipt to the crafty girl that doesn't mind talking to people, right? And you tell the crafty girl, we need this. And then so you call up the restaurant and you say, I have this and this order, and you gave me the wrong order. And they're like, oh, well, cool. Well, I'm so sorry. Well, if you bring back the receipt, we'll replace it. And then when you bring back the receipt and you show them the order, and you want to hit them during the lunchtime when they're busy and they don't have the time to think about it. They're just going to make your $35 receipt order again. Now, this doesn't matter which fast food place it is, but if you have a receipt, you'd be surprised how powerful it can be. And I watched a lot of my friends abuse this when I was a kid. A lot of my friends. You know, it's a common scam. Fast food joints, I don't know how it's an industry that can kind of sustain itself, because I think a lot of the time they're getting ripped off by the public. A lot of the time.
Into giving him free food under the pretense that they had screwed up a previous order he had made.
Now, before he said it, I told you what it was, right?
Which he never actually made an order. Robert and his affiliate.
And who cares about $33 worth of Del Taco? They're not going to probably call the cops or call you a liar. And honestly, their jobs are so bad that when they deal with angry customers, it's terrifying for them. So they're like, you know, they don't want to piss you off. They want to be like, hello, sir. Hey, yeah, we refunded, sir. We refunded. And you know, and then they're all nice to you because they know they'll be fired immediately. Like the bosses tell you when you come in, and the management and all this, they're like, you know, you cannot treat the customer like the customer's always right is the first thing going to teach you at McDonald's, and they're gonna be like, you're wrong. Whatever it is, you're wrong. Just fix whatever it is for them. McDonald's doesn't want you to ever. And this is a lot of companies are like this. McDonald's never ever wants you to anger anybody. So if it seems like they're getting angry, just give them what they want. And the managers will tell you this when they won't tell you give the food away. They'll be like, if you give food away for free, I'm going to fire you. Lol. They'll say in the next breath, right? But they'll also be like, yeah, if you have a really irate, like legitimate customer who is really irate, you will give them whatever it is. It could be a $50 order. It doesn't matter what it is. You will just make it and you will give it to them and you will hope that they go away because you're stuck there. They're not. Like they have a car, they can commit a crime, they can punch you and drive away. There's a lot of things in that situation that's kind of bad when you're stuck as a cashier. You've got to defend the money. A lot of the public is so angry at you because you're a fast food worker that they're thinking about robbing you anyways. And it's just really, really weird. It's weird to be there. I couldn't do it for very long. I was like, you know, and this is true. And now, and then, so, and it's funny because every girl I ever met who wanted to convince me that she was a bad girl would show me how she commits receipt fraud. And so I know all the receipt frauds. Hot girls are into receipt fraud, specifically because they charge too much money for makeup and clothes and, you know, food. food and rent. They charge too much for everything. Women don't. I mean, like, I'm sorry, but they just do. They call it the struggle, kind of. It's like young, attractive females. You know, they don't have somebody taking care of them. They're working, and everything's so expensive for them. The makeup, the gas, the cars, the food, the clothes, all of it. I would say people like humanity saw women coming, and if it's a woman's item or women's clothing or makeup or anything like that, they have marked the price up, and I've seen it many times. So then most good women that I know are very good at receipt manipulation, and they will have good upstanding, like, relationships with the companies that they use, like Walmart or Amazon or whatever. But when they want something from these companies, they get it because the Walmart or the Amazon, whoever it is that they deal with every day when they do their purchasing for their family or themselves, when the business sees a female name, it's actually kind of funny. When the business sees a female name, they immediately think homeowner, right? Homeowner and mother and like home like what do they call that when you're a housewife, right? They think housewife. They're sexist, and so they don't want to piss you off because they know that if you decide you don't want to do your business there, they might lose out on $30,000 worth of repeat business over 10 years, and so they're not inclined to fight with you over receipts or statements that you make or things that you want from them or any of this. And especially if you really seem legitimate and you really do spend the money there and you are a customer of theirs, you'd be surprised what people can do with receipts. It's actually fairly strong. And so anybody smart enough to understand this can work the sympathies of some place like Del Taco or Taco Bell, where honestly the guy knows you're ripping him off because the guy knows that he didn't fuck up a $37 meal. But he's going to give you, I mean, in this story, it probably wasn't like this because the Del Taco was probably so pissed at him for trying that they prosecuted or whatever. No, I thought I warped out. No, I really thought I warped out. No. Okay. There we go. So yeah, and this is unfortunate, sort of, because it's like you can take advantage of the fast food places and the Amazon, and they have some customer leeway with you, but they also track this with an algorithm and shit like that. We know they do. They track like how many times you call them. They track how many times you've had a problem. They track how much the problem costs them. They're problem fixers, and they'll resend you whatever that item is. But I mean, like they also track everything you do, and you can eventually kind of fuck yourself doing this. If the guy ripped off Del Taco so much that the manager is aware that like $800 worth of fucking Del Taco has gone out and $800 of cash didn't come in, he's gonna fucking bust this guy. And this is another reason why they say don't shit where you eat and don't ever come back to the same place ever again. Because the manager now has a mandate to bust the guy because $800 worth of merchandise is missing. And so, you know, you don't want to hit the mandate with these people. You want to go just below it. Maybe 420, 330, 270 something. He knows that you've gotten like 5 free meals, but then you didn't show up there again for like 5 years. That's a good way to do receipt manipulation. If you bang the same place for $30 more than, say, I would say it's like 5 times, 5-6 times. You can bang them. You can be like, here's the receipt for the food that you didn't give me. And they're like, what do you mean didn't give you? Oh, I'm sorry. No, you messed up the order. And it's a hot girl talking to them. So they're flustered and they don't know. And the hot girl's like, yeah, we came through here and you gave us the wrong bag. And my friends ate your food. But I mean, I actually still need the original order. And they're like, oh, okay. I've seen a girl do that like 10 times. I still need the original order. It's for other people that we're going, you know, and that's why we order $37 worth of food. A good talker will talk their way through that receipt. I've done it myself like 5 times when I'm starving. It sucks, but I mean, you'll do whatever you have to do to get by. So like, you know, I saw people work tricks around this, except you don't want to piss off the manager, or you're going to get this. You're going to get a fucking lawsuit that fucks you in the ass. You don't want to get caught the 6th or 7th time. You just don't ever want the times to get beyond 1. So for instance, okay, here's an example of a way. So we didn't like fast food when we were younger because we were like woke, bred into believing that like that fast food nation was a thing, and that it was kind of like McDonald's fault that all of America was fat. But no, it's all of America's fault that all of America is fat. It's my fault that I'm fat. It's not McDonald's fault. It's not, it's not Wendy's or fucking eating there 3 times a day. It's not that. It's that we don't have control over our eating habits, and we're just eating too much and exercising too little, and we're unhealthy, right? So one of the things we used to do is we really didn't like the fast food back in the day. So, and we ate there for all 3 meals every day when we were teenagers for 5 years, something like that. I ate at fast food 3 times a day. I would get McDonald's breakfast to like Wendy's lunch to like fucking Taco Bell dinner. It was disgusting. It's not like I would eat a lot of it. I would get like, I would get a sausage biscuit meal in the morning and like 2 chalupas for lunch. And like, and two double stacks at like 1 a.m. when you're drunk, right? That was usually kind of eating habits I'd have. And I would skip breakfast a lot of the time, more so than my friends would. I'd skip breakfast most of the time. I would be sleeping in. So I only ever ate 2 meals most of my life. And I still only eat like 1 to 2 meals. And so, when you learn that these people will fix your order, you can just manipulate them, especially if it's like a girl who seems legitimate. And I need my original order is a really good way to get around it. I need my original order. My friends ate your food because we were fucking starving and it wasn't our order. And we sat in your line for 15 minutes, which is part of it. We sat in your line again. We sat in your line, the lunch line, for 15 minutes. We ate the order that you gave us while we sat in the line for 15 more minutes. And you send the girl in, and the girl talks to him, and you get $35 worth of free food. And now, and the other scam that we used to sort of do was in Denver, Colorado, anyways. If you wore some kind of Chipotle related costume, right? They would give you a full-blown $7 Chipotle burrito. So what did we do when we found this out, right? We figured out where all 17 fucking Chipotle locations were in all of the Front Range. We paid our friend like $40 in gas because it's still cheaper or whatever. It wasn't $40; it was like $30 in gas or something. And we were like, hey, who's got $5? And we're gonna go run our friend Jay around for with 5 people or something. And we're going to every fucking Chipotle in the city, right? 17 of them, right? And so we go to Chipotle and we go to Safeway first, and we get tinfoil, and we dress ourselves up like burritos over and over again as we get to each Chipotle. And we just throw something on, throw something around your chest. Hey, I'm a Chipotle burrito. It's tinfoil. And the kid doesn't want to argue with you. It's Halloween, and they're happy that you're in the Chipotle. The kid doesn't want to argue with you, and the manager doesn't want to argue with you, and you've got 5 people, right? So they're like, okay, we'll make 5 free burritos. Can't believe the management made this deal. And they make you the 5 burritos. Now, all that's fine. Till you realize that you can travel to like between 13 and 17 Chipotles all within 10 to 15 minutes of each other, because they basically corporatized America and turned all of America into a strip mall full of Chipotles and Qdobas and shit. And you go to the Safeway and you buy your tinfoil for your 5 friends, and you go and you get your frozen container, right? You get a nice ice mate cooler that's sitting in your dad's garage, right? And then you visit every Chipotle in the city on every Halloween, and you pull about 110 burritos. No lie, it's like 5 burritos each Chipotle, 13 of them, whatever it is. It's like whatever it was like 96 burritos. Every year we did this for like, I don't know, 10 years, something. I don't know if they still do that, because I don't do that anymore. I grew out of being a teenager, you know what I'm saying? But from the age of 13 till I was about 23, every Halloween in Denver, we would haul about whatever 100 Chipotle burritos. It's like $700. It's like $700 worth of free Chipotle burritos. And this is one of the reasons why they always say buy one get one free, because if you just bang them for free, and walk, you just got $700 out of the Denver Chipotle people of free burritos that they freely gave away, that was not in the violation of the law, that they don't resent you for doing, that they don't record you or care. They don't care. They make 5 burritos really fucking fast, and making 5 burritos to them is like Wednesday, you know, and they just make the 5 burritos and they say, have a nice day, guys, happy Halloween, and we get our 100 burritos and we freeze them, and we live off Chipotle for all of the month of November. For all of the month of November until, Thanksgiving, when Mom makes too much turkey or stuffing or whatever, and we have good food for a couple of weeks. Chipotle feeds me for all of November. Or at least they did for 10 years. And there's an example of, fast food story for you. And my 5 friends were very happy to do this. They were my band, and we were starving.
Affiliates shot this video in the parking lot of the very Del Taco that they would wind up scamming. The act took place in Rialto, California.
Rialto. See, in California, they're probably hip to the game, so you gotta watch it. Gotta be in a pretty corporate city that's like sort of rich. I'd say San Francisco, Austin, Denver, and someplace that isn't ridden with crime, right? You can't do this in a major city. They're already used to it, right? But you can do this in a corporate city that's kind of like sort of oblivious to what's going on, But if it's like a ghetto city that's bordering something like South Central or the Bronx or Queens or something like that, everyone's run the game already. But if you're in a city like Denver or it would work in Boulder, you could probably go to every Chipotle in Boulder, and this is coming up, every Chipotle in Boulder, and get like 7 free burritos, each, And that's cool. I don't care that it takes some gas and time. It's still, once in a while, it's kind of cool that you can get something for free in this life. You can. You just have to look for it.
50 miles east of Los Angeles.
If it's your birthday, you can definitely get some products. Stuff to get for free on your birthday. When you're from the lower class, you got to make the ends meet. However you can. Right, stuff to get. What was I gonna say? I've lost the train of thought. What is it? Stuff to get for free on your birthday. And so when you see somebody saying free, you immediately think they have too much money, and I'm gonna take whatever they have for free. Yeah. When you see like a real person, when they hear the word free, they're like, well, I'm gonna take whatever you have because it's free, right? So 47 birthday freebies, right, for Save the Student, because students are often starving, like the lower class, So just to make a separate email account to sign up for all these birthday freebie deals, right? Frankie and Bernie's, a voucher for a free main meal at Frankie and Benny's. You can get a free Whopper at Burger King. You can get a cream cake or donut at Greg's. You can get a free burrito at Bar Burrito, Brewers Fayre, Tasty Edwards. Krispy Kreme will give you a free donut if you join their rewards program and show up at a Krispy Kreme place. Tortilla, whatever they are, they'll give you a free burrito. Las Iguanas, they'll give you a free meal. Beef Eater Grill, I've heard of them. I've never been there, but I'm sure it's good. Free main meal. Right? Pizza Express. So what do? You go to these places and you eat the meal till you're so full you can't eat anymore. And then you go to the places and you order a drink that you would have ordered anyways. Like, $4 or $7, something like that. Buy a drink. And you're like, hey, it's my birthday. Right? And they can't do anything. They won't like it, but they can't do anything. If you're actually strong enough to be like, I'm sorry guys, I need the meal, and you do advertise for a free meal, and it'd be false advertising if it wasn't. And you could explain yourself if you want to, but they know what the deal is. You're fucking starving, and you came in to exploit your birthday. And honestly, that's what they want from you. At least you came into the restaurant, right? Subway will give you a free cookie, muffin break. So, if it's your birthday, it's a pretty good time to go to the mall, to the food court, right? With your friends. You're gonna have to buy something cheap probably most of the time or whatever, but you could probably feed 5 people for $5. if it's your birthday, because you can just go from each place and get a free meal and be like, yo, it's my birthday. I love your company. I eat Burger King all the time. I want a free Whopper. You know what I'm saying? You just give the Whopper to your friend, you know, and you leave. You go to the Greg's and or whatever, and the Bar Burrito or the fucking, you know, the Sporo Pizza or whatever. Usually Pizza Express or whatever, fucking Starbucks or whatever, Subway, right? And you just keep on going.
Was aided by 2 friends.
Now, you could call these scams, but these people willingly want you to take this from them. So only a sucker wouldn't. These people willingly want you to take this stuff from them. They saved up $700 worth of materials to feed the burritos to the Halloween people, and they saved that money and they put it in a bank, and then they pay for the investment, and they got the training and the people and the restaurant stuff, and they put the $700 back into the community, and they want you to eat their free food. They just don't want you to take all of their free food like we were doing. But I mean, like, it doesn't matter. There's no violation of the law. It's a free burrito. So that's how you get 100 burritos on Halloween in Denver, Colorado.
18-year-old Ian Roman and 18-year-old Brian Foster. Rob's deceptive phone call ruse involved in telling a story where he sent his...
And trust me, Chipotle doesn't like me telling you this story, and I don't care. I don't eat Chipotle and haven't had Chipotle in 10 years. I don't care.
2 sons.
I don't care. Don't care about Chipotle's feelings. Shush, brand.
Del Taco, and that the restaurant had...
Am I advocating that you rob Chipotle for $700 worth of burritos on Halloween? It's not really robbing them when they say free, is it? Yes, I am advocating that.
Completely screwed up the order and put...
This isn't stealing an order. It's free. It's the word free. Used by the company. It is an entirely different hustle. Free is a funny word. You don't see it very often.
Sour cream on everything. He claims that after getting this screwed up order, he called Del Taco corporate over the matter and was given the green light to get a free meal.
How you doing, Rosie? My name's Robert Kennedy.
Oh God, do not bother corporate, you fucking criminal. Jesus Christ, leave corporate alone. You probably scared the living shit out of this fucking lady.
Frequent your establishment about 2 to 3 times a week.
No.
And I'm calling about an incident.
She knows that he immediately wants something, and she's gonna give it to him, but she's gonna sue him.
That happened earlier. I talked to the manager.
She already knows. She knows that she's gonna give whatever it is he wants, and then she's gonna sue him.
They were getting off at the time. They told.
And all he's doing is dialing random numbers at Del Taco, trying to see if he can get a free meal. That's all it is. But he ended up in jail over this. I guarantee it.
Me to call in when I got home from work. Basically, what happened was I sent my son Isaiah.
Don't give him your fucking son's name. Please tell me that was not your son's name, you fucking idiot.
And
you're probably scaring her so much already. Please leave this poor lady at corporate alone. Why are you calling this lady at corporate about a fucking meal at Del Taco? She should have, could have, would have sued you. She could have, would have, and should have sued you.
And my son Cody in for...
like, honestly, this is like calling AT&T to complain about your Kentucky Fried Chicken or something. It's actually really that random. It's that lady is so far from your meal that it is essentially, I would say, it's almost fraud in a way, because you're basically like holding an executive hostage or something. It's almost Milgram's this.
Not a substantial amount of food, but for a good amount of food.
Nope.
And when the food came back, I told them to take it back. They had no receipt from the order, and the order contained sour cream, and I don't eat sour cream. And at the same time, our sodas were wrong.
I do believe that. Yeah.
And when I called, I actually called corporate. Corporate told me to call.
I think you eat a lot of fast food sour cream for free. I think you eat a lot of I think that was a really bad lie. I think this man eats a lot of fast food sour cream that he doesn't pay for.
Call the manager and that they will fix it. So that's what I'm basically calling for.
It seems like Rob has like rehearsed this story. Like, you gotta wonder how
of course he's probably done it like 500 times. Yeah, that guy's a master.
pulled this stunt.
Now, I don't mind people who do this, is the funny part. I just don't think I need to do it, you know? I don't care if people do this. I think these corporations honestly deserve it. It's more that I won't do this to people. I won't scare some fucking poor lady, you know?
It had become clear that the restaurant workers were buying his tall tale. He would send Ian and Brian inside to pick up their free meal.
Oh, not Ian and Brian. Oh, no. And you involved your entire family in fraud, huh? Theft of service and fraud. So you're basically running like a family of fast food bandits. How far we have fallen as Americans. I mean, I'm not one to talk. I just told the 100 burrito story. And I probably did better than this guy. But the difference is they wanted me to have the burritos. I didn't go to jail.
The guise of them being his sons, the two 18-year-olds would go in and pick up the fraudulent spread. The Del Taco evac was caught on camera by Rob's gang of scammers. Rob's minions would then return to his vehicle with a bag filled to the brim of Del Taco. The Tex-Mex Kingpin could be seen braggadocious.
Tex-Mex Kingpin. Okay, you guys ever seen somebody steal soda from Taco Bell? Taco Bell Hotel. Okay, before I'm dead, one of my bucket list things is I want to steal soda from Taco Bell Hotel. And I want to be so famous that they don't prosecute me. And they'll just let me pay them $100,000 to make it go away in an NDA or something, right? I want to steal soda from Taco Bell Hotel.
The year was 2008, and on a certain GameFAQs
oh no, what happened here?
One user had decided to undertake a daring heist. Epitaph Philip, or just
what happened
Philip
here?
For
You
short,
like lost this video that we're watching.
Titled,
here we go. I'm sorry. So, Operation Soda Steal, right? Cybershell. Thank you for the excellent content from my stream. I've liked and subbed your channel.
The year was 2008, and on a
yeah, right about that. Yeah, that was right about when I did my Chipotle thing. Yeah, right. No, it was like from 2003 until like 2013, I think, something like that. We went for like 10 years, something.
Fact spin-off board.
Like it was like a thing in my crew. Hey, you guys want to go do Chipotle Halloween? Chipotle Halloween. We can eat Chipotle all the month of October or November. I mean, I used to pitch it to them like they're like, yeah, Chipotle Halloween. Chipotle Halloween. Let's get drunk and go Chipotle Halloween.
User had decided to undertake it.
Yeah, the girls like it. Everybody likes Chipotle Halloween. You know, who cares? They want to willingly give you free burritos for dressing up like a burrito. So sure, here's some tinfoil.
Daring heist. Epitaph Philip, or just Philip for short, posted a thread titled, "My dream is becoming a reality. Operation Soda Steal." He shared some concept art drawn in MS Paint in order to demonstrate the plan. As you can see, it's a bold design that's elegant in its simplicity. And on the outside, it would appear as an ordinary patron just filling up your cup of soda. In reality, the
devious, sly bastard.
Into a discreet.
Now, this is the sort of thing my best friend would have done. This is his sort of humor. It's not like to harm anybody. It's just like, frankly, genuinely funny. It's genuinely funny. You know it is.
They're located in the back.
Operation Soda Steal, bitch.
And Philip was almost done constructing the first version.
And you know that it's Taco Bell's worst nightmare. That 6 million people have watched this video. It's Taco Bell's worst nightmare. I think about Taco Bell Hotel's worst nightmare, and I would think it would be some kind of god construct with 2 pylons and stuff, and the pylons would smash down on the Taco Bell Hotel, but I don't know if the Taco Bell Hotel would die. I think the pylons would run out of power, like Neon Genesis Evangelion, before Taco Bell Hotel would die. I'm fairly sure.
Version of the device. He shows off the cup with a tube sticking out of the bottom, as well as the actual container itself. He writes, "Check it out. The inner venting tube extends out to become the straw. Genius engineering. Actually, I don't think the vent tube is very necessary at all, but it's a cool idea. I tested it in the shower, and it works pretty well. I ran out of hot glue there, so there were some small leaks. Hopefully I can clean them up tomorrow and take it out for a spin. I might record it. Many people were quite amused by this concept. Some actually pointed out that this was a lot of effort.
This is a lot of effort for somebody on a GameFAQs forum. Why did you go to the GameFAQs forum? But see, gamers are the people who value soda.
Just for several dollars worth of soda. Why can't you just buy soda? It'd be different if somehow you could do this with gasoline or like gold or something.
No, soda's expensive.
Soda is inexpensive.
No, it isn't.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The concept and idea rock.
It's like $2.95 for a large soda these days. That is not fucking cheap. That is basically the weight of gold. Soda is not cheap.
My balls. However, he explained, it's not about...
The cup isn't cheap anyways. The soda's cheap, excuse me, but the cup isn't. The cup they sell you is not cheap.
The soda.
No.
I probably won't even drink half of it. It's the accomplishment.
It's more than it's not more than a gallon of gas, but basically gasoline is like what, at $4.50 or something like that, right? Soda is at like, I don't know, $1 a gallon. And if you think $1 a gallon is cheap, I don't know, man. That's not that cheap. It's not that cheap.
And it's fun.
It's not that cheap. 25 cents would be cheap, but $1 is not that cheap for a gallon. It's what soda's been for a long time, but it's still not that cheap. That if you have a budget of say $200 or $300 for food every month, if you were to spend say $20 of it on gallons of soda, they would be gone by day 20. But one 1/9 of your budget would be gone. You know.
In fact,
that's how a homemaker would look at it.
There is actually another reason why he had...
Soda's not cheap. It's a bad habit. It's an expensive vice.
No choice but to pull off a stunt like this.
I love soda too. Love it to death. Shit, I got some soda in my fridge right now, which is really rare. It's been there for 2 days. I should probably drink it.
I'm sure you're aware then.
But I don't wanna.
2004, PepsiCo released a Mountain Dew flavor exclusive to Taco Bell.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit Baja Blast for something about Taco Bell. And Baja Blast, it's like a cultural thing for the people who sat around and played video games and had like Uber Eats bring them food for like 5 years. Something about Baja Blast in 2008 or something like that, but it was culturally significant. And so when he declared the Operation Soda Steel and laid out the operation and all the plans and the blueprints and the tech and the you know all of the strategy and all this, he revealed that Baja Blast was something culturally that he did want to attack. So
restaurants known as Baja Blast. Sure, nowadays everybody knows that they've had limited run retail releases in stores across the US and Canada. But back in 2008, the
be right back. I need something to drink.
Blast was at a Taco Bell location, which needless to say is absolute tyranny of the highest degree. In a way this could be seen as an act of rebellion against an unjust system. I believe you could easily argue that in this scenario, stealing Baja Blast would be the morally correct thing to do. User John Cena 23 was the first to suggest Baja Blast as the beverage of choice, and many others echoed this sentiment. TC better fucking fill it up with Baja Blast. They only sell it at Taco Bell. It'd be so awesome to have a huge container of it. Oh, I'll get the Baja Blast. In terms of construction, he realized that, despite the iconic look seen in the concept art, a backpack design simply wasn't going to be feasible because of possible gravity-related flow issues. He instead planned to utilize a shoulder-strap duffel bag approach. He also began answering questions from other users. When asked about the cup part, he explained that he planned to buy a large drink at the restaurant in order to avoid suspicion, then he'll switch it out with the rigged cup system when nobody's looking. Someone asks if he's concerned that it'll look suspicious just standing at the soda fountain filling up the same cup for like 10 minutes straight. He says that he'll try to go during off hours when it isn't too busy, and that he also might make multiple trips instead of doing it all at once. User Duct Tape Avenger says, I recommend you pick a time where the restaurant is nearly empty, and a restaurant where the soda machines aren't clearly viewable by the employees. Hard to find, but I can think of a few. Thanks, DTA. Very cool. Many people began offering engineering advice. Taikero suggests creating an implement which could puncture the bottom of a cup instead of bringing in an already rigged up one. Eventually people realized that the soda falling in from the top of the tank would noisily splash down and make the soda flat, so they brainstormed some alternate designs. Tilted Driveway points out that this particular design wouldn't work,
oops,
since the
I
tube
forgot
at the bottom
the
would
drink.
create pressure as the tank is filled up. Matt Johnson Extreme theorizes that using some kind of ring will prevent the soda from going flat. Much theory crafting and MS painting ensues while people wait for an update from Philip. The next day he posts letting people know that he's still working on the contraption, that he appreciates all the feedback and general enthusiasm. He posts another update the following day discussing his work on the project. However, he decides he needs a better container, as the one he's working with right now isn't airtight around the seal. A couple days later, he posts a picture of the new container and tube system, and the day after that he posts a pic of the final version. Ultimately, he ended up removing the vent that was running through the transfer tube since it restricted the flow of liquid too much, opting for a separate small tube on the top of the container. He also found an appropriately sized bag in order to conceal it. Moreover, he stated, "No guarantees, but I might try it tonight with a friend." He once again reiterates that, "I'm well aware doing this for the sole purpose of getting soda is a dumb idea. That's why I'm not only doing it for that reason. It's a fun project and will be a good story to tell. Not to mention it provides entertainment for all of you guys." People wait patiently for a couple hours when finally he returns. Fucking did it. I'm gonna now. I'm not gonna spoil any results. I filmed it with my shitty digicam. It's in 3 separate
With my
parts.
shitty
I'm not gonna edit
digicam.
anything out or anything. Just
I
put them
filmed it
raw.
with my shitty
Oh, yeah,
digicam.
and I should note the filming is really shaky at parts. I felt sort of weird holding a camera recording everything, so at parts I put it down by my side to make it look less obvious. Yes, he explains that he was actually not the one who collected the soda from the machine. He was hanging back recording the video for the internet while he recruited his friend to wear the contraption with the Baja Blast.
Oh, he paid his friend to steal the soda? Wow, I would have done it myself.
An hour after returning, he posts a mega upload link containing the raw footage of the event. Immediately he is showered with praise from the community. People were very impressed that he actually delivered on this insane premise. Even I chimed in with some insightful commentary. Wow, this topic is mega awesome. When someone asks if the employees said anything, he explains that, and I know this is going to be hard to believe, the minimum wage Taco Bell employees didn't really give a shit or pay attention to him at all.
No, they don't care. They don't care what you're doing.
The next morning he posts an update about the status of the soda. The container is 2.5 gallons, so I think it's safe to say we collected about 2 gallons. As of this morning, it's got a little fizz left, but it's
2.5
not
gallons.
flatter. So this is the part of the video where I should show you the raw footage. But unfortunately, and believe me, it really pains me to say this, I can't. I mean, obviously Mega Upload is down now, and sadly I am almost certain that this raw footage simply does not exist anywhere on the internet anymore. And I promise you, I was extremely...
Cup, extra large Taco Bell cup we got beforehand. Put this funnel in here, super glued it.
Genius.
You can see it comes off the bottom. Then add this tube, which then goes through the sleeve of the jacket.
Anyways, that's Operation Soda Steal.
Close. The Del Taco scam was a complete success.
Oh, no.
Rob's Del Taco scam tutorial video was uploaded to YouTube on February 22nd of 2008 to the Nickel and Dime YouTube channel.
Why do you guys do this stupid shit? Look at the follows. They're so bad. Like, okay, so he's got 238,095 views. But he's only got 500 subscribers. And that's how you know somebody is lighting themselves on fire to get famous. That's how you can see. It's always 500 subs, 1 million views, right? And it's funny, and they'll use you for entertainment. They don't care. And they'll vote you down afterwards.
YouTube on February 22nd of 2008 to the Nickel and Dime.
So, and if you don't know that's what you're dealing with, don't do this. Don't put it on the internet. Gonna face a fucking lawsuit.
YouTube channel. Opinions from the public.
Back then, the internet was like a wild fucking place where maybe he might just not even get the attention, right? He might only get 10,000 views or something, and nobody's surprised by it, and it never goes viral, and nobody ever cares, and there's nothing in the comments, and nobody really gives him a thumbs up because nobody really likes it or anything, and it just never makes a wave. Or it pulls 6 million hits, and he becomes famous overnight, and You know,
flood into its comment section, with many praising Rob for his elaborate scheme, while others warned him of potential Del Taco retribution.
Yeah, Del Taco retribution could be real. They will come back if they feel that you are terrorizing one of their executives. They will absolutely send a lawyer and fuck you in the ass. I mean, these people, they're not a joke. They have power structures and lawyers, and it's kind of like going and stealing soda from the army or something. They're gonna fucking stomp your ass.
This guy is a good...
Like, these guys have the power of an army. You have the power of 1 to maybe 5 people, I bet, at best. So, like, to think that you can go up against these people is ridiculous. They will just send lawyer after lawyer and shut you out in court for 6 weeks. And at the end of it, you're going to want to, you know, do something. And
good con man. The simple details he adds really makes it more believable. The son's name...
Yeah, he's a con man. He's good at it. That guy's like career con man. He probably can talk his way into a hotel room, you know?
He has salmonella, etc. That seems like quite a lot of effort to go through to avoid paying even a few bucks for a few tacos. Using Del Taco's kindness against them? This is what makes...
Using Del Taco's kindness against them. I don't care about Del Taco's kindness. Del Taco doesn't have any feelings. Del Taco isn't a person. Shush, brand. Listen to the person defend the Del Taco because they think that Del Taco is the underdog in this situation. No, it's the guy who will starve if he doesn't rob Del Taco. Sorry. You know, it's just it's actually the Del Taco is not the underdog here. Oh, no. Del Taco's kindness against them. Oh, man. Del Taco Defender. It's a pretty good name. Del Taco Defender.
World a colder and less kind place. I hope this guy pays the maximum price under the law for this. He's a true jerk. Clever social engineering tactic. I don't think this was a good idea in any way, but I'll
give you
credit.
He's a good talker.
I frequent your establishment 2 to 3 times a week. Yeah, right. Looks more like 23 times a week. If this guy needs anything, it's not Del Taco. In the early days of YouTube, the Del Taco scam video was truly one of a kind, and it went viral, amassing tens and eventually hundreds of thousands of views. Unfortunately for Rob, though, this attention meant that the Del Taco scam video would eventually make it back to Del Taco themselves. Perhaps with YouTube being so niche at the time, Rob never expected his fast food victim to find the video. For this naivety, he would be punished severely. Apparently, a viewer who knew Rob in real life recognized him in the video and called police over the matter, reporting his fraudulent activity to authorities. With all the evidence they needed publicly viewable on YouTube, they promptly tracked the man down and arrested Rob. This obese fraudster was hit with a felony.
There it is. He was like, I don't eat sour cream. I don't shit. Is what that sounds like to me. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You eat the sour cream. You eat the sour cream. You absolutely do. You eat the sour cream. I don't eat the sour cream, but this guy does.
Commercial burglary.
Yeah, that's going to be something like another 200 pounds heavier than me. And I'm not saying that him being fat is bad. I'm saying that you are, like, you shouldn't have said to the lady. It probably pissed her off.
Charged and placed on a 100.
He got a burglary charge.
$25,000 bond.
Wait, he caught a burglary charge?
Down and arrested Rob. This obese fraudster was hit with a felony commercial burglary charge.
Commercial burglary. Commercial burglary. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, Wavy Web Smurf is awesome because he's delivering all this stuff, but he seems like kind of a bystander to me. He's like a, he's a photojournalist, right? He's like a journalist, kind of. He's pretty good. He documents the internet, but see, the problem is he isn't hitting the points that need to be hit, which is commercial... felony commercial burglary is actually really funny. Felony commercial burglary. He did hit the point. I'm sorry, I'm being critical when I shouldn't have been. He definitely hit the point. He made the bullet point. He did. He made the point. Felony commercial burglary, which is like what? Commercial burglary and felony Lemon Grove, commercial burglary and felony vandalism. Commercial burglary. Oh yeah, it's when you rob a business, not a home. Yeah, like, if you don't like the business, And I mean, what's the business going to do? I guess they're going to call their insurance, right? I'm not saying rob businesses. I'm just saying if you're going to be like a criminal and be a thief, I feel like you should do businesses, not homes ever. I think weird junkies do people's homes because they're looking for drugs, but really, wow. You know, bars have a lot of money. No, that's a Denny's or something. That's a Denny's. No, this guy isn't gonna find any money. This guy's fucking stupid. Jesus Christ.
And placed on a $125,000 bond. Police had this to say about Rob after he was arrested and put in jail. He was quite proud of himself there in the video, but he cried like a big baby back here.
It's all the hormones that they put in that GMO food that he's wolfing down and stealing to get. He's addicted to fast food. It's a sad reality. It seems to be this thing that nobody wants to say in this country, right? But these people... Oh, how I've been ridiculed for being a drug addict, let me tell you. And it's fun, but, you know, I deserve it, and I'm okay with it. But I've never been addicted to fast food, and I have met a lot more people addicted to fast food than I have people addicted to drugs. A lot more. And I believe that the people addicted to fast food are definitely victims, but I think they did it to themselves.
Both Brian Fawcett and Ian Hobbs.
And so this guy, he's got to rip off Taco Bell, because not only does he have an entire family of 3 boys to feed that he's turned into some kind of scam artist, like felon ring or whatever, but, you know, they all have to eat Taco Bell. They're so addicted to the endorphins that chalupa or whatever the fuck with Coolers Ranch Doritos or whatever is like with the special sauce and all that. Be like steak instead of beef. They need that shit. They need it the way that a crackhead needs like crack, or a methamphetamine addict needs methamphetamine, or a heroin addict needs heroin. Now, they won't get sick if they don't get it. I mean, they get sick if they eat it every day. They'll get sick like a junkie if they eat every day, just like a junkie will if they do drugs every day. So, you know, but it's weird. It's like this combination of, it's almost kind of like the opioid crisis. They're selling this shit on every fucking corner, like some kind of veritable gun store or liquor store. And I don't mind fast food. I really don't care if people eat it, honestly. It's the weird part about it. I don't care. You think I'd have a bad opinion of them, but I don't. They're just restaurants trying to sell people food. It just sucks that these people, I feel like they're addicted to the culture of it. The plastic fantastic throwaway cups, the throwaway wrappers, the forget the meal when it's done. There's no cleaning up or anything afterwards, or talking to your loved ones or anything. It's this plastic fantastic instant gratification society. It's food for that sort of society. And that sort of living has costs. You can skip the corners by paying extra money or gaining extra weight. Like, you can live on cheap fast food your whole life, but you're going to gain the weight because it's kind of cutting a corner about dealing with real nutrition and real exercise and all this stuff.
Also arrested due
so, like, one of the things that was kind of interesting about me is nobody ever really would call me fat except for people on the internet. Nobody in my real life will call me fat. They're just like not willing to do it, because when you look at me, you understand I'm not fat. I'm not fat, but I'm not like, I didn't overeat. I sat in front of a computer for, you know, on and off, or a taxi driver's seat, or a Uber's driver's seat. I sat down for like 14 years straight. I worked a desk job essentially for like 14 fucking years, and this destroys your body. You get no exercise. They used to lecture me like, if you're gonna drive cab, you need to get out of the cab and walk for, I had the cabbies telling me this, you need to get out of the fucking cab and walk at least 1,000 meters every single fucking day, or by the end of the 10th year you won't be able to get out of the cab anymore. And I was like, really? And they were like, yeah. And I did this too. I used to go to the parks and stuff, and I'd get out of the cab for lunch break and I'd eat, and then right after the meal I would walk around the lake or something like that, where I could get back to the cab really quickly if I got a call or a client or something, right? And so, yeah. Like, you know, that fast food life I lived it as a taxi driver for a long time, and it catches up with you. You can cut corners for like, I would say if you're going to the airport, cut a corner and go to McDonald's. Sure, it's actually really good then. You know, if the convenience is something that really gets you out of a bad problem, you've got to eat today, but you're in a foreign city, or you're like, you've got to get to the library or to the IRS before they close, or to the Social Security office before they close or something, and you're starving to death, but you can't go cook a meal right now. You don't even have a home. You got a motel room or something like that. That's when I think McDonald's is kind of appropriate. Not when you live in the town with the McDonald's and you have a kitchen. Then I think McDonald's becomes inappropriate. There's a reason why they always said fast food.
To their connection with the Del
Taco. So this breeds kind of crime, like this desperate sour cream guy and all this other stuff. It breeds crime kind of badly. Like it breeds like a class of people who like think of every meal as being like this 5-minute thing that's over, and there's no cleaning up or work to be done except for shelling over money. Gotta drive the car to the gas station and the fucking, you know, and the fast food place and the Walmart, right, and get beer. And you got to drink because you're fat and you're kind of unhappy. And if you drink, you probably smoke. And if you drink and smoke, you've got to go to the liquor store and the 7-Eleven to buy cigarettes. And that kind of plastic, fantastic life was killing me. 15 years of it, cigarettes and drinking and fast women and, you know, taxi driver living and all that, and fast food, a lot of fast food. And I would say it kills you. All of it. All of it is basically toxins. Pick your flavor. All of it is, not the women, of course, but everything else is like toxic.
Taco scam. In March of 2008, Robert would plead guilty and was sentenced to serve 30 days in jail along with 3 years.
All he got was a month in jail for ripping off this fucking Del Taco executive for $37 to her fucking face. He committed like 3 different felonies.
Years of probation and was completely banned from the Rialto Del Taco.
Oh, just the Rialto Del Taco. Well, I mean, he'll have to drive to the next town then.
After the conclusion of the case,
you really fucked him there. I mean, now he's gonna have to drive to the next Del Taco to fuck Del Taco.
District attorney commented, "I tried to get him to stay away from all Del Tacos, but the judge said just the one."
Just the one. So he can keep ripping off Del Taco as long as he doesn't call the executives and scare the shit out of them while they're trying to work their desk job in some downtown office that has nothing to do with you and your fucking Del Taco meal, you fucking asshole.
As for Ian and Brian,
I'm not into scaring people. I might have been a criminal at times in my life and paid my costs to be the boss and went to jail and all this stupid shit. I was on probation for 13 years of my fucking 40 years of life, you know, and I paid my costs. And I gotta say, scaring people wasn't something I ever would have done or have done. I've never stuck a weapon at someone, never lied to them in a way where it would have ever got their heart racing or anything like that. Never anything that would have messed with people's emotions. I believe that takes an entirely different class of person.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to...
Entirely different. We're talking psychopath or sociopath. It's okay to be, not okay to be, but it's like I think it's okay to still be in the society as a reformed criminal. I don't think it's okay to be in the society if you are a reformed criminal who has a past of terrorizing poor innocent people. And I think it's far, far worse. If he's stealing the Del Taco to eat and feed his kids, that's a bit different from terrorizing the fucking Del Taco executive in her job. And that's a little bit different. It's morally much, much worse. You know,
to ascertain exactly what their sentences were, but I would imagine it was less than rob.
And he thinks that the executive isn't wise to it. She is.
The kingpin.
And he scares her.
Recording yourself scamming Del Taco is pretty stupid, but Rob...
Yeah, recording any crime is pretty stupid. Recording crime is the one absolute way, you know, recording your crime is the one absolute way to go to jail, I would say. It's the only evidence that absolutely will 100% sink you. If a jury sees you recorded your own crime, they will not only sink you, they will have no sympathy for you either, which is worse. So...
has nothing on...
People forget about this about a court case, right? People think the jury have to examine the facts, and they do. And they think the jury have to make their decision based off the facts, and they do. But what actually happens in reality is they weigh you up as a human being and decide whether you should basically live or die or pay some horrible cost, right? They weigh you up as a human being. They don't care what the facts are or any of this. They read your temperament and what you do and what you were doing. And they don't give a shit about what the crime was, honestly. Usually murder they'll care about, or rape. But, I mean, most of the time they don't really care about what the crime is. They just care whether or not you're a good person or not. And when they don't see a good person, when you don't stand up to it.
Our next guy.
That's when the indictment comes down from the jury. And you thought you were playing the odds with something about having whether you were guilty even sometimes. But no, it's whether the jury likes you or not. And it's very hard to make a jury like you if they think you're just screwing with your fucking own community all the fucking time and making them feel like shit and making them miserable. That's basically terrorism. So somebody might face a charge like that, you know, it might be a lot more years in jail than, say, the commercial burglary that he was technically convicted of.
An individual that went to jail over cold fries from McDonald's.
Oh, no.
Before we get into our next story, a brief word from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Keeps. And to begin,
you ever met people with this kind of personality? It happens to people of all races, all ages, colors, creeds. It's not some fucking like you know, tribalist thing here I'm talking about. You meet these people who you understand that they're just gonna have their way no matter what. So you just don't get in their way. They're gonna have their way. You ever meet people like this? It happens across all races, creeds, classes, money levels. It doesn't matter what your fucking thing is. You will meet, and I don't know what the word for is it, but it's not arrogance. It's self-sure or something like this. It's self-convicted, where no matter what, you're not going to change their mind. They wanted the cold fries. I'm sorry, they wanted the fries. They wanted them hot. They wanted them every morning for the next 7 years. And if you fuck up even once, I'm liable to put a pistol in your fucking face because I always get what I want, right? And not me. I'm talking about like I'm acting like I'm playing their part, right? And this is a reality about humans that you will see a lot. Self-sure people that are just going to get their way. You're not going to be able to change their mind about anything at all. Anything at all. They've already made up their mind about everything there. They're going to get their way with it. They're just done. And you see their eyes, and there's not a lot of joy in it because they have everything that they want.
Begin the ad, let's look at my hair from old videos filmed back in 2020.
And I don't really see the personality doing too well.
As you can see, your boy was
oh my god, I can't do another one of these.
Losing hair and losing it fast. I didn't want to go bald, so I decided to do something about my hair loss and got started with...
Why would you advertise this as a streamer? Like, of all the things that a balding boomer might advertise in the entire wide world of the internet, balding snake oil. I really like this kid, but balding snake oil. By the way, guys, do not buy Keeps.
And
it is a scam.
The results have been pretty insane. Here's
no.
me 6 months after starting Keeps.
Nope.
A year after starting.
Nope.
Almost
Same.
2 years after starting.
Same.
And then there's me
Same.
now, nearly 3 years after.
Yeah. And maybe Keeps is working in the respect that it kept your hair from getting that much worse. But notice that he's not showing you the back of his head, which is entirely bald. Entirely bald back there. They call it the crow's nest. Entirely bald. And I'm not making fun of him. I'm really not. I'm just saying, I don't think you should be on this thing running a commercial for Keeps when you're obviously bald. Bald as day. Bald as a baby. And you're here advertising snake oil. And I'm sorry, but I'll listen to the commercial. But reality, and I think this guy, I'm sure reality and him mix a lot, but I don't know about that reality. That reality and him didn't mix too well. It's a midlife crisis. He thinks he needs to have a midlife crisis because all the kids in his channel just talk about bald things. So
And I gotta be honest with you, your boy's looking pretty good, and I would imagine things would be quite worse if I never started Keeps. Keeps offers generic versions of the 2 FDA-approved hair loss products at a can't-beat price. And best of all, you skip the trip to the doctor's office and pharmacy. Keeps will set you up with a prescriber online and ship your prescription right to your front door. And within 4 to 6 months, you should start seeing results. I stand by Keeps, and if you're a guy out there that's having some anxiety about hair loss, there's no better time than now.
Do not buy Keeps.
Hair loss
Do not buy
starts with
Keeps.
And if interested, you guys can go to keeps.com/wavy to take
Do not buy
advantage of
Keeps.
special offer. That's keeps.com/wavy.
No.
When a fast food joint gets your order wrong, it can be frustrating. But it's not
That burger looks so fucking good, like Smash Burger. I like it when the burger looks really old, like they don't know how to make a burger, but then you realize that they do know how to make a burger and everybody else fucked up. This is how burgers actually look, you know? That is like the best picture of a burger I've seen in so long.
Food joint gets your order wrong, it
Get my mouth watering. Yeah, look at this beautiful burger. I like torturing people. It's fun. I get tortured by fucking people who harass me all day, so I like to torture them. It's kind of fun. Look at this beautiful burger. It's so good. It's like a mukbang. It's so good.
But it's not the end of the world. In light of a screw up, most people ask the restaurant for a refund or simply wait around for them to remake the order correctly. However, there does exist a small cohort of individuals that have reacted disproportionately to a restaurant getting their order wrong.
Yeah, because they didn't get their crack that day, and they really don't want their crack to be cold. They need it hot when they smoke it. Don't give them cold crack. They need crack, hot crack.
Such as the folks who have called police over mismatched items in their bag.
When you want your crack, you don't want it cold. You want it nice and heated up. I'm sorry, I'm really mad at you. You gave me a really bad crack.
And what did the owner say to you?
Well, I ordered a chicken sandwich, and basically the owner, I told him right before I ordered, I can't eat tomatoes because I'm allergic.
It goes without saying.
Yeah, now Nightshade will kill him. And
that it takes a room temperature IQ to think it's worth calling the police over a fast food order. But
he called the police?
But you know what's even more outrageously stupid?
No, I want to know.
Doing this while you have an active warrant out for
cool, he had a warrant out. Yeah, he's a jail dummy, a recidivist.
Arrest. Meet 24-year-old Antoine.
Oh no. I think the neck tats were enough.
Juan Sims. In August of 2022, Mr. Sims would
I mean, I don't care about neck tats. I'm just saying it's a way to see things.
Enter and place an order at a Kennesaw, Georgia McDonald's.
Somebody who probably doesn't have a normal job. I actually really love it. I love seeing neck tats because it means somebody who doesn't have a fucking normal job like all the cubicle slaves out there. Thank fucking God for America.
Location. This man, who was said to have been with his fiancée at the time, found himself becoming frustrated at the length of time it was taking the employees to prepare his food. Nearly 10 minutes had passed and Sims was still waiting. The man eventually...
Like, we forget about it, but we quietly forget about it in the background, but life is actually The Office. Did you guys know that life is The Office? And most of America is slaving away in cubicles tomorrow. We forget about it. But it is a reality. Most of America is slaving away in cubicles tomorrow. I hope that I'm entertaining them very late right now, you know? But I mean, really, that is actually the reality. And so when you see somebody who doesn't have a cubicle job, you're like, awesome. I don't care what it is, as long as it's not child murder or rape or murder or something, you know? Something weird. I really don't care what you do, as long as it's not cubicles.
Snapped, and with no receipt in hand, he questioned the cashier what was taking so long.
Do we need all that administration and people sitting around in cubicles? Does it produce anything? Office Space was pretty close to it.
Well, it turns out that
does that actually produce something? I guess you would get like tax accounts and stuff done, and you would get some HR stuff done, I guess, and you might like actually do some work, but I don't really see how all those cubicles really do anything. After watching Workaholics, I was like, yeah, that seems to be how everyone's looking at it too. Like, that generation is checking out, you know what I'm saying? I'm older than those guys. I love Workaholics, but they're checking, like that generation checked out of the cubicle pretty much, and thank God they did.
Antoine Sims' order number had already been called and he didn't notice it because he didn't have his receipt. His food was ready and had been sitting out ready to be picked up for several minutes at this point. After this discovery...
Oh, no. Yeah, see, so don't let them boil for 15 fucking minutes. Take care of them. What else are you doing? Taking care of other customers? No. Take care of the guy who's gonna sock you in the fucking face if you make him wait 15 minutes for a box of crappy, cold dollar French fries from McDonald's. He's gonna want to sock you in the face, dude. I think most of America would too. They're just like, they're already pissed off. They're standing in this line. 15 minutes go by and you know the fries are cold that you ordered before they've arrived. You're pissed off, etc. And you haven't had your crack. And you really want your McDonald's crack.
The man would inspect his meal, only to find that his French fries had become cold.
Oh, that you done fucked up now. I will rob this motherfucker.
Enraged by
I always get my way. You don't ever cross me. So honestly, the last like 10 people that tried to cross me, I told them, don't ever cross me. I warned them about it. You know what I'm saying?
Development, Sims was said to have
like, you know, don't cross me. We're good.
furiously demanded staff.
I'm not talking about like something like murder or something dumb. I'm talking about straight up like they had bad times.
To make him some fresh French fries. The man has been quoted as saying this.
So this is why I don't go to places like McDonald's, because I know they're gonna cross me. They're gonna fucking cross me, and I'm sorry, but I'm just not that guy. I'm not that guy. I will destroy you in public with my words. You know what I'm saying? And I'm doing it like an angry person that might sock you in the face. I'm sorry, just don't cross me.
To management, quote, you better give me some fucking French fries.
Yeah, like right now, like now you forfeit French fries till you fix the problem that you've caused, and at that point you can't take the dollar back because that makes you the bitch. So I mean,
motherfucker.
Yeah, and this is America. You don't have to be a bitch. You don't have to be straight bitch made in America. There's no fucking law that says you do. There's no law that says you have to be straight bitch made in America. Not at all. You can get fucking pissed off at a McDonald's worker. You can absolutely do that. There's no law that says you can't. You can get so mad that you know that you're about to like pop a fucking blood vessel and start screaming and pull a gat out and shoot the place up. That's America now. You know what I'm saying? So like don't be late with the fries. You know, and you're good because it's like you know what they're gonna do. They've been sitting there for 10 or 15 minutes. And then you hand them cold fries. You know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen. It's going to be a fist fight or something, man. You can't diss a customer like that. They're going to want to punch you in the fucking face. This is America where a lot of them have punched people in the face. So, like, you know, just understand. This was your fault. This was your fault, not his.
Was said to have escalated.
Okay, they call it fast food, but then you get held up for 27 fucking minutes. How is that fast food? At that point, the company's wrong, the worker's wrong. It took 27 minutes to get French fries done. I can do French fries in 6 minutes. I don't care where I am, you know. Fast food, you know. And so you can see why this guy kind of has like a righteous fucking complaint, though. And I know he's the underdog, and McDonald's or whatever the fuck people he's about to pull a gat out on, or it's all unfair for them too.
Physical altercation with Antoine Sims.
Yeah, but I really feel like the guy handing him the fries probably shouldn't work there. Definitely shouldn't have handed him cold fries. Definitely should have made McDonald's look like that and stuff. And you'll see this a lot with dead end job workers. They like just don't care, and that's great. We don't care that you don't care, but you fuck around with some things that you can't fuck around with. It doesn't matter whether you care or not. Certain things about meat safety, certain things about time prep, certain things about getting stuck in a line and not being able to get out again. So, you know, that's like being trapped, you know. There's a lot of stuff going on in the fast food restaurant that like psychologically that will lead to just disaster. You know,
allegedly throwing his food and drink.
How is 27 minutes for cold fries fast food? And that's the argument he's got, and he's ready to punch you in the face. And honestly, I mean, at that point, dude, like, I'm not saying he should haul off and Will Smith bitch slap you. I'm not saying that's how we should conduct business. But can you blame him? Can you blame him for just losing his shit? That is not the service that I mean, I'm sorry, I don't like, you know, I don't think these rageaholics are something that we should sympathize with. I'm saying that you know what was going to happen if you did that. And that's not the job to be doing that in. You don't want to hand them cold fries 27 minutes later. You're going to have something like a fist fight on your hands. You guys know it. If I was in fast food and I knew that turnaround wasn't going to be like 3 minutes and 20 seconds, I'm stepping to that fucking that customer and I'm saying, "What's up, dog? What's up, dog? How you doing today?" And they're like, "Oh no, you're going to tell me something I don't like, are you?" And I'm going to be, and trust me, this is how you handle this. It's not staying quiet in the corner for 27 fucking minutes while you freak out about it or whatever, like waspy shitty people are wont to do. Then you're going to get punched in the fucking face. You say, "Hey man, so something's really fucking dumb and we're really dumb and we're really dumb, and we're gonna be dumb for like 27 fucking minutes. So I can either like hand you the money out of my fucking my pocket or whatever, or get into the register and have the manager pop this shit and refund you right now, or you have to accept that this is gonna take like 27 fucking minutes." And you'd be surprised. They'll be like, "Oh, well, shit, I came for fast food today. Just give me the $1.80. Okay, here you go." You don't make them wait for 27 fucking minutes. And also, the other side of it applies too. You don't go into the fucking store acting like a bank robber, ready to shoot up the place if you don't get your fucking fries either.
At the McDonald's manager due to Mr.
Don't work in fast food if you can't have 3.5 minute turnaround. Go work as a cashier like I did in a gas station and fuck around and smoke cigarettes. Don't go to McDonald's if you can't do a 3.5 minute turnaround. It's not that fucking hard. If you can't, then don't do it. Don't, like, trust me. I have so many friends who have come so close to hauling off and decking the fucking drive-through guy. And I understand the anger, because you gotta understand, man, we didn't sign up for 37 minutes of sitting in a fucking drive-through. We didn't sign up for that. We got a kid at home whose sitter is charging me $25 an hour or something. Life doesn't work like that. You can't just like throw 37 minutes in someone's way without expecting a punch in the face. And this is what's wrong with the McDonald's culture on both sides. You also can't go up there like a bank robber and demand the food. You can't. It's going to cause problems. You have to understand that it's a human machine and it's not perfect.
The incensed man was kicked out of the store.
And this is why I don't do things like eat McDonald's anymore, because I'm just like, yeah, it's a trip walking in the fucking door. The teenagers don't want to be there. They're being under fucking paid, so why would they make the food well? The food that I got when I was like 7 years old at McDonald's was like the best food I'd ever eaten in my life, but I haven't had that in 27 years, so why would I get that now? I know the Big Mac is not as good as it was when I was like 7 years old. The portions and the meat and the quality and all that stuff is far, far, far lower. So you're like, okay, well, it's not the same burger that I always loved for 20 fucking years, but it definitely feels like the fentanyl burger, because after I have it, I want another one. And I know that how they do that too. That's a whole nother element of chemistry that I could talk about. The amount of fat and the amount of, you know, stuff in this food that causes this plastic fantastic lifestyle. You know what I'm saying?
Never returned. Antoine Sims was livid after being thrown out of the establishment, and in his rage, he decides to make.
Yeah, and like we've all been there too. We're like, motherfucker, fuck me out of 38 minutes. Maybe I'm not getting laid over this or something. That girl is waiting for her fucking food, and you're so fucking mad. You have a pregnant girlfriend, and you know she wants 5 fucking Big Macs or whatever. And she's pregnant, so fuck it, give it to her, you know? And so you're at the McDonald's, and the guy tells you 38 minutes or something, and you're like, what the fuck? I could go to Safeway. How is it 38 minutes, you fucking asshole? I could go to Safeway or whatever, but the problem is they don't tell you 38 minutes.
Phone call. The vengeful man found it prudent.
Like the last 2 times that I went to Taco Bell, it was like 30 minutes or something. Jack in the Box. It was like 30 minutes, and it was an empty fucking driveway. And I'm like, what? And I mean, I live in a small town, but like, man, there's a difference between fast food and I could go to the Safeway, buy some ground shucks, some fucking, you know, like hamburger buns and some fucking chips. I'd be about 1,000 calories under my daily, and I'd feel better about it. I'd pay about 1/9 of the goddamn cost, go home and cook the motherfucker, and still have 7 minutes left over after, you know, and you wonder why he's so mad. Yeah, that guy's mad, and he rightfully probably should be. He came to the fast food place expecting fast and didn't get it. What did you think was going to happen? You can see it from his point of view, too. You know?
To dial 911 and
try telling that girl who's starving that you fucked up a McDonald's order. And you know that you're going to have to because you've been gone for 40 fucking minutes. Try telling your wife that you fucked up a McDonald's order and it took you 38 fucking minutes. She's going to think you're cheating on her. She's going to think you got a blowjob in the fucking parking lot. I'm sorry, but it's true. And so the guy, he's pissed. And this is the problem with fast service, right? Like, I didn't ever put my flag up unless I was ready to get that motherfucker across town in 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I didn't put the flag up till I was ready to shoot to that motherfucker. Room! So, you know, phone's plugged on the thing and the power's ready and I'm tuning up. One of the reasons I'm so slow about EvE is I was a taxi driver all my life. So I move slow. I sit and I do staging and I think about where I'm going and I calculate the miles and how much money I'm going to spend on the trip and all this shit. It's an old habit and I can't stop doing it. And I think about it and I'm slow and I watch my videos in the meantime and I think about what I'm doing. I'm kind of slow about it. And that's like pretty much the whole antithesis of, you know, this whole culture.
Explained to authorities that McDonald's was refusing to supply
so when I get a 30-minute order at the McDonald's, I'm smiling at the fucking person. I'm thinking about how I'm not on my stream, but I'm smiling at the person. And I'm saying, hey, thanks so much for everything that you do. You have an excellent day. And I give you like a Sydney from American Beauty response. I will sell this house today. I'm relentlessly positive with these people, whether they hold me up for half an hour or not. I'm relentlessly fucking positive with these people, right? And something that I noticed was the bad stuff doesn't happen as much. If you sound happy and you sound like you're patient and you sound like you're not going to put them through something, and all this, you'd be surprised. They'll actually go out of their way to make it faster sometimes. It's a lot of it is your countenance. My mother raised me on a very core fundamental belief that was a driving force throughout my whole life, which is this: manners are God's money. Anybody with bad manners is broke. I mean, she never said that, but I'm saying that. She said manners are God's money, and she wasn't a believer, and I'm not a believer. But I mean, like, you know, she definitely believed in the saying. She believed in a very strong way. She's talking about, like, etiquette is divine. It'll take you places that you shouldn't normally be able to go if you just treat people like good people. Do unto others. You know, so it's and so this guy, he didn't come into the McDonald's and hold up the fucking cashier for 37 fucking minutes and held them up from being able to get on with their lives. You can see why he's so mad. You know, it's understandable.
French fries. After much haranguing, dispatch would eventually capitulate and send off.
At that point, he called the police and demanded hot fries. And honestly, that's the kind of thing I would do too. I'd be like, man, if you're gonna fuck with me this bad and be disrespectful to me in my own community and shit, they've hit me with cops and bullshit so much in my life that why don't I do it to you? Because it kind of seems like you stole money from me when you handed me cold fries, right? And I would probably call the police too. I'd be like, until you give me the hot fries that I paid for, I am going to harangue and annoy a police officer into coming down here and forcing you to give me the hot fries.
To investigate
this is America. When something sucks, you should be able to get your money back. Otherwise, it's called theft. It's actually theft.
French fry fiasco.
So when you have a thief trying to steal from you who won't give you the fries that you paid for, you call the police.
A short time later, officers.
Now he got famous for this, which is kind of sad. But honestly, this is what we were trained to do as Americans when somebody steals from us, wasn't it? And I can't smile or laugh about it. Culturally, when someone steals from you and you don't want to get in a fist fight or go to jail or try to enforce yourself and end up in a fucking Hatfield and McCoy with some fucking moron or whatever, right? The N-word moment. You want to avoid all this. The W word in the moment, it's not a race thing, it's the dumb moment, right? You want to avoid it, so what do? Do you haul off and sock the motherfucker, or do you call the cops and get him to get you your fucking fries, right? And he did what I think what most good Americans would do. He did, frankly, what I think my mother would do, which is call the cops till she got her hot fries. Believe it or not. So I know I'm supposed to think this guy's bad or whatever, but what I see here is actually an American exhibiting a lot of self-control and not hauling off and stalking the dude in the face, calling the police when somebody steals from him, and all of the cultural things that a good man does in his community.
Would arrive at McDonald's and police bought.
And this guy's like, no, man, they just won't give me the fries. That's theft. And he's right. He is right. And they're like, really? Yeah, they won't give you the fucking fries, man. I paid. Here's the receipt. They will not give me the hot fries. They handed me cold fries. They won't give me the hot fries. That's theft. And then the cop goes, shit, I mean, it kind of is. It is.
Would record Antoine detailing.
And so the cop wants to, keep the peace. So he goes in there and he says, you don't want to make him the hot fries? Because that's theft.
Dilemma.
I guess our order was called, but we don't even know our order number. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So now our food is sitting there cold. So when I come up, I say, I try the fries. The fries they're lukewarm, but they're not hot. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So I just asked him, can we get some fresh fries?
Yeah, like, this is America. This is what we trained him to do. I'm sorry, but he was very, very actually, like, normal about it. And you want to make fun of him. And it sucks that he took it this far. But, I mean, if somebody steals from you in this country, what are you told to do? Call 911. If somebody steals from you in this country, this kid, it's funny to everybody who had, like, TVs and houses and money and shit all their lives, right? Might not be from a foreign country or something or whatever. But, like, in reality, you know what I'm saying? Every dollar, you have to work for it. It comes from somewhere. And if someone tries to steal that money from you, even once, you don't have a feasible life anymore. So he did what every American should do. You call the cops when somebody steals from you.
Okay. He said, okay, the fries are not hot. Touch the fries. I said, no, they're not.
No, don't touch the fries either. That's a horrible health violation. If the worker touched the fries, that's a felony, believe it or not.
At this point,
if the worker touched the fries, the cop could get him for that and should get him for that. If the worker touched the fries, the customer can touch the fries. But if the worker touched the fries, I want the worker for felony. And this is why I don't want dumbasses working at McDonald's, because this is how E. coli and COVID start. Dead serious. This is how E. coli and COVID start. If the fast food worker touched the guy's fries, that's worse than what this guy did.
Touch them, so can I just get a fresh set?
Yeah, get a fresh set. You touch my fries now. I don't want it. You know what I'm saying? You could have herpes or anything at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want it. You could have Hep C. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry, man. And I'm not a germaholic. I'm saying this is how the public will view it. And if you're surprised by this, you shouldn't be. If somebody robs you in fucking, in fucking America, doesn't matter if it's for $1.86 for a fucking cold set of fries or it's $500. It doesn't matter what it is. You call the cops if you've been ripped off in this country. And I support what he did.
Okay. So is he getting the fries? And I said, can I also get the receipt?
Yeah, can I get the receipt? And when you can't get the receipt, it appears that you're basically dealing with a rogue thief entity at that point.
That was 5 minutes ago. Yeah.
And he said, that was 5 minutes ago. Tough titty, get the fucking receipt.
Saying, excuse me, sir, 5 minutes ago.
I'm not prone to this sort of thing. I don't yell at people. I've never yelled at a person at a restaurant. But once I'm outside that motherfucker, oh yeah.
I can run my store however I want to run my store.
No, you can't. You gotta supply me a receipt, or this is a fraudulent transaction. I want to see what I bought. I want to see what I paid for. I want to see how much you charge me. Give me the receipt.
Yeah. Sir, I didn't pay.
I didn't pay. Give me my fucking receipt. If somebody in this country said no to me, nobody in my entire life ever has ever said no to me when I asked for a receipt. None of them. And if they ever did, I would call the cops.
Hey, you can leave my property.
Yeah, no. If any business told me that I couldn't have my receipt, I would call the cops. Absolutely. Yeah. I believe most Americans would.
Get off my property now.
Yeah, and then he was like, you get out. Nah, man, you give me my receipt and my money now. I want a refund. I don't want the fries anymore. I want a refund and a receipt, and I'll leave you alone. But see, the worker wouldn't give him that, so he called the cops, and he should have.
Police selected his first and last name. Then
yeah, like he takes the name and he goes in there, and he's like, motherfucker, you stole some fries from this guy. You got to give him the fries or the receipt or the money or all three. I suggest you do all three. This is a fraudulent transaction until you represent a receipt and an actual product that was advertised.
To speak with the McDonald's franchise owner.
Yeah, like if you don't give what was advertised, you're the criminal.
McDonald's,
not the customer. Customer was not the criminal in this case.
Workers would point out that Antoine was the aggressor.
Nope.
And the owner of the restaurant would also point out that he noticed a probation anklet on.
Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with it?
On Antoine's leg. Basically suggesting that he thought the man was out on probation.
What the fuck does that have to do with it? It's a set of cold French fries. What the fuck does his ankle monitor have to do with it? You tribalist, racist motherfucker.
He insists that all his food's cold. Okay. It's burning my hands, so whatever. That's doesn't really.
Lying. He's lying.
Okay. Take it to the next level. Starts cussing at me. You better keep.
Nah, man. Food doesn't stay cold. Food goes cold after 35 minutes. It's a fact of life.
Yeah, fresh fries. What?
Yeah, fresh fries.
Starts losing it. Starts shoving his food at me.
Yeah, like.
He said, I said, well, tell you what, you can take your business elsewhere. Give me a car. Give me a refund. No, you're not going to give me an effing refund. You're going to give me food and my money back. So I don't want him CT. I don't want to ever have him back. Okay. I mean, dude's obviously on probation. Got an ankle bracelet on.
After speaking with the owner, it seemed as if police thought that McDonald's was in the right in this situation. The officer would then reapproach Mr. Sims and inform him that he was no longer allowed to go into the restaurant and asked him if he would be willing to sign
give me my receipt and I'll leave.
And an acknowledgement form stating such. Still hung up on getting new French fries, Mr. Sims wasn't thrilled about the development but kind of played ball for the time being.
He does not want you coming back in the store. He actually wants us to criminally trespass you, so you will not be allowed back at this McDonald's.
I don't even stay here.
It doesn't matter. He's requested it. We got to do it. It's not a big deal. It's a piece of.
Charge me?
No, we're not charging you. It's a piece of paper we're going to give you that's going to say, hey, you can't come back to this McDonald's. That's all it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, just realistically, did I do anything?
I don't know. I'm not here to even figure that out.
Nope, they're here to punish. That's it.
Here to keep the peace.
Nope, he's not even there to do that. He's there to punish you or punish them. They sided with the McDonald's. Big surprise. Would you side with the McDonald's or this guy? I think I'd probably side with the McDonald's. I'm thinking the McDonald's is going to win. You know? I want to side with this guy, and I do. But I'm saying, like, if you were to pick in a fight between McDonald's and this guy, who's going to win?
Now, at this point, the officer would go back.
Now, I don't like this treatment, and I would crucify McDonald's for this. I don't like the treatment. I think I've seen it a lot in my life. I don't like that kind of treatment. I think these fast food places, they deal with a lot of stressed out fat people who treat them badly. But I think it's also sort of a thing about how, because they're working low-paying jobs, they can just abuse the populace, essentially, and not even supply a simple receipt when asked. And I think that's basically the first step to a rogue syndicate basically conducting business outside the government's purview. When the McDonald's is sided with by the cops and won't produce the receipt or the hot fries or the money, I think that's basically the next step after, like, I don't know, it's like the next step towards like full-blown like a system of government run by corporations. I don't know what you would call that. What's a system of government run by corporations? I forget the word. Corporatocracy. It's a corporatocracy. It's the first step to corporatocracy. If the cops side with the landlord, if the cops side with the McDonald's, you have what's called a corporatocracy. Corporatocracy. I've never heard that word. It is a corporatocracy. It is something that where, like, literally, if the McDonald's is making more money than you, they can sway the cops' opinion. That is a corporatocracy at best, and it is the death knells of America and the start of United States of corporatocracy.
his cruiser to get that acknowledgement form that he mentioned, but while inside...
Now, so the cop's making him sign an acknowledgement form that McDonald's is bigger than him, and that the cops had to side with McDonald's because he shoved some fries in a manager's face. And I think this is fair. And I believe probably the police chief came up with it, and it was fair. And so you can see the cops don't want to hurt him, and that's good because that's not usually the case.
At his car, he decided to do a little bit of investigation about the theory that Antoine Sims was a man on probation. He runs his name through the police database. And after running Antoine's name through his police cruiser computer...
Yeah, but see, he can't do anything until he gets in the car and runs the name. Unless there's a warrant.
The officer was stunned to discover...
Of course there's a warrant. This happened to me. I mean, of course there was a warrant.
Antoine Sims had been arrested back in 20 at Elisa Mertot, and prosecutors were up.
Yeah, and it sucks. So all this guy tried to do was get his fucking French fries, and they put him in jail because of it. Now, that's what actually happened. But in some right thinking, I think, or whatever, they're going to be like, oh, it's a criminal trying to hassle a good, and they're right too. A McDonald's worker who's just there working a dead-end job. It's a manager that doesn't need to have fries shoved in their face, and the man kind of acted out of due, and the cops warn him, and it sucks that he shouldn't have had a warrant, but if he has a warrant and he calls the cops, what does he think is going to happen? And all of those things are absolutely right. But it still sucks that this guy goes to jail because of the McDonald's refused to serve him hot fries. That seems like also a corporatocracy where literally they were more likely to put him in jail than they were to give him the fries that he paid for. And that is the 1984 that we live in today.
At the odd...
We don't need 1984. We've got 2024, where you're far more likely to be put in jail, kind of, than go to college. No, I'm kidding.
Audacity of someone calling the...
I'm totally kidding. No, I'm kidding.
Police over something so petty with an active warrant decided to play it cool and call for backup. He gets the acknowledgement form, goes back to Antoine with the intent of making an arrest.
But Antoine's left.
The officer returned. He handed Antoine the acknowledgement form. The police commenced small talk, trying not to alert the man of his imminent arrest. Soon, additional officers would arrive, and at this point, Antoine Sims began to grow visibly paranoid. Seeing the situation deteriorating, police would go for an arrest, and it's at this point that Antoine runs for it.
Can you come over here, man?
No, I'm afraid of y'all, sir.
Why are you afraid?
I'm afraid of y'all, sir.
3 years, sir.
I just did 3 years, sir. I'm afraid of y'all.
All right, I'm gonna walk you through. Why are you doing that?
I know how to fill it out.
Why are you doing that?
I know how to fill. Am I right?
Yeah.
No, let's take it. Yeah.
As soon as they said yes, he's running. He's smart. He fell. How did you fall? How did you fall? What was that, like 8 feet? You gave up after 8 feet because he caught him.
Car.
The fleet-footed French fry complainant ran from police for some time and even allegedly attempted to break into an apartment building during the pursuit. But eventually, officers tracked Antoine.
Yeah.
In March of 2018.
I really don't think French fries should lead to jail somehow. But that seems like the new America. I don't care if the guy's got a warrant. I think he should be able to call the cops. I guess you can when you have a warrant, but I mean, man.
A man donning a suit entered an In-N-Out burger.
It sucks. Do you see the problem that I'm getting at? Let's say you're a criminal, but you got to take care of someone, like your wife or your wife's baby. And you got a problem, right? You can't really go to jail. They're going to starve, you know, and you got to take care of them. So you're trying to take care of your family, and the system wants you in jail, and that's okay. I'm sympathetic to this. You're going to go to jail, right? You broke the law. You're going to go to jail. Everyone pays their time and all this. Well, what I'm sympathetic about is here. So while he's in this process of figuring out what's going to happen, and he has a warrant, and he's running from the warrant and all this, he is basically persona non grata to the police when someone rips him off. And this is a savage part of America. If your criminality is in question, or you are facing a warrant, which means in most cases that you just haven't gone to a court date. Got to remind you what a warrant means. It means that you just haven't gone to a court date, right? Usually. Sometimes it's like you did something and they want you. But most of the time it's like you haven't gone to your court date. So this guy gets arrested because he hasn't gone to his court date. You know, because he was trying to get the McDonald's fries that the manager refused to supply a receipt for, and wouldn't give him better fries that he hadn't touched. And I just don't see how the American, whether he's a criminal or not, any of this American's interests are being protected outside of what the judge would do to him afterwards. I don't see how. I see a lot of pitfalls. And he can't even get food without potentially going to jail in a system where, like, you know, what is it? 3/4 of most American black males go see the system or jail at some time in their life. And I'm sorry, but it just seems like a bit of the old fascism. And I don't like this word of late. Don't use it a lot. But it sucks that this guy got ripped off, couldn't get a receipt, and went to jail and had to run from the fucking cops because the McDonald's decided to rip him off and not supply a receipt. And this is, we don't need 1984. We've got 2024. I never would have dreamed it ever would have gotten to a corporatocracy like this, where the cops are going to back the McDonald's and then arrest you afterwards because you missed a court date. And then you catch another 2 or 3 years because you ran from them, and you can see this guy is scared. It's not like he ran from them because he was like, I'm ahead of you, Snidely, Snickerpuss, I'm a criminal and I'm better than you. I'll shoot you or whatever. I hate you. Blah, blah. It's not like that. He was like, I'm running from you because I am scared. And they're gonna get him for 3 to 5 years for that too. And I don't know about that one. I think I would have ran too. Those guys looked like they meant business, like they were about to maybe break some bones. And I think I would have ran too. I don't care if they're after me for a crime. Those humans look like they were ready to beat some African American behind. And I don't like it, and I'm sorry. I would have ran if I was him too. So you got to understand how many goddamn pitfalls is that. It's the system. It's the family he's got to support. It's the pager. It's the manager ripping him off. It's the receipt. It's the cops putting him in jail because he can't get protection from the cops because he's a criminal. And all these other fucking problems that a lot of, especially African-American males, might face in our society today. Now, I'm white and I face problems like this. So... You know, and so I'm sorry, what I see here, I'm supposed to think that the guy's bad and that the manager's bad and the McDonald's is bad. But you want to know how I really fall on all of this? Is it's just stupid humans just doing stupid human things. All of them. They made fun of it on the season finale of season 3 of Rick and Morty, where all of the society had become Morty. And I don't know if you kind of caught this about Rick and Morty, but Morty, while smart, is not Justin Roiland smart, right? So Dan Harmon is not Justin Roiland smart. So Morty, they made fun of this kind of at the end of the season 3, when everybody in all of the society, from the criminals to the McDonald's worker, to the cops, to the pager, to the burger, to the fries, to all of it, right? All of it is like this weird systemic Mortyism, where the pitfalls are so bad for not only the criminal, it's bad for McDonald's, it's bad for the cops. It's like, it's this weird situation where no matter what, someone's gonna get hurt because everybody's acting so stupidly and treating each other so badly. And pushing the finger on the scales and putting our citizens in jails and all the rap lyrics you want. You know what I'm saying?
Fernando Valley, California.
And I just don't know if jail is the answer to that guy being scared, or trying to get help with somebody robbing him, even if it's only for fries, right? And I don't think it's okay that criminals can't get help from the cops when they need it. And I don't think it's okay. I think, you know, honestly, it's weird. Like, I don't think, you know, like a cop's job is to punish people. I felt that the McDonald's needed to be punished in this situation, and the receipt and the fries needed to be produced, or McDonald's was the criminal, right? So, but because McDonald's has money, the cops choose the side of McDonald's. That's something that you would see in Idiocracy. The cops should never choose the side of McDonald's. They would choose the side of the young American male. The young American male doesn't have a huge corporation to back him, right? They're going to back the citizen who, at least until proven otherwise, is innocent until proven guilty. You guys forget about this too. You want to condemn him for the pager. You want to condemn him for the color of his skin, or where he is, or where he's eating, or what his income class is, or what he looks like, or neck tats, or any of this other stuff. And trust me, I do too. We all have our judgment calls and stuff. But I don't, though. I don't judge him for this, because I think about the pitfalls before I ever think about what the color of his skin is or the tattoos. I think about the McDonald's and how they have a basic, I would say, human responsibility to supplying a receipt and whatever food was advertised. I think it's not a good premise for them to argue with the customer. I don't think it's good for them for the cops to side with them. It's the sign of a dying society. It's not a corporatocracy. It's you know, remember when in Idiocracy, Mike Smith talked about, or sorry, Mike Judge talked about how Carl's Jr. could mace you if your credit card didn't have money on it when you ordered a burger. You remember? And if you beat on the burger machine or anything, they mace you, and then the cops come. But you're just pissed off because you didn't get the burger that you paid for. And at least in the original America that I think we all kind of envision anyways, maybe this isn't a reality anymore. You get what you pay for, you know? Maybe not with illegal things like drugs, but if you're buying something from an FDA, you know, oversighted company, you can kind of expect a certain standard, and the company is in the wrong if they don't supply it. So then the pigs go and back up the McDonald's, and that's everyone's dystopian fucking nightmare, where the corporatocracy morphs into the idiotocracy, and the cops are so dumb because of the education problems in this country that they don't know who to side with: a giant corporation or an innocent. I mean, in this he was innocent. I guess you could call it assault. I guess you could call it assault in modern America, but they didn't write him up for assault, so they obviously didn't think he was guilty of assault, right? He shoved the burger and the fries back at the guy, which I don't think is assault. That's you shoving a burger back at the guy. It's an act, but it's not an assault, right? You acted like kind of undue and you shoved the shit back at him. But I don't believe assault was an allegation here, or they would have put the cuffs on him immediately, right? So then I see the cops back the McDonald's, and as an American, that is pretty much the death of America for me, I would say. If the cops are going to back the McDonald's because they have more money, we as Americans have lost our country, and I don't know what to do about that. It is a corporatocracy.
Producing himself by the name John Trollston, the sharply dressed man presented himself as the CEO of the company itself.
This works too.
Trollston claimed that he needed a burger and fry meal from the restaurant so that he could audit the place's quality and make sure that it was up to In-N-Out standards. Some of the employees at the restaurant took the bait and gave the man food, but the obvious prank attempt at hand.
He was wearing a suit, so he was like, "What can I do with the suit? I bet I could get a free meal out of you know, In-N-Out."
Caught on quickly by one of the managers, who denied John Trollston the.
He has no tie and he has no jewelry, and she's not stupid. She doesn't like this. See it? She's not smiling because
attention he was seeking. See, it turns out Mr. Trollston was actually an online prankster named Cody Roeder. Roeder had already successfully perpetrated a similar prank, which was recorded and published to his YouTube channel, Troll Munchies. Seeing through Mr. Trollston's ruse, the manager at this In-N-Out establishment would call police over the matter. Upon realizing the police had been alerted, Cody, aka John Trollston, hastily fled the restaurant and managed to escape the scene before the cops arrived.
Wow, good for him. I like criminals who actually get away, you know?
However, despite
it's very rare.
narrowly evading police
The
confrontation,
helicopter lights are as bright as the sun. I know, I've seen them.
This wouldn't be the end of John Trollston's In-N-Out CEO impersonation antics. Cody would continue this same half-wit prank, hitting another In-N-Out location in Burbank, California, claiming that he was the CEO in an attempt to get free food. In the Burbank attempt, he goes as far as making a public scene by stepping on a burger in front of the restaurant's manager and customers.
Sir, I hate to say this, but
I need
your food.
I'm gonna retake your burger. Sir,
This is a bad felony.
I need you to leave now.
Sir, this is just, it's garbage.
He would avoid police incursion in this situation as well, and his videos continued to go up showcasing him pranking In-N-Out restaurants. But this Burbank incident would prove to be the last straw for In-N-Out. Apparently, prank channels had been swarming the areas and these In-N-Out restaurants around Los Angeles for some time, with many customers and employees complaining to the company about being filmed by opportunistic trolls and influencers who would visit their restaurants. As a result of Cody Roeder's In-N-Out Burger CEO impersonation pranks, Cody was sued by the company. Their lawsuit demanding that Cody be banned from In-N-Out Burger establishments, that he pay them $25,000 in damages, and requested a restraining order be issued against the man that, if violated, would incur $1,000 of damages for each infringement. While the outcome of this lawsuit isn't public, videos related to In-N-Out Burger were removed from the Troll Munchies channel, so I can only imagine that the lawsuit had legs to some degree.
I can only imagine the lawsuit had some legs to some degree. No, it was probably like a month.
Most disturbing crimes in the history of fast.
All he did was walk into the restaurant and demand a burger. It's actually not that bad in terms of intent. It's kind of like, how dumb were the people going along with it, really? I'm not saying it's okay what he did. I'm just saying, in terms of criminality, walking into a place and asking for a burger isn't actually that bad. It's, I mean, it's not like sticking someone up with a gun or something.
We now get to our final fast food disaster. The story of the McDonald's strip search hoax. It's an incident
this is Milgram's experiment, right? Yeah, somebody wanted to try out Milgram's, so they called a McDonald's in I believe it was Harlem, I think, or something like that. I forget where, and they convinced the manager to sexually assault the poor teenage girl that was working there. And they were able to do this by telling them that they were cops and that the girl was hiding drugs on her and that the cops needed them to perform a strip search. And they got this prankster on a phone who then, I don't know if they ever caught this guy. But this is the Milgram's experiment, and it was a very famous episode of Law and Order with Robin Williams, and I think it's actually Robin Williams' best work too. Ironically, a bit piece. I mean, he has a huge part of it, but Robin Williams did Law and Order season 12, I think, or 17. It's either 12 or 17. I can't remember which one. Law and Order, Robin Williams, right? And write the highlights of how far will Stabler go to save Benson and stuff. And so Robin Williams plays the Milgram's experiment guy who this is called malicious pranking. He got a McDonald's worker, a McDonald's manager, to sexually assault a fucking coworker, and got away scot-free because he didn't do the sexual assault, as I remember. And that's how I found out about this. And so I went looking into it, and I was like, man, Robin Williams seemed to really want to do the performance of his lifetime in this Law and Order episode, and it seems to be really important. And then I found out that, yeah, this exists. Yeah, this does exist. Yeah, this I've known this is existed for like 15 years. Yeah, somebody called a poor like McDonald's manager, convinced him that his coworker was like a spy drug dealer who had like cocaine in her twat in her vagina, and like convinced him to strip search her in the back room. And I want to prove that I know about this.
A deeply unsettling crime that affected an 18-year-old employee. A crime that was facilitated due to the incompetence and negligence.
Nope. It's Milgrams. It's not incompetence and negligence. This is a bad take. It's a bad take. It's Milgrams. And Milgrams is a very important thing to understand. If you believe that somebody in authority is either threatening you or telling you what to do, you will do it, right? If you think that you're gonna go up against the cops, if you don't, if you don't do what somebody tells you as in a police, a police officer tells you, or somebody in authority really tells you to do. They will use it as an excuse to torture people. And so the experiment itself, the Milgrams experiment, was on obedience to authority figures, where a series of social psychology experiments conducted by Yale University psychologist Stanley Milgram. They measured the willingness of study participants, 40 men in the age range of 20 to 50, from a diverse range of occupations with varying levels of education, to obey an authority figure who instructed them to perform acts conflicting with their personal conscience. Participants were led to believe that they were assisting an unrelated experiment in which they had to administer electric shocks to a learner. These fake electric shocks gradually increased to levels that would have been fatal had they been real. The experiment found unexpectedly that a very high proportion of the subjects would fully obey the instructions, with every participant going up to 300 volts and 65% going up to the full 450 volts, right? And they learned something about this, and I'm going to tell you what it is. When somebody thinks that a cop has told you that it's okay to kill someone, or otherwise, anything at all really, you will do so. If you think that if you don't do so, the cop will be angry with you, or you will become a criminal, right? And this is true of every human being. Every human being is fundamentally like susceptible to Milgrams, which is that if you think that you're going to aggro, the best way to think of it as a gamer is having 5 stars, right, in Grand Theft Auto. And having 5 stars in Grand Theft Auto is, an interesting concept, and it's what makes GTA 5 so good, Grand Theft Auto so good. And the reason that it's so good is the 5 stars, and the 5 stars are something that people fundamentally fear so much. Actually aggroing the FBI or being put on, the most wanted list for if they don't do what the cop says, that they'll like literally, like if the cop says, I'm going to hold you responsible for murder, or I'm going to put you in jail if you don't shock this person, then you shock the person. And they learned that like pretty much a very high proportion of subjects would fully obey the instructions, with every participant going up to 300 volts and 65% going up to 450 volts, which is a killing blow. Milgrams first described his research in a 1963 article in the Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, where he pointed out something really, really, really fundamentally important about the human machine, which is that when you fear either aggroing, really it's the same thing. When you fear aggroing one cop, you fear aggroing all the cops, and you fear jail, and you will do what the cop tells you to do. And the more normal you are, and the less of a criminal you are, the more likely you are to do exactly what the cop tells you to do. And this is something that's fundamentally true about human beings, and you will even kill a person if the cop tells you that you're going to go to jail if you don't. And this is something that they definitely learned in like the 60s about cop psychology, and some of the ways that cop psychology can kind of manifest. And one of the ways that human psychology can kind of manifest is this understanding that obedience to authority is something that actually is pretty much ingrained in most human beings. You can make an argument that I mean, it's a bad argument, and I don't think it's a good one. I think that Shane Goodall scientist types are more fit to make a wager on why this is the case. But I would say that most of the time, humans will obey authority if they can, and they won't thumb their nose and steal the Taco Bell soda unless they like believe that they will. I mean, they kind of associate freedom with not aggroing the cops, right? So they conflate this idea that if they've aggroed the cops, they won't be free, and they'll go to the most dreaded place in the world, which is jail. So to get out of jail, most people will kill another human being. And that is what I'm getting at. And you would think it's the other way around. Most people would rather go to jail before they kill a human being, right? But when the cop tells them to do it, they will, no questions asked, kill the person and blame the cop and say, the cop told me to do it, so I did it. And did the cop kill the person? No. And so then this is the fast food experiment that somebody did in like 94 or whatever it was.
Cased by her management. On April 9th,
2004. Sorry, I thought it was 94, but it's like 2004. In this McDonald's in...
had a McDonald's location in Mount Washington, Kentucky.
Kentucky. Which is a really, really small town. I mean, it's a town and it's got cities and it's a city, but it's not very big, right? There's probably only one McDonald's in this town.
Assistant manager Donna Summers was working.
Donna Summers, Simadonna, Donna Summers, Simadonna.
Shift when she got a phone call in her back office.
Simadonna, Donna Summers, Simadonna. Yeah. So the lesson is when a cop might tell you to do something, you might consider running first. And I'm not promoting running from the police. I'm saying if the cop is telling you to do something that you shouldn't do, you might consider running first.
Summers picked up the phone, and to the woman's surprise, the man...
Oh, good. The next one is most notorious arrests in live streaming. I really like Wavy Web Surf. He's like one of my favorite streamers now. I must admit it.
Line identified himself.
The shit's so good, I don't think I even really need to focus on the game very much, because most of the stuff that he talks about is the sort of things that I'm really interested in, which is kind of annoying.
Police officer.
He definitely has me pegged. You can tell. Like, the stuff that he brings up, I often know things about. It's kind of crazy, like Milgrams and all this. He's going to bring up Milgrams, by the way, or he wouldn't be... He'll bring up Robin Williams, too. He'll bring up Milgrams, and he'll bring up Robin Williams too. So I wanted to do it before he did it.
A man going by the name Officer Scott. Officer Scott promptly informed the assistant manager that one of her employees, 18-year-old Louise Ogborn, was reported to police by a customer who claimed that Louise had stolen money from them at the restaurant. As a part of this policeman's investigation, the officer requested assistant manager Donna Summers to bring Louise to the manager's office and perform a search of the employee, under the premise of finding this allegedly stolen money. Donna Summers was initially skeptical at the claims made by the officer. However, the man on the phone was able to accurately describe Louise's physical appearance, and the man was able to put together a believable story that Donna Summers eventually believed to be legitimate. Under the assumption that she was aiding in a legit police investigation, while still on the phone with the officer, Donna summoned Louise to her office. And from here, things take a bizarrely dark turn. After Louise was in the office with Summers, Officer Scott ordered Donna Summers to perform a strip search on the employee. Under guidance from this disembodied authority figure, the assistant manager
It was a woman, too.
meticulously searched the clothing of Louise.
I forgot that it was a woman. In the Law & Order episode, it's a man.
Point where the only article of
this poor girl, she thought she was going to be fired or something. The girl also, right? The girl also let this woman do this to her because they really thought that the cops wanted this woman to strip search her. The girl let her do it, too, because they believed that a cop was telling her to do it. And it was just some dude.
Clothing worn by the woman was arrested.
Milgrams is not too good, so most of the world is aware of Milgrams now, and they won't believe anything that anybody says, I would say. And there's a good reason for it. This.
restaurant apron. Nothing had been found on Louise throughout this meticulous search. In hindsight, it's clear that something unusual was going down here, but Donna Summers didn't necessarily see a problem.
Come on, Donna Summers, you raped somebody. What the fuck?
This very
well, if you think about it though, if you're both women and the Donna Summers lady gets a phone call from a cop, the cop lies to Donna Summers and says, we're going to arrest this lady and we're coming right now, but we need you to stop and strip search her. And I need you to take her clothes off and check and make sure she's not hiding drugs because it's a real bad problem. We don't know if she's armed or anything. And so the lady's like, okay, will you submit to a strip search? And the girl's like, really? And she's like, yeah, this cop wants me to strip search you. And she's like, well, I didn't commit any crimes, so I guess, yeah, I guess you can strip search me. It's really, really weird. But I guess, yeah, I guess you can because I haven't committed any crimes. All I've done is sold burgers at McDonald's for the last 5 hours or whatever.
Particular
and so not only is it the victim, not only is it the perpetrator, which is the guy making the phone call, by the way, or the victim, which is the person receiving the phone call, or the victim's victim, which is the person getting raped. The victim and the victim's victim believe that a cop told them to do this and submitted to it. And this is something really fucking strong about the human race. You can see the extent to which somebody thought about this and did this to show the world how bad it was so that we could learn about it and learn not to do it.
Officer was ordering her to do. After about 30 minutes into the search, with Officer Scott requesting more interrogation done on the woman, Donna Summers would apparently express that this investigation was taking too much of her time and was interfering with operations of the restaurant. The assistant manager would then leave the room and pass the phone along to another employee, 27-year-old Jason Bradley. Bradley was tasked with watching the accused Louise Ogborn until Donna Summers could return.
Samadana.
Of the phone began speaking with this alleged policeman. In subsequent interviews performed with Jason Bradley after this incident, the man claimed
Come on, Donna Summers, you're a rapist.
That something was suspicious about the legitimacy of the officer on the line. 18-year-old Louise was terrified at this point, almost naked, and had been thoroughly searched with nothing found. The man thought, why wasn't the officer physically present if this was such a big deal? However, despite his suspicions, Jason Bradley would keep the phone line open with Officer Scott. After engaging in small talk with Officer Scott, sometime later, manager Donna Summers would return to those in the office of a rather unusual plan of action that was to take place. She informed everybody in the office that since the restaurant was so poorly
Donna
staffed
Summers
that
is
they were busy and
famous.
couldn't really handle this on their own, that she had called her fiance, a man named Walter Nix, and this man would be coming to the restaurant to aid in the interrogation of Louise Ogborn. Walter Nix was not a McDonald's employee and by no means should have been.
I forgot about this part. I forgot about this.
What becomes apparent as this story progresses is that Louise's management and her fellow McDonald's employees were deeply incompetent. After all, nobody had taken any action or raised an eyebrow at the concerning path that this bizarre investigation had gone down. An investigation being helmed by an officer that
in the moment, they just, like, this is another thing. Humans are kind of lemmingsy. They will in the moments, they will just go right along with it and they won't even think about anything else. They'll think, oh, a cop wants me to do this and I'm an upstanding citizen, so I know I've done nothing wrong, so I'm gonna submit to what the cop said and I'm just gonna strip naked. And they just don't even think about it. They don't think about why they shouldn't do that. And why, honestly, why should they?
Them had met. And sadly, Summers' boyfriend, Walter Nix's involvement in this situation would cause the entire McDonald's strip search incident to become far darker. Walter Nix would arrive and man the phone sometime later, and what follows is 2 hours of Nix taking orders from Officer Scott on the phone, orders that led to unspeakable abuse against Louise. including but not limited to sexual assault. The terrified woman feeling compelled to stay and endure this treatment under fear of getting in trouble with police. After being assaulted under orders from Officer Scott, Walter Nix would leave the room, and Assistant Manager Donna Summers would then send in staff custodian 58-year-old Tom Sims to speak with the police officer. Thankfully, Mr. Sims would be the man to break the chain of abuse that was occurring against this poor employee. Upon manning the phones, Officer Scott then instructed Custodian Sims to remove Louise's apron.
Custodian
Sims, who was
Sims.
already confused by the situation at hand, became extremely concerned upon hearing this request and felt that his fellow employees had played into the hands of some sort of twisted deviant, posing as an officer. The custodian immediately got Assistant Manager Donna Summers and explained
Donna
to her that
Summers,
they had
Donna.
likely just been duped. Asserting that Officer Scott was a fraud and his call was a hoax. It would be at this moment that Officer Scott would end the phone call. After this development, Donna had finally come to the same disturbing realization that Custodian Sims had. The employees had assisted some freak out there in abusing Louise. McDonald's upper management were soon notified about the situation, and it wouldn't be long until police would arrive as well. A criminal investigation and inquiry was launched into the abuse of Louise Ogborn, and authorities sought out to find the man that made the Officer Scott phone call. What Donna Summers and her employees didn't realize at the time of this incident taking place was that there was a serial hoax caller on the loose. An unknown man had been making threatening phone calls all around the U.S. to individuals and businesses impersonating authority figures and using blackmail to compel workers to perform sadistic acts that fulfilled his own sexual fantasies, most of which targeted fast food restaurants or retail stores. And after a long investigation, police would name a suspect. The man behind the McDonald's strip search call and many others was alleged by police to be 38-year-old David R. Stewart, a Walmart security guard from Panama City, Florida. According to police, David R. Stewart was found to have been in the possession of phone cards associated with call log data from the aforementioned abuse hoax calls, and police had surveillance footage of Stewart purchasing these very cards. As a result of what happened to Louise at McDonald's in Mount Washington, Kentucky, David Stewart was arrested on June 30th of 2004 and was charged with impersonating a police officer and solicitation of sodomy. Walter Nix, Louise's most serious in-person abuser, was brought in on charges of sodomy and assault. The man would later be found guilty and sentenced to serve 5 years in prison. Donna Summers...
5 years? That's it? He got 5 years for rape? Oh, come on.
Hoax calls of this sort completely stopped afterwards. The accused man has never spent a day in prison stemming from this incident despite evidence linking him to the crime, and he maintains a clean criminal record. As for Louise, the tragic victim of the McDonald's hoax call, in 2007, she would file a massive lawsuit against McDonald's, asking for $200 million in damages. Attorneys for McDonald's claim that the blame mostly belonged to Donna Summers for not recognizing the hoax and not the greater company. But in the end, they were found liable.
Yeah.
Ultimately, Louise was awarded $1.1 million.
Oh, cool. They gave her 1/200th of what she asked for. I guess if McDonald's rapes you, you only get $1 million, guys. You only get $1 million if McDonald's rapes you. So don't get raped by McDonald's. It's not a good payout.
And punitive damages resulting from this case. And bizarrely enough, Donna Summers, the assistant manager, was awarded $400,000 herself in a separate civil suit.
Yeah, because Donna sued him too.
Against McDonald's. The premise
now, what did McDonald's have to do with this either, though? I think the worker could sue McDonald's, but not the perpetrator.
The case stating that McDonald's failed management by not informing them of the threat of hoax callers at the time. It's extremely frustrating that whoever was behind this call was never caught and brought to justice. And in all honesty, if you ask me, Louise should have got way more money than what she got from these McDonald's lawsuits. The legacy of this case is deeply unsettling to say the least. In my opinion, this is likely the most disturbing fast food disaster in history, and will live on as a cautionary tale showcasing the abuse of authority figures and why one should always be wary when communicating with someone under anonymity. And well, you made it to the end. Let me know what you guys thought about the video down below in the comments section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
A module has run out of charges.
It's not too uncommon these days to hear stories of YouTubers perpetrating scams and participating in fraud. While exposing these delinquent creators makes for great online drama chatter, very rarely do bad actors face legal punishment for their misdeeds. However, there does exist a small
No, wait, there was a different one I wanted to see.
The internet is right.
Oh, no. Damn it. Oh well.
It's not too uncommon these days to hear stories.
Yeah, never. I want to watch that one.
Live streamers often go out of their way to create a dramatic spectacle for viewers.
Why would you do that? Why? Look at how much money that was. Jesus Christ, like, I don't know. It's not that much money.
And unfortunately, some of these streamers take the showmanship a little too far, with there being many recorded instances of streamers behaving dangerously on camera and endangering the public in the process of doing so. And in a handful of cases, this has resulted in serious, costly legal problems for the streamers involved. Today, we're looking at some of the highest profile cases of streamers getting arrested and detained for reckless on-stream activity. Their run-ins with police being captured live and broadcasted to thousands around the world. These are the live-streamed arrests.
Yes.
This streamer arrest involves a self-described incel who would do just about anything to entertain his degenerate fan base. This is the Smooth Sanchez story. Born in 2001 and residing in Manhattan, New York City, Malik Sanchez gained a cult following in the edgy IRL streaming community. 18-year-old Malik went by the streamer name Smooth Sanchez and began to broadcast his antics roaming around New York City while harassing residents and getting into trouble in the process.
Could you answer me that question? Why am I the only one getting things done around here? Look, NPCs, you don't even want to acknowledge my question? Baby. Baby. Make eye contact with me. Eye contact? Eye contact? Can I get your number? No, you should get a life. Maybe you should go back to the state that you came from. Your parents did a failure job with you. They did a failure job. You're a disgrace.
Smooth Sanchez was a boisterous, loudmouth New Yorker who pushed and went beyond every line imaginable in his streams, being encouraged to do so by his ravenous viewer base that would donate for him to do ridiculous stunts.
I gotta time this right, guys.
Things you'll never see me do.
Day in and day out, Sanchez essentially humiliated himself and put him.
You could be like, "Oh, I'll give you $100,000 to show your butthole on stream," and I'd be like, "Nope, sorry."
Self in danger for money, which of course leads us to the day that Malik's boneheaded live-streamed behavior got him arrested by the New York City police. One day in October of 2020, Malik was streaming in Queens, New York City when at around 4:45 p.m. he began to illegally climb up the nearly 350
Please
foot
don't
tall
do that.
Queensboro Bridge.
Queensboro
Malik's
Bridge.
self-stated
You should have done the
goal
Brooklyn
for wanting
Bridge.
To climb the bridge
Brooklyn Bridge is
was
better.
so that he could be deemed the king of New York.
No.
During the incel's ascension up this bridge,
Incel? How is this kid an incel? What?
Donated to his text-to-speech, causing racist messages
Oh
to
my
play from
god. Racist incel.
Malik Sanchez's live-streamed climb would begin to go viral on social media, causing more people to flock into the stream and witness this 2-bit daredevil risk his life for a handful of YouTube super chats.
Thank you so much for the interaction. At least you know who the king of New York is. Shit. Many of these fools don't recognize. Undisputed king of IRL. What can I say, man? What can I say? This has been the time of...
How this man is an incel is beyond me. I have no idea. I think a lot of women would be pretty much throwing themselves at him. I don't really understand it.
My life, we have to cross this.
It's a self-imposed choice, because the things that he does is so nasty that no girl would ever probably want to be with him. And that sucks. You know, the things he says are so nasty.
We have to cross this to get up there to the top. Let's do it.
As you can see on the footage here, Sanchez had scaled up almost the entire bridge and was hundreds of feet up in the air. Falling from this height would almost certainly result in death, even if you landed in the river. A crowd of concerned citizens had formed beneath Malik and pled with him, trying to get him to come down. New York police officers arrived and made their way upwards towards Sanchez, risking their own lives to retrieve this reckless teenager who was putting himself in extreme danger for internet clout. As police began to close in on his bridge position, Malik Sanchez knew that he was about to get busted, and while live, he requested that his mother access the donations that he had been receiving through PayPal and use that to get him out of jail.
Bail me out, bail me out.
Mom, if anybody in my family is watching this, access all this donations through my PayPal. If I do get arrested, you know, access this and get the king back out in New York, please.
Officers would reach and detain Mr. Sanchez and pull him down off the bridge unharmed. He was charged with reckless endangerment, unlawful possession of a noxious substance related to the pepper spray, and criminal trespassing. He was also taken to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. The man would later be bailed out. Now you think old Malik, Smooth Sanchez, he would have learned his lesson after something like this. But no, unfortunately, this is only the beginning of his degenerate bullshit. However, nothing lasts forever,
it always
and eventually
is.
Sanchez would get got for good. In February of 2021, Malik live-streamed himself at an outdoor seating area of a restaurant in New York's Flatiron.
That looks like
District.
Ela
Here,
from...
he would begin to publicly
Wait, why did that girl look so familiar?
start yelling out terroristic threats.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Bomb detonation in two minutes. I take you with me and I kill all you. I kill all you right now and I kill all you for Allah. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna Allah. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for Allah. I'm going to do it for Allah. Allah.
After
I like
yelling this at two women.
I like the people who are running, because I think those are the survivors in the human race. I think some of us will survive when the idiots kill us all.
Men that were at the restaurant, Sanchez fled the area and went about his normal sort of trolling antics. And he didn't face any immediate punishment the day of making these comments. However, apparently sometime later, the feds found this footage and didn't take his threats lightly. Months later, in April of 2021, Malik Sanchez was arrested and charged by federal authorities for perpetrating a hoax bomb threat. Apparently, a number of his videos were reviewed by the FBI, and the man was arrested in the process. After being detained, prosecutors argued that Sanchez should be held without bail due to his proclivity for creating dangerous IRL live streaming content. There was also concern after police had searched Malik and allegedly found 5 magazines fitting a Glock pistol. Taking recommendations from the prosecutor, the judge agreed to hold Sanchez without bail. In November of 2021, Malik Sanchez pled guilty to 1 count of converting false and misleading information in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 1038, which carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison. Malik's sentencing was in April of 2022. During the hearing, he apologized to the women he had threatened and said that his behavior was that of, quote, an immature and reckless child. Due to good behavior and acquiring his high school diploma since committing the crime, Malik managed to avoid jail time and was ultimately sentenced to serve 3 years of supervised release. And it appears as if Malik has learned his lesson after being wrapped up with the feds, as he hasn't been live since. This story involves a careless and inconsiderate drunk driver live streaming themselves on Periscope. This is the arrest of Whitney Beale. On a Friday night in Lakeland, Florida, in October of 2015, 23-year-old Whitney Beale was live streaming herself on Periscope at a local bar. After finishing her drinks, the woman makes one of the worst decisions imaginable and loads up in her vehicle and heads home and live streams the entire drive, considerably drunk.
A module has run out of charges.
You are drunk driving, dear. Why are you drunk driving? Hi, guys.
If you're not new,
That girl is wasted and should not be driving. She'll kill someone. Wasted as in, like, couldn't drive.
driving home.
I'm surprised she knows where the ignition is.
The idiotic woman even commenting to the viewers of her stream how she like might get arrested for a DUI. That would be so crazy, right?
God damn it, man. You guys are so dumb. So
in the USA, people. Let's see if I get a DUI. I don't think I will.
So dumb, so dumb, so dumb.
I really don't.
And this was one of those rare circumstances where the live stream chat was actually giving this woman good advice, encouraging her to pull over and stop. She faded. Bad move. Hey, call a cab. I hope this is a joke. It is so sick to say that you're drunk and drive a vehicle. Ticket, you're about to die. Whitney would continue her drunken drive around Lakeland for close to an hour, rambling about. Throughout the stream, many indicators of this woman being completely plastered are apparent, such as her stopping at a green light and the car behind her literally honking at her constantly.
Driving drunk is not cool.
Why are
The
you
woman
doing
was
it
so
then?
fucked up, she was asking her chat how to drive.
Please supervise me because I feel like I'm not driving straight right now.
It's a
Eventually becomes the
it's the death of a career, but it's also a stunt that might have really brought her some money. Maybe it's unfortunate, but I mean, except she probably went to jail though.
After the woman drives through a street sign in the median of the road, puncturing her.
Oh man, the district attorney that dealt with this, Jesus Christ, he probably had eyes of fire and was like, we deal with 50 DUIs every single fucking day, and to have you go out on a cell phone and promote drunken driving is the most despicable thing we have ever seen an American do. And we're going to throw the book at you on this one and make an example of you. If streamers want to drive drunk, we're going to make them remember what happened to you, right?
Tire in the process.
Oh! She hit a stop sign. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I mean, we were all kind of hoping for it, but I mean, no, I hope she's okay.
Oh my god. I really hope I don't aim. I hope really. I'm a fucking tire.
Chad continued to plead with her to stop. This is a bad idea. Why are you doing this? Watch
Stop
her previous
sign.
post. She torn a street sign down. Seriously, you gotta stop. You're embarrassing yourself. When it became clear that Whitney wouldn't listen to them, chatters took matters into their own hands
They
and
called
made calls to the
911.
police.
Where does she live? We don't know. We don't know where she lives. How did they make phone calls to the police?
Police would receive numerous 911 calls about Whitney from the viewers. Around this time, Whitney had gotten...
Yeah, but how did they know where she lives? She probably told them where she lives. She's like, I live in Austin, probably Austin or something like that.
gotten lost in a residential
It looks like the
neighborhood
South. It looks like New Orleans or something.
and was low on fuel
It's
and
hard to
also
see.
had a flat tire.
Can I help you? Hi there. I just saw a girl on Periscope driving drunk. She doesn't know where she is, and she's driving really fast on the
What is Periscope?
Periscope is something that people broadcast live.
You want to send me the link? I'll see if I can figure out where
Periscope?
she's at.
She was fucking live streaming to some site called Periscope. What's Periscope? Let's go see what that is. I think that's going to be scarier than the video. Let's go see. What is Periscope? Is it just the fucking... What is Periscope? What is this? Oh, no. Oh, it's actually live people. I see. She was acting up for the Periscope scene. Oh, was an American live service, but it's not there anymore. Launched in March 2015. It was discontinued in 2021 due to declining usage, product realignment, and high maintenance costs. Yeah, this is dead now, I guess. I never even heard of Periscope. That's funny.
Get somebody with her to check on her.
Officers were
And they're like, "What's a periscope?" And he's like, "It's a submarine tool."
to review the live stream footage and use that street sign that she ran over as like a way to determine where she was at. And
I'm done.
eventually,
Nice.
Whitney Bill was tracked down by police and pulled over. The drunk woman refused a breathalyzer and completely failed the sobriety test that she was administered. Whitney Bill was arrested at the scene and charged with a DUI. In February of 2016, Whitney pled no contest to driving under the influence. She received a 6 months license suspension, 10 days of vehicle impoundment, and 12 months probation. She was also issued 150 hours of community service and 10 days of weekend work release.
Okay,
This
14
is one of the
million.
most fucked up things you could do, and
14
it's a miracle
million?
that this woman didn't kill somebody. But
14 million.
Yeah, that's the story of the dumb woman that live streamed herself.
How is this 14
fucking drunk
million?
as hell while driving. The inclusion of this next story should come to no surprise for those of you invested in the lore of live streaming.
There's no way
It's
I can fit
the time
this.
when Ice Poseidon got swatted while boarding a plane. Ice Poseidon, real name Paul Danino, doesn't need much of an introduction. The man is essentially popular for popularizing IRL streaming as a genre. You know, going around in public, interacting with strangers, and just sort of seeing what happens.
What do we have here? Let's see. We got Content City. Let's go check it out. We got Content City, Ghent, Belgium. They said this was a college town. The viewers who live in Belgium, they said this was a college town. Where the girls at? Where the content at?
Ice Poseidon's IRL streaming content was unpredictable to say the least. Not only in the sense that random passerbys added to the chaos of the content, but you also had thousands of people watching the stream at home who would inadvertently know his location just by looking at things around him in the stream. And using this, geographic information, they could track down where he was and mess with him directly.
Okay, what's her number? Hi.
I'm getting about 30 calls about you on my phone, and I'm a gangster. So you better fucking leave here right now before there's trouble for yourself. You understand that? You're fucking with the mob over here. You better leave now. Got it?
I apologize.
You better leave now.
What's going on?
The sooner you leave, the better.
Okay. I will be gone then. I will be gone.
You're not gone yet. As soon as you go, you gotta go now.
I will be gone. Thank you very much for your business.
Ice's IRL streams were sniped on many occasions by his various clout-chasing streamer orbiters, known as Andes, and just fans in general. But what I want to focus on in particular in regard to interfering with Ice's IRL streams were the various SWATs called to the locations that he would visit. Ice Poseidon was hands down one of the most swatted streamers in live streaming history. This being because when IRL streaming his public location was easy to surmise.
Yo, get a CX design. I want to sell shirts. We're gonna sell. I'm gonna sell shirts again. CX shirts again here on YouTube. So.
Cops.
Yeah.
Have you tried to shoot somebody today?
No.
Have you tried to shoot somebody today? No.
And unfortunately, it would be these frequent swattings that essentially ended Ice Poseidon's career as a Twitch live streamer.
Wow.
In April of 2017, Ice Poseidon was live streaming at the Los Angeles airport as he prepared to board a plane to Austin, Texas to attend the DreamHack Gaming Convention. And while performing this live stream, Ice Poseidon makes the stupid mistake of allowing his stream to see the gate number of his flight. And unfortunately for Ice, after boarding this plane and taking off, one of his live stream trolls would call the police and claimed that Paul Danino was about to blow up the plane that he just got on with a bomb.
Thank you for calling American Airlines. How can I personally assist you today?
Yes, hi. I just saw a post by a friend
Docking
of mine,
permission
and
requested.
it looks
Docking
like he might have
request
smuggled a
accepted.
bomb on his plane.
As a result of this bomb threat, the plane was forced to immediately land in Phoenix, Arizona. And what happens next is really one of the most infamous moments in IRL streaming history, with law enforcement boarding the plane and Ice Poseidon facing the, sinking reality that one of his trolls had just caused this plane to land from a bomb threat.
Yeah.
Stand up.
Of course.
Grab that. Man, electronic. You step out here. Boss, take that. We got a one-on-one in the mail.
After it was discovered Ice was indirectly responsible for the bomb threat, he was detained and interrogated by the FBI.
What you mean, dude? We just got fucking interrogated by the FBI for some bullshit fucking reason. Like, fuck off.
The entire incident naturally being quite the stressful circumstance for Paul. Miraculously, Ice Poseidon walked away from this situation without facing any charges. After being let go by the FBI, he booked a hotel in Phoenix and opted to skip out of getting another flight to DreamHack out of fear of trolls calling in another bomb threat. By this point, the footage of Ice getting swatted went viral on social media, and the man was getting bombarded with news interviews. The story had become quite a PR disaster for Twitch itself as well. With the publicity building, Ice began to fear that this incident would result in his Twitch channel getting banned. And sadly for Ice, his suspicions were correct. As a result of this fan-issued bomb threat, Ice Poseidon was permanently banned from Twitch and remains so to this day. Despite the incident not directly being Ice's fault, it appears Twitch doesn't want to have anything to do with the streamer and his toxic fan base. He's appealed his ban on numerous occasions, all these appeals being denied. In May of 2022, former Ice Poseidon associate and live streamer Miskiff would reveal that Ice Poseidon Swatter was later arrested and jailed for the incident. The Swatter reportedly being given 10 years in jail.
What I've heard, the guy that did that bomb threat is in jail for 10 years. He is in jail. You do not fuck with the FBI. You just don't do it. They are way better than you at anything. I think that guy was, I'm pretty sure they caught him and he's in jail for good.
Ice Poseidon continues to stream today on other platforms, but his career was permanently stunted after being banned as a result of this incident. Before we get into our next story, a brief word from today's sponsor. Some of the streamers featured in today's video faced extreme cybercrime threats such as doxing and swatting, and you too could be at risk of cyber miscreants trying to steal your personal data and violate your privacy. That's why you need today's sponsor, Guardio. Guardio is a browser extension that acts as a digital watchdog while you're surfing the web, protecting you as you browse by blocking malicious downloads, shielding your personal data, and detecting scam sites and phishing attempts in real time. After you download Guardio, the app will perform an initial scan, and you might be surprised at what you find. Begin a free trial, and Guardio will remove any threats that it found with the click of a button. My personal favorite Guardio feature is the dashboard. Guardio's dashboard clearly displays alerts related to dangerous sites, blocked, hijacking attempts, and more. Here you can see Guardio identified my email addresses as being subject to 2 data leaks, one of which being somewhat recent. Definitely gonna change those passwords now that I know that. I took care of those breaches, and Guardio will let me know in real time if any new ones ever occur. Now I know some of you are watching this ad thinking, hey, my browser already does all of this stuff natively. Well, you're wrong about that. Guardio blocks 100 times the sites that Google does and detects them faster. By the time Google or one of its competitors recognizes a site as a scam and removes it, it's already too late. Thousands have fallen victim, none of which were using Guardio to protect themselves. With Guardio equipped, you can rest assured knowing you're browsing with top-of-the-line online security at the best value possible. You guys can get the Guardio extension right now and begin your 7-day free trial. Begin your Guardio premium scan by going to guard.io/wavywebsurf. My link gets you 20% off a monthly Guardio subscription. The link is in the description box. This next live-streamed arrest incident involves a Zoom court hearing where a man is arrested during the proceedings. It's the story of Kobe Harris. During the COVID-19 pandemic, court hearings couldn't proceed in public due to social distancing. Therefore, Zoom Court was created. And you've all probably seen some of the viral clips that came out of the Zoom era of court.
Good morning, sir. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, you. Yes.
Nathaniel Saxon, sir.
Your name's not Buttfucker3000, you yo-ho. Logging into my court with that as your screen name.
Why
We'll
would that?
discuss that in a little bit. What kind of idiot